The first item on the order paper is a motion in the name of the Chief Whip.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon, honorable members. The draft resolution that the House suspends Rule 290, subsection 2A, which provides inter alia that the debate on the second reading of a bill may not commence before at least 3 working days have elapsed since the committee's report was tabled for the purpose of conducting the second reading today on the special appropriation bill. Thank you.
I now put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections agreed to. The second item on the order paper is also a motion in the name of the Chief Whip.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish to move that the House suspends Rule 290-2A, subsection 2A, which provides inter alia that the debate on the second reading of a bill may not commence before at least 3 working days have elapsed since the committee's report was tabled for purposes of conducting the second reading today on the division of revenue bill. Thank you very much.
I now put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections agreed to. Honorable members, I know that there's a little bit of an echo as we are trying to make sure that we warm ourselves. So we're contending between cold and warmth. But I think it allows us an opportunity to start and prepare for campaigning. So we will speak a little bit with the rally voices so that you can be heard. And I'm sure by the time you go on full campaigning, all of you will be able to do so with eloquence. Thank you very much for your understanding. Honorable members, the Secretary will read the first order.
Consideration of the 4th report of the National Assembly Rules Committee for the 7th Parliament on the procedures for speaking sequence and composition of the Chief Whips Forum.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mpapane.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable members. Honorable Speaker, the 4th report of the National Assembly Rules Committee concerns 2 matters. The first is the speaking sequence for declarations of votes, and the second is the composition of the Chief Whips Forum. Both these revisions came about owing to reflections on the composition of the 7th Parliament. Honorable Speaker, at the commencement of this Parliament, the Rules Committee held discussions on the sequence in which political parties would be recognized during certain debates. At the time, the Rules Committee agreed that for prominent debates, the largest political party would be followed by the largest opposition party. In March this year, concerns were raised in the House about the speaking sequence for declarations of vote. The prevailing sequence has been based on the proportional strength, with the exception of the largest party, which has spoken last. Some members, nevertheless, argued that the sequence for declarations should recognize the official opposition immediately after the person in charge of the order. The Rules Committee has now endorsed this position. Honorable Speaker, the Chief Whips Forum plays a pivotal role in the political management of the Assembly. It is a forum where senior whips can raise and discuss internal issues that impact the work of the political parties they represent. The forum is necessarily convened by the chief whip of the largest party in government, but it remains important that all parties can attend. The membership of the forum must, however, be limited to ensure that discussions can remain focused and consistent. The proposed amendments to the Chief Whip's Forum acknowledge both the principles of proportionality and participation while accommodating any changes to the composition and political arrangements in the Assembly. Indeed, the rules should not ordinarily have to be amended to address changing political circumstances. Honorable Speaker, I hereby table the report of the Rules Committee for the consideration of the House, and I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I will now recognize political parties wishing to make declarations. The usual time for declaration of votes will apply. The sequence for declaration is as agreed by the Rules Committee on the 26th of March. Honorable, thank you. And this will be the sequence followed for all future declarations. I now recognize Umkhonto weSizwe Party.
You are making noise. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The Umkhonto weSizwe Party rises to make this declaration not as a willing participant in a neutral procedural arrangement, but as a political formation that was systemically deprived of its electoral mandate in May 2024 and thereafter maneuvered into the opposition official position, a status we occupy under protest. We are not a DA of today, or a dispossessed government. The MK Party presence here is not an endorsement of the legitimacy of the current parliamentary configuration, no. It is a tactical engagement in a forum whose outcomes have already been shaped outside the will of the people. The MK Party was robbed of victory in May 2024 election, and we maintain that position without any apology. The report before this House tries to present sequencing and forum composition as mere administrative matters. They are not.
I think Donald Trump will love you.
They are instruments of political ordering, and in this case, instruments of political containment. Of the speaking sequence for declaration of vote, we argue that the placement of MK Party in the forefront of the other opposition parties and so on is noted. We accept this as a correct minimum recognition of the official opposition. However, we regard it as superficial concession. We are not moved. The real issue here is not who speaks first, but whose political mandate is substantively respected in the functioning of this House. We reject any attempt to normalize the dilution of the electoral will through post-electoral arrangements that reconfigure power without a fresh democratic mandate. On the composition of the Chief Whip's Forum, we register our strongest objection. The proposed amendment of Rule 257, where the Chief Whip of the opposition is listed as an other, is very offensive to accountability. It fails to recognize a fundamental principle. The Chief Whip of the official opposition is not just another participant. That office carries distinct constitutional responsibility. To refuse explicit automatic membership of the Chief Whip of the official opposition is not orderliness or fairness, it is just pure bullying. It is a deliberate design choice that weakens accountability and fragments opposition coherence, we reject that arrangement outright. Honorable members, rules, sequence, and forums do not exist in a vacuum. They reinforce democratic accountability or entrench political convenience. What is presented here as proportionality must not become a shield for marginalization of dissenting mandates. What is presented as flexibility must not become a mechanism to manage and contain genuine opposition. The MK party therefore places the following on record. One, we grudgingly accept the position of official opposition only under protest. Two, we accept the speaking sequence that correctly places official opposition first after the member in charge. Three, we totally reject the composition of the Chief Whip's Forum for failing to enshrine the Chief Whip of the official opposition as primary member by right. Therefore, we participate here under serious protest, and we will use this house as the theater of protest. Mandla!
Well, thank you very much, Honorable Mani.
Speaker.
That didn't sound to
Speaker.
me as a protest. It was just a willing intervention from a member of the
Speaker,
House.
order.
What is the point of order, Honorable Member?
Thank you very much, Speaker. I rise on a point of order, rule number 32,
Yes.
in regard to the leader of the opposition. Speaker, I think it's only fair to this House that given that we have now changed this particular rule, that the MK party informs this House who is their leader of opposition and who is their chief whip.
Honorable Member, that's not the point of order. That may be the point of debate or interest. EFF?
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, Parliament, even though made out of just 400 elected members, it represents the true wishes of the majority of our citizens. We are here not to fulfill our personal ambitions, but we are here representing the voices of the millions of people who voted for us in this House. Our Constitution, therefore, requires us to all at all times express in this House the innate wishes of the constituencies we represent. A political party with one seat in this assembly has every right to speak and communicate the views of their constituencies they represent. It is in this spirit that we are in full support of the recommendations of the fourth report of the National Assembly Rules Committee for the 7th Parliament on the procedures for speaking sequence. In line with the powers conferred on it by Rule 193 to develop proposals for the manner this House conducts its business, the Rules Committee has recommended that the sequence of speaking in this House must be as follows: MKP, EFF, IFP, PA, FF+, Action SA, SADP, UDM, RISE, BOSA, ATM, Al-Jamaa, NCC, PAC, UAT, GOOD, DA, and ANC. We are in support of this proposal, but we would also want to urge the Rules Committee to revisit the times allocated for speaking for each of these parties. The time allocated for smaller parties makes no logical sense and does not permit for a more cogent articulation of their point of view. In as far as the composition of the Chief Whip's Forum is concerned, the EFF is also in support of the proposal made by the Rules Committee to the effect that Chief Whip's Forum must be constituted by 1 member from the ANC, 3 members from the DA, 2 members from the MKP, 2 members from the EFF, and 1 member from each of the other parties represented in the National Assembly. The EFF supports these recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. IFP?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The business of the National Assembly must be conducted in a manner that upholds the high standard of respect, dignity, and decorum. The IFP believes that rules should not be viewed as instruments of suppression, but of democratic enhancement. Within an institution as vital as the National Assembly, they serve the safeguard orderly participation, ensuring that all parties are afforded a fair and meaningful opportunity to express their views and represent their constituencies. In light of the evolving political landscape, the IFP commends all parties for coming together in a spirit of cooperation to agree of these rules. Notwithstanding certain minor reservations, the rules are inclusive and it gives full efforts to the principle of proportional representation as investigated. Furthermore, the IFP welcomes the foresight of the rules committees in anticipation the various permutations that may arise in such in future parliaments, thereby reducing the need for continuation amendments to the rules. In light of the issues raised, the IFP supports the report. I thank you.
Thank you very much. PA.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, fellow South Africans, on behalf of the Patriotic Alliance, I hereby declare that the fourth report of the National Assembly Rules Committee for the 7th Parliament, titled Procedures for Speaking Sequence and Composition of the Chief Whips Forum, dated 26 March of 2026, is before this House for consideration. The report emanates from a duly constituted meeting of the Rules Committee held in terms of Rule 193 and addresses two critical procedural matters. First, the determination of the speaking sequence for declarations of vote in accordance with Rule 108. And second, the amendment of Rule 257 to realign the composition of the Chief Whips Forum with the political figuration of the 7th Parliament. The agreed speaking sequence for declarations of vote for the duration of this Parliament as set out in the report is formally placed on record. The proposed amendments to the composition of the Chief Whips Forum, including the views expressed in dissent, are likewise duly recorded. This declaration, it serves to confirm that the report has been properly tabled, formally seized by the House, and placed on record in full compliance with the rules and the procedures of this National Assembly. It is therefore, honorable members, that the Patriotic Alliance is in full support of this. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. FF Plus.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. No declaration.
Action SA.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. The fourth report on the Rules Committee marks an important shift, a shift away from a rigid mechanical system based purely on proportionality towards a speaking sequence that reflects the political reality of the 7th administration. The previous approach, where the speaking order mirrored party size, with the largest party always speaking last, created ongoing contestation. And so members raised a very clear concern that the system failed to recognize the evolving role of opposition parties in parliament that is no longer dominated by a single overwhelming majority. And therefore, two principles emerged during our deliberations. First, that the speaking order must reflect the multi-party nature of this House. Second, it must provide clarity and predictability so that proceedings are not constantly disrupted by procedural disputes. And so Action SA agrees that a defined and fair speaking sequence for opposition parties strengthens accountability. It ensures that alternative voices are not pushed to the margins or reduced to an afterthought at the end of proceedings. And at the same time, it remains appropriate that the governing party concludes, because those who exercise executive power must ultimately account. This is what a maturing democracy looks like, and the rules that evolve to reflect a contested, plural parliament and not one that protects dominance. It is for this reason that Action SA supports this report. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. ACDP.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the ACDP welcomes the fact that clarity has now been given to this contentious issue. And whilst we appreciate the fact that there was quite robust engagement on the 24th of March, almost verging on disruptive conduct, I think the important point that needs to be made is that there are structures in Parliament that deal with grievances, as have now been graphically illustrated. Once one refers your grievance to the correct channels, the Rules Committee, it is very quick, where a credible and worthy cause can be heard and rules can be amended. So we support the amendment in that regard. And we also support the report relating to the composition of the Chief Whips Forum, which plays a crucial role in the effective running of Parliament and where matters affecting political parties can be canvassed. And just as much as we support the inclusion of every political party on the Chief Whips Forum, so do we as the ACDP support the right of every political party to speak during debates and to have adequate time to develop their arguments in those debates. In that regard, we as the ACDP believe, in fact, that smaller growing parties shouldn't have less time, but should have more time. And so we differ with the Honourable Speaker from the EFF in that regard. That having been said, the ACDP will support this report. I thank you.
Thank you, UDM. UDM. Rise.
We support the Speaker, no declaration.
Thank you. Bosa.
We support with no declaration.
ATM. ATM. Al-Jama.
In the name of Almighty, the most gracious, the most merciful, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Members, as Al-Jama, we raise on the consideration of the fourth report of the National Assembly Rules Committee for the 7th Parliament relating to procedures for the Speaker's sequence and opposition of the Chief Whips Forum. Al-Jama at the onset acknowledges the importance of rules and procedures in ensuring that this House functions effectively, fairly, and with dignity. Parliament is the highest forum of democratic representation, and its credibility depends not only on the laws we pass, but also on the integrity, transparency, and inclusiveness of the processes that guide our work. The Speaker's sequence is not merely an administrative arrangement. It determines the order, balance, and opportunity for voices to be heard in this chamber. Therefore, any procedures governing such matters must reflect fairness, impartiality, and equal recognition of all parties represented in Parliament, including smaller parties whose constituencies are equally deserving of representation. Democracy cannot be measured only by numbers. It must also be measured by inclusivity. Similarly, the composition of the Chief Whips Forum carries significant responsibility. It is within that structure where consensus is often built, disputes are managed, and the businesses of the House is coordinated. For that reason, its composition must be representative, transparent, and responsive to the multi-party nature of South Africa's democracy. No party should feel excluded from meaningful participation in decisions affecting the functioning of this House. Honorable Speaker, in the 7th Parliament, the electorate has clearly signaled the need for cooperation, accountability, and maturity in governance. Our rules must therefore encourage dialogue over division, consultation over unilateralism,
sorry, Honourable
and
Member, your
fairness
time
over
is up.
dominance.
Your time is up.
Thank you. Malibongwe.
NCC, PAC,
We support Speaker, no declaration.
UAT, Kanimambo.
Thank you, Chairperson. Kgotso, Africa. The report on procedures for speaking sequence. The Rule Committee maintained recognition based on proportional strength, with the largest party speaking last, a structure derived from the imported parliamentary conventions. However, we must ask if this reflects the free and dialogic traditional African governance, where the cycle, not the pyramid, is the symbol of debate and consensus. Pan-Africanism demands that even the small party representing the most marginalized communities should be heard with equal respect and time. The current sequence, with procedural sound, risk entrenching silence diverse voice of the margins. On the composition of Chief Whip Forum, the move to expand representation is welcome. Yet the formula, 1 for the ANC, 3 for the DA, 2 for the MKP and EFF, and 1 for all small parties, remain a calculation rooted in arithmetic rather than the African consensus building. The objection raised, particularly by the MKP, regarding the role of Chief Whip of the opposition, highlight the persistent tension between inherited Westminster model and our evolving South African and Pan-African parliamentary culture. We must critically question, why do we continue to measure representation by formula that are foreign to our historical experience? Instead of seeking forms that are authentically African, that privilege dialogue over dominance, and that celebrate diversity as a strength, not as a problem to be managed with tactical rules. In conclusion, the United African Transformation call on this House to embrace the Mambo.
Thank you very much. Good. Good. DA.
Madam Speaker, the order of speaking was consistent for the last 2 years of the 7th Parliament. Then suddenly the opposition brought to a standstill the business of this House to disrupt the order of speaking. Not in the right forum, the Rules Committee, but randomly here on the floor of the House, disruptive and deconstructive. Luckily, Parliament is served by excellent table staff who assisted in coming up with a solution that is before the House today, and it was adopted in the Rules Committee. As I said on that disrupted day backstage to the other parties, the DA does not mind speaking almost last because we will sweep the floor with all of the opposition. And as I also said when the order of debate was disrupted during my speaking time a year ago, speaking after the MK, the EFF, and many of the opposition parties is in many ways like speaking first. And when will the smaller parties learn? If you want more time, win more votes. Madam Speaker, the DA will now take its place in the order as a party of government. We are not ashamed of being a party of government because we govern exceptionally well. And we will now respond to the reports just before the ANC does. We thank all those who assisted in putting together this solution that was unanimously adopted. Which brings me to the second part of the report, the composition of the Chief Whip's Forum. Madam Speaker, it's regrettable that not all parties understand the reason for this body's existence, that it is not broadcast or public for a reason. There should not be grandstanding, but consensus in the interest of this House and this institution that we love. Therefore, the old composition made it possible for parties to be equally represented on an equal footing.
Order, Honorable Member, can you take your seat? What's the point of order, Honorable Reddy?
Honorable Speaker, this speaker is not audible at all. Really, we can't hear. He's not familiar with
Thank you very
the
much.
public voice. They don't work in the communities. They
Well,
sit in
Honorable
offices.
Reddy.
They don't know how to use
Honorable
such a
Reddy,
voice.
can you please-
Please, we can't understand a word of his nonsense. Yes. So
I
if he can speak his
wouldn't
nonsense a
actually
bit
take that
clearly,
as a point
we'll
of order.
understand. Thank you. Thank you.
I will just say you wanted to be seen on TV today. We have seen you. Honorable Michalakis, can you please continue?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will give a printout to the Honourable Reddy that he can frame, put up in his office next to the photo of himself. The newly proposed composition reflects that of a decision-making body, such as a portfolio committee, rather than a body of consensus and consultation. And although the DA will now have 2 more representatives on this body, it is my sincere hope that those of us who put Parliament's interest at the forefront will remember the actual purpose of this forum and will continue to use it to advance decorum and efficiency so that we can get on with the business of the people. I thank you.
Thank you. African National Congress.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Parliament, as a tribune of the people, has to uphold the constitutional and democratic principles in undertaking its constitutional authority. Accordingly, Parliament, in developing rules to manage the proceedings of the House as empowered by the rules, has also adapted its rules in changing conditions. The electoral outcome of 2024 national elections have required the Rules Committee of the National Assembly to rethink how it structures representation in participation. We have developed various rules recognizing the changing form of government with the establishment of a government of national unity, impacting the form of majority rule determination. The report before the House focuses on the speaking sequence for declaration of votes. Declarations are a critical aspect of a business of the House, as they accord the opportunity to political parties and members represented in the National Assembly to state their political and policy positions in response to various reports and decisions considered in the National Assembly. With regard to the speaking sequence for declaration of vote, the Rules Committee agreed on a sequence that places the official opposition to speak first after the person in charge of the order and the largest party as the last. On the composition of the Chief Whips Forum, the forum acts as an inter-party forum for discussion and coordination of matters which the whips are responsible. It plays a key role in ensuring a consultative management of a political business of Parliament. The Rules Committee agreed to amend Rule 257 on the composition of the forum, balancing the overall representation of political parties proportionally, recognizing the multiple roles played by the members of the majority party, the ANC. The 7th Parliament Caucus has cooperated and developed a consensus despite holding various views on matters. Rules of Parliament are never set in stone, and each Parliament will have to respond to peculiar conditions that arise as our democracy deepens and democratic participation increases. The African National Congress will continually work with various political parties to strengthen Parliament to execute its constitutional mandate. Restoring the confidence of the public in Parliament, we must ensure that we execute our constitutional obligations in a manner that advances our national interest and the aspiration of South Africans. It was the ANC that called on all political parties to join hands in the interest of the nation Today, we have a stable government focused on tackling the challenges impacting the marginalized and the underrepresented. An activist parliament that is robust is what the ANC aspires, because we believe all arms of the state should execute their roles in a manner that realizes the vision and Bill of Rights in our Constitution. Thank you very much. The ANC supports the report of the Rules Committee.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Having had declaration from parties, I now recognize the Honorable Chief Whip in terms of Rule 4.4.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I move to propose that the report be adopted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In terms of our rules, we have to check that the quorum is there, and we've been advised that we do have a quorum duly to adopt these rules. I now put the question again to the House for the adoption of the report. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to, even though begrudgingly, but very robust, we have adopted without any objection. I thank you. Honorable members, before we move to the second order, I just wish to inform the members of the House, as you know, we are a member of the Interparliamentary Union, that in its 152 assembly that finished on Sunday the 19th, the Interparliamentary Union elected the new Secretary General, first in the IPU, who is a woman, Ambassador Anda Phillips. Some of you who may have participated before, you might know the individual. So I just thought I needed to inform members and thank our delegation for having executed themselves well, even though here they can be naughty, but during the period, they really executed themselves very well. I thank you. I can see there's this love moving around between the passages, between the national chair of the ANC and the TG of EFF. I don't want to make any judgment, but I've just observed. The secretary will read the second order.
Consideration of determination by the President of the remuneration of public office bearers, including members of independent constitutional institutions, for the 2025-2026 financial year.
Honorable Z.L. Mkhize.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Portfolio Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs deliberated on the remuneration of the public office bearers of the CRL Rights Commission and considered all factors, including the necessity of the adjustment of the remuneration and the percentages determined by the President in terms of the determination of remuneration of public office bearers and Independent Constitutional Institutions Laws Amendment Act of 2014. As a committee, it's important to note that while their deliberations are informed by the President's determination, we bear responsibility to ensure that there is value for money and that the entity is able to fully discharge of its responsibilities in line with government priorities. As an oversight body, our work must take it to a point that the Commission's mandate is felt by those it is intended to serve. In other words, the Commission must play a role in strengthening democracy and promote social cohesion in our country. It is the Portfolios Committee's view that the Commission, the leadership and the Commissioners have handled their work to the standard expected. Therefore, as a committee, we wish to declare the report as a reflection of our deliberations and that we approve and support the determination by the President. We ask that the House notes and approves of the report of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. There have been declarations requested. I now recognize the MK Party. You agree you are passing it? Okay. MK Party, you just want to change the order that we have just agreed. Over to you, sir.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, whilst we agree that everyone needs to be remunerated for work done, however, until such time the following issues are dealt with, there can be no talks on remuneration unless we fix the following. We rise today to defend just a second by the sacred constitutional right, the freedom of religion. Let me say from the outside, the MK Party recognizes that there are real problems in the religious space. There have been abuses, financial exploitation, manipulation of the vulnerable, even violations of human dignity. Even the CRL Rights Commission itself has acknowledged these abuses. But, Honorable Speaker, the solution cannot be to take the entire religious community under state control. Honorable Speaker, when we examine all correspondence, submissions and internal reports, a deeply troubling pattern emerges. We are told that the Section 22 committee that was handpicked lacks representation and excludes key voices. A draft white paper was developed without meaningful consultation, and the process itself is viewed by many stakeholders as unconstitutional. Even more alarming, from within the CRL Commission itself, there are allegations of dictatorial tendencies, imposed decisions without due processes, interference in core functions and investigations. And religious organizations have formally written to the Parliament stating that the process is not fair, not transparent, and threatens religious autonomy. Honorable Speaker, even this very portfolio committee has raised serious concerns that the Section 22 process that may need to be suspended. The legal foundation of the process is uncertain, that the underlying 2018 report may have lapsed and holds no legal force. And the MK Party has made it clear that report was never adopted by the National Assembly. It lapsed. So we must ask, on what legal basis is this entire process continuing? Honorable Speaker, let us now bring this debate back to the people, because laws do not exist in committee rooms. They exist in communities, in Guguletu, in Mitchell's Plain, in rural villages across our country. This is what the policy will do in practice. It will force small churches to comply with bureaucratic systems they cannot afford. It will subject pastors to structures they did not elect. It will open the door to state influence what can be preached, how it can be preached, and who may preach. And slowly, we will move away from a country of religious freedom to a country state-managed religion. The MK Party say, yes, there must be accountability. Yes, there must be protection of the vulnerable. But no, there must be no state capture of religion. Honorable Speaker, the MK Party proposes a clear constitutional and practical alternative. Firstly, return to the correct processes. A national consultative conference, including all faiths, including African, indigenous, and Khoi and San spiritual systems, must be convened to develop solutions collectively. Secondly, implement a true self-regulation, a charter for ethical conduct, a code of accountability, developed by religious communities themselves, not imposed by the state. Thirdly, enforce existing laws. Fraud is fraud. Abuse is abuse. Human rights violations are crimes. We do not need new structures. We need enforcement of the law. Fourthly, fix the governance crisis within the CRL itself. Because how can a body accused of lack of transparency, interference, and internal dysfunction be trusted to regulate millions of believers? Honorable Speaker, let us not forget, Section 15 of the Constitution guarantees freedom of religion, and that freedom includes even beliefs that others may not agree with without state interference. Honorable Speaker, the MK Party stands firmly for religious freedom, constitutional supremacy, community-led accountability, and we reject state overreach, ideological interference, and unconstitutional processes disguised as reform. In closing, we say to the ANC, do not regulate the fate of the people. Do not bureaucratize.
Thank you,
Believe.
Honorable Member. Time is up.
Thank you.
Honorable Member, I allowed you to continue with your speech, but just to advise members, we are not discussing the matters of CRL and the Section 22. We are just dealing with the determination of the public office bearers' remuneration. But you have reflected on the matter, but it was not for debate. Thank you very much, EFF.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as a general principle, the Economic Freedom Fighters is in support of the provisions for salary increases of public office bearers, such as those services in the Commission for Religious and Cultural Rights. As much as we support, Madam Speaker, the salary increase for the CRL Chair, Deputy Chair, and Commissioners, that increase must be earned and match the Commission's work. Remuneration cannot be divorced from performance. The commissions exist to protect heritage, resolve disputes, and safeguard vulnerable communities. Today, we are expected to approve salaries for commissioners who have practically neglected their work. There are too many unresolved cases that this commission is sitting over. Cases of land, cases of initiation abuse, xenophobic attack towards the African brothers and sisters. As we speak here in Durban, people are being beaten up. This commission is nowhere to be found. Religious exploitation and language marginalization, to name the few. This week, Madam Speaker, KwaZulu-Natal Department of Social Development removed 19 children from Ikhaya Labafundi Bakwa Jehovah religious group in Guamapumu. The farm-based church led by Vusmuzi Sbiya is accused of isolating members and violating children's rights by discouraging chronic medication, medical care, and formal schooling because they are conflict with the church's teaching, so they say. The intervention was not led by the CRL Rights Commission, but came after a joint oversight visit by government and the CRL. CRL Chair Toko Mkwanazi Kaluva called the operations unconstitutional and said, people here, their rights to life are at risk. She used the case to renew calls for a Christian council to regulate churches, saying regulations would have allowed earlier shutdown of harmful practices. The Section 22 committee has built noise around the proposal. The committee intended to streamline the regulation of religious practitioners. Multiple Christian church groupings, Madam Speaker, say they were not properly consulted and they are unhappy with the process. Several denominations are now calling for the removal of the SRL Commission Chair, arguing that leadership bears responsibility for uniting everyone, not deepening division. These follow years of warning from the CRL about unregulated churches selling healing water, breaking municipal bylaws, forcing people to eat grass, and so on and so on. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, let's balance the equation. We are expected to agree on the salary increase for all commissioners, including the chair and the deputy chair. At the end of the day, a payslip carries the same duty to serve the people, not to rule them, to empower them, not to enslave them, to build trust, not fear. Let us negotiate these increases in that spirit. We support, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. IFP.
Honorable Speaker, culture occupies a place of profound importance within the IFP. It is through culture, together with language, that the identity, dignity, and heritage of South Africans are preserved and expressed. In a nation as richly diverse as ours, these very differences serve not to divide us, but to bind us together in a shared national identity. The Cultural, Religious, and Linguistic Rights Commission plays a vital role safeguarding this constitutional vision. As a Chapter 9 institution, it stands as a cornerstone of our democracy, entrusted with the responsibility of promoting protecting and advancing the cultural, religious, and linguistic rights of all South Africans. While the IFP recognizes the prevailing economic constraints, the significance of this institution remains paramount. Accordingly, the IFP supports and approves the President's determination regarding the remuneration of public office bearers of the Commission for the promotion and protection of the rights of cultural, religious, and linguistic communities. In light of the issues raised, the IFP supports the report.
Thank you. PA.
No declaration, Speaker. The PA supports.
Thank you. FF Plus.
No declaration, Honourable Speaker, we support.
Thank you. Action SA.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to put it up front that in terms of the increase to the Consultant General, Action SA supports. But the question that we raise is about the value for money from these institutions. Issues have been raised about what is happening in the CRL Rights Commission. And that question is a question that should be asked across the board from these institutions. Parliament needs to be able to evaluate value for money from these institutions. And if there are challenges like you have in the CLR, it is incumbent upon Parliament to bring that commission in front of Parliament to explain what is happening. The issue of religious exploitation is a serious issue in our country, and we cannot overlook that. But our responsibility today is whether we give them increases like we as MPs have been given increases. It is the right thing to do. But, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, I would like, under your leadership, for this Parliament to have an opportunity to discuss the issues that relate to the CLR and the issue of accountability from other commissions as to whether they are fit for purpose and are we getting value for money. We are the accounting officers for these structures, and we need to hold them accountable. It is not at this point that we want accountability. At this point, it is to give all of them the increase that they deserve. As we know, this type of work, you are overworked and underpaid. But being underpaid is not an excuse to underperform. We support, but we want a climate of accountability to be created by this Parliament. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. ACDP.
Honourable House Chairperson, the ACDP understands that this report is on the determination of remuneration. With that said, the CRL's core mandate as a Chapter 9 institution is the promotion, protection of cultural, religious, and linguistic rights in South Africa, including the respect for diversity. It is, however, unfortunate that under the leadership of Mrs. Mkonazi Kaluva, rather than protect and promote the church in the religious sector, she has attacked, harassed, and threatened it. During her 2014-2019 tenure, she attempted to regulate against the church through a peer review council to be overseen by the CRL itself. This attempt failed, but since being reinstated as the chairperson of the CRL in 2025, she has renewed her attack on the church, this time through a Section 22 committee established irregularly to assist the CRL to carry out its nefarious agenda to regulate against the church. The High Court in Gauteng ruled that the CRL Commission cannot use the Section 22 committee to create or enforce binding regulations over religious institutions. Mkonazi Kaluva appears to have ignored this ruling, seemingly becoming a law unto herself. This is not just an attack on the church, but on our Constitution itself, in particular Section 15, which guarantees the right to freedom of conscience, religion, thought, belief, and opinion. Our Lord and Savior Jesus declared that he will build his church and the gates of hell shall not prevail against it. Any attempt by the state through the CRL to regulate the church will be met with a fierce, determined resistance by the ACDP. As kingdom builders, we contend for the church.
Member,
We
your time
can
is
do
up.
no other. The ACDP does not accept the report.
UDM, Rise,
No declaration, we support.
Bosa,
We support with no declaration.
ATM, Al-Jama,
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Al-Jama rises to participate in the consideration of the determination by the President on the remuneration of public office bearers, including members of independent constitutional institutions for the 2025-2026 financial year. At the outset, we acknowledge the important role played by the public office bearers and Chapter 9 institutions in strengthening our democracy, safeguarding constitutional rights, and ensuring accountability. Institutions such as CRL, Rights Commission carry a vital responsibility in protecting cultural, religious, and linguistic communities, fostering social cohesion, and promoting respect for diversity in our nation. Their work must be valued and supported. Al-Jama therefore believes that any remuneration adjustments must be fair, reasonable, transparent, and linked to the broader economic climate of our country. Where increases are granted, they must reflect accountability, affordability, fiscal discipline, and the principle of servant leadership. Public office must never be seen as a pathway to privilege, but rather as a commitment to serve the people with humility and dedication. Al-Jama therefore supports a measured and responsible approach that puts the interests of our nation first. I thank you. Malibongwe.
The NCC, PAC,
No declaration, but we support.
thank you, UAT,
Thank you, Chairperson. Kgotsong Africa. The United African Transformation support the declaration report as stipulated, and we acknowledge the relevant acts of fair remuneration and benefit for those serving in our independent constitutional institutions. Fair compensation is a cornerstone of accountable public service. However, we cannot ignore the critical issue undermining the very same mandate on this commission increasingly. We observe that the law as it stands seems to enable those in cahoot with the corrupt state official to persistently abuse the rights of our cultural, religious, and traditional leaders. Normally, unverified and unproven allegations are weaponized, often applied by the media, leading to the character assassination and stigmatization of the leaders who are not being found guilty in any court of law. Subsequently, we have witnessed the disturbing instance where members of the religion communities are detained under the pretext of ongoing investigations. We know concrete evidence, judgment, or closure, sometimes languishing in custody without conviction. This pattern of abuse, enabled by legal loopholes and judicial overreach, raises a fundamental question: where is the CRL Commission in all this? It appears that on this matter, the Commission has been on flight mode, silent, absent, and unresponsive as the judiciary and the arms of government exercise their power in the way that often infringe upon the rights of those they are supposed to be protecting. Are the commission adding these substantial salaries to serve as figureheads, a mere blompot of the state, or they are here to serve as the true interest of our nation and its people? The Portfolio Committee on Cooperation,
Honourable
Government and
Member,
Traditional
your
Affairs.
time has expired.
Kanimambo.
Good. The DA.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, our Constitution provides the Commission for Promotion and Protection of the Rights of Cultural and Linguistic Communities, or the CRL Commission, with an important mandate in our country's nation building. We are fantastically blessed as South Africans to live in one of the most diverse democracies on earth, diversity which the CRL Commission must promote and protect. The importance of its mandate requires robust oversight. The report before us may appear administrative, but it raises serious concerns about priorities, accountability, and constitutional principles. It asks this House to note and approve remuneration for the leadership of the CRL Commission. According to the report, the chairperson will receive almost 1.6 million rand, the deputy chairperson 1.3 million rand, and the commissioners 1.1 million rand each. Those are substantial public salaries paid by taxpayers who are themselves under immense pressure. South Africans are paying more for food, electricity, transport and security while millions remain unemployed. Municipal taps run dry, sewage flows into rivers, roads collapse. Yet here we are, approving seven-figure packages with barely a whisper of scrutiny. One red flag is value for money. Many South Africans would struggle to point to clear, visible achievements of the CRL Commission in proportion to these salaries. If an institution commands this level of public funding, then measurable impact should be obvious. It should not require a search party to find the results. But there is another matter that cannot be ignored. The current leadership of the CRL has generated deep public concern through attempts and statements suggesting greater regulation of religion. Let us be clear, South Africa is a constitutional democracy. We do not regulate belief. We do not place bureaucrats between citizens and their faith. Section 15 of the Constitution protects freedom of religion, belief and opinion. The state may act against fraud, abuse and criminal conduct, and it should, but that is very different from policing religion itself. Honourable Deputy Speaker, taxpayers are entitled to ask, why are they funding million rand salaries for leadership perceived to be pursuing overreach into constitutional freedoms, while failing to demonstrate sufficient institutional impact? That frustration is real, and it is justified. This House must insist on a new standard, remuneration tied to transparent performance, audited outcomes, attendance and public value. If institutions defend rights, they must show the evidence. Let them earn their remuneration. If they want to build public trust, they must explain it. Because, Deputy Speaker, in South Africa, public money is sacred. It belongs to the pensioner choosing between food and medicine. It belongs to the unemployed graduate sending out CVs. It belongs to the family waiting for water. And before we sign off on another salary package, we owe them more than silence. We owe them accountability. Thank you.
The ANC.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, the African National Congress supports the report on the deliberation by the Portfolio Committee on COCTA on the determinations of the President on the remuneration of the CRL Commission office bearers. Our support is based on the fact that the determination is legally sound and within what the fiscal position we are in can allow. The CRL Commission is often overlooked on the role it plays in our country. Cultural, linguistic, and religious rights are some of the fundamental rights recognized globally by institutions of global governance such as the United Nations. As a developing countries, we must not downplay the importance of these rights, including commissions such as CRL that is tasked with these rights promotions, and guide against their abuses. South Africa is a country of different racial groups and a country of people with different cultural practices, languages, and religious beliefs. Majority of our people find their humanity in their ability to speak and practice their cultures in an open, democratic way. In similar spirit, those who are religious find joy, comfort in those religious, however unfathomable to some. It is therefore important that the position of the ANC must be understood, especially in relation to the religious sector. The ANC has no desire of regulating the church. Our view is that the church is an important pillar of our society's moral standing and regeneration. As Parliament and Portfolio Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, we will continue to play our role and hold the CRL accountable. It is our hope that these determinations by the President will enhance the work and boost the morale of the commissioners to serve the people better and listen to them at all times. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, are there any objections to the adoption of the report of the Portfolio Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, which recommends the approval of the draft notice on determination of remuneration of the public office bearers of the Commission for the Promotion and Protection of the Rights of Cultural, Religious and Linguistic Communities for 2025-26 financial year as it appears on the order paper? Are there any objections? Honourable Swart.
Please note the objection of the ACDP.
The objection is noted. Honourable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Action SA also objects.
Are there any other objections? With those objections, the report is agreed to. The Secretary will read the third order.
Consideration of the report of the Standing Committee on Appropriations on the Special Appropriation 2025-2026 financial year bill.
I now recognize the Chief Whip.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Good afternoon, and I want to propose that the report be adopted.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? Honourable Motwe.
We as the
Thank you,
MK
Deputy
Party
Speaker.
object.
Please note the objection of the EFF, and we are calling for a division.
Having a division being called, they will now, or the bells will now be rung for 5 minutes. Honourable members, please take your seats. Honourable members, we will now proceed. The Speaker has determined that in accordance with the rules, a manual voting procedure will be used for this division. Firstly, in order to establish a quorum, I would request the table to confirm that we have the requisite number of members physically present. And it has just been confirmed that we do have a quorum. Party whips will then be given an opportunity to confirm the number of their members present.
Speaker?
Honourable Ngubane. Oh, yes, sorry, over there.
Honourable Speaker,
Yes.
Deputy Speaker, can we just check the audio because you're not very clearly audible?
Would the technical
Thank
team
you.
please check the audio? I must agree with you, it was quite soft towards the back of the dome. Yes, I think in the meantime, for the voting purposes, please use your headsets. But I do ask the technical team to just adjust the sound so that everyone can hear. Party whips will then be given an opportunity to confirm the number of their members present and indicate if they vote for or against the question. A member who wishes to abstain or vote against the party vote may do so by informing the chair. Now, having confirmed that we do have the requisite quorum, we will now proceed. Honourable Minister, we are now proceeding with voting. The question before the House is that the report of the Standing Committee on Appropriations on Special Appropriation 2025-26 Financial Year Bill be adopted. Voting will now commence. The doors of the chamber will be locked and members will not be allowed to enter until voting is concluded. Whips, could you please confirm the number of your members present in the chamber and indicate if they vote for or against the question? The table will assist where necessary. Are the party whips ready to record the votes of their members who are present? And could I also request the whips to speak up loud so that the table can also hear what the vote is? The ANC.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The ANC with 128 votes in support.
The DA.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The DA with 75 members in support.
The MK.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The MK party with 42 votes, we reject.
The EFF.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The EFF, 35 in the House, we reject the Special Appropriations Bill of 2025-26. Thank you.
The IFP.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The IFP with 13, we vote in favour.
The PA.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Patriotic Alliance with 5 members voting in favour.
FF Plus.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. The Freedom Front Plus with 3 members voting in support.
Action SA.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Action SA with 5 members, we vote against.
ACDP.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The ACDP with 2 votes, votes against.
UDM. Not present. RISE.
Rise 1 member, we support.
BOSA.
Also, 2 members of the House supports.
ATM. Not present. Al Jamal.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, Deputy Speaker. Al Jamaa, 1 in the chamber, and Al Jamaa in support. Thank you.
NCC. Not present. PAC. Not present. UAT.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The UAT rejects.
Good. Not present. Is there any member that wishes to abstain or vote differently to their party? I do not see anyone. Thank you. The voting session is now closed. Honourable Member, the results of the division is as follows. The ayes, 228, no 85, no abstentions, and therefore the report on the appropriations, on special appropriation is agreed to. The Secretary will now read the fourth order.
First reading debate, Special Appropriations, 2025-2026 financial year bill.
I now invite the Honourable Mai Mane.
Honourable members, Bagaetsho dumelang. Today I stand on behalf of the Standing Committee on Appropriations to table the report on the Special Appropriations Bill of 2026. This bill takes place within a global context of geopolitical instability. It takes place in a context where our country is facing slow growth, and ultimately it takes place at a time where, as the Auditor General has reported, we face a crisis where certain entities are not meeting their audit opinion in a manner that they should. It is within this context that I want to affirm what Minister Godongwana has done in responding to this challenge. Minister Godongwana, you asked South Africans to spend over 22 billion rands in additional funding to specific departments. Honourable members, I think it is important that we remind ourselves that today is about a test in our spending and our ability to respond to this global crisis. When I undertook public hearings with the committee in KZN, citizens spoke, whether they were in informal settlements, whether they were students, whether they were workers. They asked us to think hard about the choices we have to make about Centec or SABC, about the Border Management Authority, the IEC and PRASA. Workers and communities keep constantly asking us to say, they want transport so that they can get to work. They want to ensure they don't spend their money ultimately funding transport rather than feeding their families. So, honourable members, this bill, I commit to you for its support because it's an important response to the workers and the people of South Africa. It allocates 13.5 billion rands in Schedule 1 for approved expenditure, 8.5 billion rands in Schedule 2 for additional expenditure. So, in essence, some of the key items that are highlighted in the bill are the work that Parliament must do. And I would urge that 2 billion rands allocated to Parliament must be spent in an exemplary manner. It follows on that over 1 billion rands is sent to the IEC for the local government elections, ensuring the smooth runnings and that we can elect councillors who will serve the people. It proceeds to ultimately allocate 889 million rands to Centec, and the committee supports this view despite Centec's monopoly. But I want to urge honourable members, Centec and SABC have an intertwined relationship, and therefore this needs to be managed. We must modernize the SABC to make sure it can meet its obligations to Centec. Furthermore, honourable members, if Operation Vulindlela is going to succeed, it is going to require additional funding towards PRASA and make sure that our freight and rail logistics and corridors respond to the economic demands of the day. It further wants to ensure that the billion rands that has been put in port infrastructure in Durban is utilized, fulfilled, so that we can accelerate our ability to respond to our global needs in logistics. I want to urge the Minister of Transport to say, Minister of Transport, it is going to be important that we hold PRASA accountable for the execution of this project. There's a significant resource that's going here. South Africa is now dropping 5 places to number 12 out of 25 developing countries as far as 2026 foreign direct investment confidence. So we have to act. And so the committee will commit itself to exercising full scrutiny over these allocations, ensuring that PRASA can come and account. And Minister, I hope you will work with us in ensuring that this money is spent properly. I want to affirm that where there's public funding, departments that are failing to fulfill appropriate audit outcomes must be held accountable. It is the job of this House. It is not only the job of what National Treasury is doing. Therefore, the allocation that has been put forward in the special appropriation is duly supported. I want to endorse the work that the Minister of Finance is doing in ensuring that we can be, ultimately as South Africa, a number one as far as freight and logistics is concerned. I thank you, honorable members. I table this bill and I ask you to support it. Thank you.
I now invite the Honourable Kaleka Mazibuko.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, during the opening of Parliament in 1999, Utatu Mandela said, I quote, "South Africa did not experience what others did because we have credible and sustainable fiscal and monetary policies combining discipline and flexibility. Despite the difficulties that we have experienced deriving from the global economy, we have resolved that we shall not cut the social spending required to build a better life for all, including poverty relief program that now runs into billions of rands." Deputy Speaker, ngati we have forgotten ukuthi singobani. We are South Africans, singabantu bokuqala, singabantu abanenkathalo, singabantu babantu. We are people's people. This is who we are. It is for this reason, honorable members, we collectively agreed that the special appropriation supports Operation Vulindlela program so that we can test our ideas and make the necessary trade-off to better the lives of ordinary South Africans. We agreed that an important transport sector is commuter rail. It is the most affordable source of transport for working class workers, and over the past years, we have increased the number of functions rail routes. And PRASA is currently implementing a general overhaul strategy to extend the useful life of key components by 10 to 15 years. Our strategy efforts led by the People's Movement, the African National Congress, have maintained commuter services during the multi-year rolling stock ramp-up and enable safe transition from old to new stock without service collapse. This is the modernization of the rolling stock fleet, isitimela sabantu. Le sitimela ke, Madam Speaker, sikhiqizwa ulutsha nabasifazane balelizwe baseMzantsi Afrika. Khona la eNigel, eGauteng, eSouth Africa, at the Gibela manufacturing plant. Ngubani onga objector into efana naleyo? Namhlanje, Honorable Speaker, sithetha nge-fleet that is deployed in Gauteng, KwaZulu-Natal, nase Western Cape. The current plan targets 600 new electrical multiple units with more than 300 received to date. The special appropriation bill, Honorable Deputy Speaker, allocates 5.7 billion to fulfill commitments with Gibela to ensure the rolling stock program is on track. Abasebenzi bazogibela and bazosave imali yokugibela ngokugibela ama-train. The ANC in Parliament will continue to play our oversight role of ensuring that PRASA manages allocated funds in an optimal manner. We shall monitor the conditions set by the Minister of Finance, and the ANC will continue to support the National Treasury in linking allocation with performance and compliance conditions which are linked to the realization of intended outcomes of spending. In the year of delivery, let us celebrate the doubling. We have doubled from 39 million to 77 million passengers over the past year. The agency expects to exceed 100 million passenger trips by the end of the financial year. These are not just numbers, Honorable Speaker, but a significant improvement from the foundation laid by the sixth administration, Sithi phambili ngezitimela phambili. Honorable Speaker, the Special Appropriation Bill allocates funds for the Iron Ore Corridor and North Corridor reinstatement, which will restore the functionality and efficiency of the routes. Zizoqinisekisa ukuthi imizila kaloliwe iyasebenza ngokuphelele. Supports the Transnet infrastructure of 8.3 billion, is part of the backbone of the functioning of our economy, and the ANC supports the allocation. Phakama, South Africa, Phakama. Honorable members, we are in a period of digital transformation. Some of us may be called BPTs, born before technology. That's fine. I am one of them. Nonetheless, we are all certain that technology has transformed our lives, and asithetshele morago pele ke mo re yang. Honorable Speaker, Centec is a critical digital infrastructure state entity that supports our signal distribution. Measures to support Centec are welcomed to improve their operations, and we call on the Minister to also focus on providing support for SABC to serve its public mandate while adapting to the challenges and the changing creative sector. The special appropriation is about allocating funds to support areas already prioritized by the government for the period ending 2025-26. The ANC fully supports the special appropriation as a result of improving budget conditions, which require spending on prioritized areas. Utatu Madiba had spoken, and I shall remind this House of the words he said back then in 1999. I quote, "The foundation has been laid, the building is in progress, with a new generation of leaders and a people that rolls up its sleeves in partnership for change, we can and shall build the country of our dreams." Honorable members, let us continue with building the country for the generations to come. Asiliphathe kahle izwe lokhokho bethu. Phakama, South Africa.
The next speaker is the Honorable Gamede.
I rise today on behalf of the Umkhonto Wesizwe Party to formally and unequivocally reject this draft report of the Standing Committee on Appropriations. We do not reject it for the sake of being opposition. We reject it because it's a document of surrender. It is a report that asks this House to rubber stamp the continued mismanagement of our national purse by the government of national unity that has prioritized fiscal consolidation and balancing books over the disparate cries of our people for bread, for jobs, and for dignity. This bill and the committee's report on it represent a betrayal of the revolutionary mandate to transform our economy. Instead of a bold stimulus, we are presented with a series of emergency band-aids for self-inflated wounds. The PRASA and Transnet black hole, let us look at the numbers. The majority of this 22 billion rands appropriation is being funneled into transport, specifically PRASA and the DPSA infrastructure fund for Transnet corridors. The MK party asks, how many times must we recapitalize the same failures? We see 5.8 billion rands for PRASA's rolling stock. We see billions for the North and Iron Ore corridors. While we support the idea of rail and freight, we cannot support the method. The committee itself notes PRASA's history of procurement irregularities and financial mismanagement. But let us be brutally honest, it is not mere irregularity. We have seen reports identifying severe irregularities, including fraud, bribery, and irregular payments, with invoices allegedly inflated by staggering 200% to 1,700%. This is not just mismanagement, it is an outright theft from the public purse. The MK party has consistently called for Parliament to move beyond superficial briefings and fulfill its constitutional oversight mandate. We have requested a redacted executive summary or a confidential in-camera briefing to discuss governance reforms without compromising ongoing investigations. Yet we face a constant tension between PRASA's use of legal privilege to withhold information and Parliament's constitutional right to oversee the executive. Parliament's oversights cannot be treated like a standard prior request. It demands full transparency, especially when billions of rands are at stake. Your recommendation is made to request report and monitor progress. This is toothless oversight. You are throwing billions of rands into a broken bucket while our people in the township and rural areas still lack basic, safe, and reliable transport. This is not an investment, it's a bailout for incompetence, shielded by DA-ANC coalition's desire to keep their corporate masters in the mining sector's happy. The Centec SAPC first, then we come to vote 30, communications. We are asked to approve 889 million rands for Centec. Why? Because of an ongoing dispute with the SAPC over 1.6 billion rands in unpaid fees. This is the height of absurdity. We have two state entities at war with each other, and the taxpayer is expected to pay the bill for their dysfunction. Where is the accountability? The committee calls on the parties to resolve this dispute. This is a polite suggestion where there should be a radical intervention. The MK party believes in a strong state-led developmental agenda. This is not development, it is a decay. You are funding the dual elimination of a digital migration that has been a comedy of error for over a decade, while our youth remain disconnected from the digital economy because data costs are still a barrier to their liberation. On globalist subservience, perhaps most telling is the allocation of 1 billion rands, Minister. 1 billion rands for the purchase of shares in the International Finance Corporation and the World Bank Group. While our people are starving, while the social relief of distress grant remains a pittance that cannot even buy a bag of maize meal, this government finds 1 billion rands to deepen our ties with the very Bretton Woods institutions that have historically trapped African nations in debt and dictated our economic policies. The MK party stands for economic sovereignty. We reject its subservience to globalist financial interests. Why are we crowding in private investment for infrastructure when we should be mobilizing domestic resources to build a state that serves poor, not shareholders of the World Bank? In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chairperson, this report welcomes every single allocation without a single amendment. It is a document of compliance, not a document of leadership. The submission by Amanda Dotmob underscores that 2026 budget normalizes economic stagnation and fails to address the lived realities of the marginalized majority, despite bold infrastructure allocation that lack clear metrics for success. The Umkhonto weSizwe Party cannot, in good conscience, support a bill that treats the National Revenue Fund like a petty cash drawer for state-owned entities that refuse to be accountable, and a donation box for international bankers. We demand a budget that puts the people first. We demand a budget that prioritizes land, that prioritizes jobs, and the total decolonization of our economy. This report is a roadmap to more of the same. More failures, more debts, and more poverty. We reject it, Honorable Chairperson, and we reject it in its entirety. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
The next speaker is the Honourable Wakeland.
Honourable Deputy Speaker and honourable members, let us deal with the reality before us today, because this special appropriation is not a routine budgeting exercise, but rather a situation where Parliament is being asked to approve expenditure after the fact, where work has already been completed commitments have already been entered into, and the lawful appropriation that should have preceded those decisions is now being sought retrospectively, which is fundamentally at odds with the core principle of public finance that requires approval first and expenditure thereafter. This is not an isolated incident confined to one entity, although PRASA represents the clearest and most visible example, because what this bill reveals is a broader and deeply concerning pattern across the whole government, where bad project planning and weak contract management is increasingly used as a justification for these submissions. This is where the weak planning in turn becomes the excuse for bypassing proper financial controls. The Schedule 2 of the bill is specifically framed as expenditure that could not reasonably be delayed. In reality, much of what we are dealing with reflects not urgency, but a failure to plan, prioritize, and execute with a framework of lawful appropriation. Honourable Deputy Speaker, in the case of PRASA, the situation is stark and cannot be avoided because trains have already been manufactured under a major contract with the necessary appropriation was not in place at the time those commitments were made. This creates a clear and material risk for possible irregular expenditure. And yet, instead of responding to that risk by strengthening controls, the committee rejected the simple and reasonable safeguard that was proposed by the DA. Approximately 8 billion is due under this manufacturing arrangement, of which only 5.7 billion is provided for in this special appropriation. This leaves significant balance that will be returned to this House, and when it does, members must ask themselves whether we will once again be placed under pressure to prove funding after the fact. If that becomes the pattern, then Parliament is no longer exercising oversight, but is instead being compelled to regularize decisions taken outside of its authority. The concern does not end with PRASA. Across many national departments, provinces, and SOEs, we see the same structural risk emerging consistently, where bad planning, weak project execution leads to types of submission, which then puts pressure on Parliament to regularize. 70% of the total allocation of this bill is directed towards infrastructure investment in rail, ports, and freight corridors. Precisely the area where the state has consistently struggled with delays, cost overruns, and weak implementation capacity, and yet billions are being allocated without enforceable guarantees, which raises the question of whether this is truly investment or simply increased fiscal exposure without sufficient control mechanisms in place. At the same time, we are allocating further resources to entities that are already under financial strain. Centec is receiving additional operational funding while it remains locked in a dispute of approximately 1.6 billion rand with the SABC over unpaid distribution fees. This shines a light on ongoing systemic weaknesses and raises legitimate concerns about whether these allocations are addressing the root problem or merely postponing them. The Parliamentary Budget Office has warned that the success of this special appropriation depends fundamentally on the quality of governance, effective project execution, measurable service delivery outcomes, and robust oversight. Despite this clear warning, we have been asked to approve funding on circumstances where those very risk remains unresolved and where the mechanisms to mitigate them have been weakened rather than strengthened. Even the committee has recognized the need for rigorous oversight, particularly in relation to PRASA, yet the report before us reflects a decision to remove key safeguards that the DA has proposed. This contradiction, what is acknowledged as necessary and what is ultimately adopted, cannot be ignored. The suggestion that investing on accountability somehow places strain on the GNU is fundamentally misplaced, as accountability does not weaken governance arrangement, but rather strengthen their legitimacy, whereas the tolerance of irregular process ultimately undermines them. The position of the DA is therefore clear and grounded in principle. We recognize that obligation from this bill must be met, but we will not support the normalization of a system in which expenditure precedes approval. We thank the Minister and the Deputy Minister of Finance for intervening and agreeing with us that tighter controls are required, not just with PRASA, but a number of other entities and departments. The DA, based on the commitment made by the Minister, are prepared to support this special appropriation only on the basis that National Treasury imposes strict and enforceable conditions, which includes milestone-linked future disbursements, independent verification of work completed, formal determination of any irregular expenditure, clear consequence management for those that are responsible, and structured reporting back to Parliament to ensure ongoing oversight. Without these conditions, this House would not be exercising its constitutional responsibility. It would instead be cleaning up after governance failure, and that is not a role Parliament can afford or accept. Ultimately, this debate is about more than PRAS or any single allocation. It's about the culture, the standard that is set by public financial management in this country. If we accept a culture where spending occurs first and approval follows later, we are establishing a precedent that will extend beyond this bill and into future budgets, further eroding the discipline essential to protect public resources. We can deal with the obligation, but we will not legitimize this breach. I thank you.
And I invite the Honourable Mkonto.
Ngiyabonga sekela mqhubi tinkulumo ngibingelele kumkhuti wemasotsha emnotfo eSouth Africa Honorable Julius Malema phunyuka bemphethe mabona bulawe imambe elihlazana mqhubi tinkulumo. The Economic Freedom Fighters rejects the Special Appropriation Bill. We reject this bill not because the needs it seeks to address are unnecessary, but because it reflects a government that has lost the ability to plan, to account, and to govern in the interest of its people. Indzaba yekwakhiwa kabusha kwendlu yesishayamthetho sibonelo lesicacile sekwehluleka kwale GNU. When this project began, we were told that early assessments placed the cost at approximately 2.2 billion. Today, we are told that we must add another 2 billion, and still there is no certainty on the final cost. This is unacceptable. This is not just any infrastructure project, it is the Parliament of the Republic, and yet it is being handled in a manner that mirrors the worst excesses of waste, escalation, and lack of accountability that define public infrastructure in this country. We have it on good authority that when this project is complete, if it is ever completed, South Africa will require a full commission of inquiry. There are serious allegations of collusion involving the Department of Public Works, concerns about the role of the Secretary to Parliament, and the involvement of the Development Bank of South Africa. The myth that the DBSA is immune from corruption must be rejected. No institution in a system like this is beyond scrutiny. Sekela mqhubi tinkulumo, this bill further exposes the contradictions of government policy. We are allocating 1 billion through the DBSA for the reconstruction, deepening, and lengthening of the Durban Container Terminal, while at the same time pursuing the privatization of ports and logistics. This is irrational. The state uses public money to build infrastructure only to hand it over to private interests whose sole objective is profit. The outcome is predictable: higher costs, exclusion, and the continued extraction of value from public assets by private capital. Instead of directing this 1 billion towards a reindustrialization, towards mineral beneficiation, and towards building domestic productive capacity, we continue to finance infrastructure that sustains a colonial pattern of exporting raw materials. This is not economic transformation, it is economic surrender. Deputy Speaker, the allocation of 5.7 billion to PRASA is necessary, but it is necessary because of failure. It is necessary because rail infrastructure in South Africa was allowed to collapse through corruption, neglect, and in some instances, deliberate destruction. We are one of the few countries in this world rebuilding rail infrastructure, not because of war, but because of systemic governance failure. Rail system designed to endure, yet in South Africa, they were dismantled, creating opportunities for tenders and looting. While we support the rebuilding of rail to reduce congestion, lower transport costs, and improve the lives of working people, we cannot ignore the political economy that produces this crisis in the first place. House Chairperson, Honorable Deputy Speaker, the most fundamental problem with this bill is that it comes to us as a special appropriation. This confirms what we have constantly argued: the budgeting system of this country is broken. Expenditure that could and should have been placed for it is instead presented as urgent and unavoidable. Parliament is expected to respond to crisis rather than shape development priorities. This undermines oversight and weakens the democratic control over public finances. Asikwati ukuqhubeka ngale ndlela. We need a budgeting system that is proactive, that is aligned to a clear industrial strategy, and that directs resources towards transforming the structure of the economy. This bill does none of that. It reflects a government that reacts, that patches, and that manages decline instead of leading development. Sekela Mqhubi Tingulumo, asihambisani nale special expropriation bill, siyayirejecta, ngiyabonga.
The next speaker is the Honourable Marche.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Special Appropriation Bill comes before this House as a necessary instrument to address urgent fiscal requirement within the current financial year. The IFP recognizes that special appropriations are at times unavoidable. The government must retain the capacity to respond to the unforeseen pressures, particularly where critical infrastructure, public entities, and key national processes are concerned. However, Honorable Deputy Speaker, what must concern this House is not merely the amount being appropriated, but the pattern it reflects. This bill includes substantial allocations to entities such as the Accelerator Commission, infrastructure funds, rail revitalizations programs, and various state-owned enterprises. While these areas are undeniably important for the functioning and growth of our economy, we must ask why these expenditures are not adequately anticipated and managed within the normal budget cycle. Every rand spent must translate into improved service delivery, economic growth, and tangible benefits for our people, not recurring bailouts for entities that fail to meet performance expectations. At the same time, we acknowledge the importance of strategic investments in infrastructure, especially in rail, digital connection, and logistic corridors, which are essential for unlocking economic growth, improving competitiveness, and creating jobs. These are the type of investments that can stimulate long-term development and restore confidence in the economy. However, these allocations must be accompanied by strict accountability mechanisms, clearly performance targets, and measurable outcomes. Without these safeguards, even well-intentioned spending risk being undermined by inefficiency, mismanagement, and corruption. However, Honorable Deputy Speaker, the bill must serve as a wake-up call. The government must strengthen budget credibility, improve long-term fiscal planning, and enforce consequences management where there is financial mismanagement or poor performance. In conclusion, the IFP supports necessary funding that sustains the functioning of the state and supports critical economic infrastructure. However, we emphasize the special appropriations must remain the exception, not the norm. The IFP supports the special appropriation bill, but with a firm call for greater discipline, accountability, and forward planning. South Africa needs a government that plans ahead, spends wisely, and delivers effectively. I thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now invite the Honourable Souls.
Greetings in the wonderful name of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Moinkia ahuniki. Scripture warns us clearly in Matthew chapter number 6, verse 24, that no one can serve two masters. You cannot serve both God and Mammon. For too long, the God of money has dictated the heartbeat of our nation through greed, corruption, and the worship of self-interest. But there is a shift in the atmosphere. I believe we are witnessing an awakening of righteous and ethical leaders whom God is placing in positions of authority. It is no coincidence that a born-again believer now chairs the Appropriation Committee, the Honorable Dr. Musi Maimane. This is a sign of a new standard of accountability, not just to the Auditor General, but to the Almighty God. I have done a deep dive into the appropriation bill, and as good stewards, we must examine these funds to see if it truly serves the least of these. Our bread and butter issues are not just line items, they are the survival of our people. Looking at vote number 3, cooperative governance, we see a massive 135 billion allocated to enable service delivery and at local government level. Of this, the local government equitable share stands at over 110 billion. This money must reach the taps that are dry and the streets that are dark. There is also 37.9 billion under National Treasury for economic growth and rising living standards. But numbers without integrity are clanging cymbals. This brings me to a message I encountered whilst in KZN this weekend through a book authored by Pastor Shailen Singh, The Kairos of Mercy. With a master's degree in sociology, he speaks of a 10-year window of change for South Africa. A Kairos moment where the window of God's mercy is open for us to turn the ship around. We are currently in that window. If we manage these billions with the heart of a steward, we fulfill the 10-year promise of a transformed South Africa. The GNU is already showing that we are no longer a country in despair. We are a country in repair. As we deliberate on these appropriations, let us remember that every rand diverted, every cent misappropriated is a prayer unanswered of a mother in a rural clinic. May the wrath of God come on those who does not ensure that the 101 billion health budget reach clinics in Opanzi Clinic in Jozini local municipality KZN. We must choose today to stop worshipping the golden calf of the National Revenue Fund and start serving South Africans with the righteousness that God demands. The awakening is here. The young leaders are rising. Let us use this appropriation bill to bring justice to the poor and honor to our Creator. I thank you. AO. PA supports.
The next speaker is the Honourable Wessels.
Dankie, agbare huisvoorsitter. Huisvoorsitter, die gebruik van 'n spesiale toedelingswetsontwerp het oor die afgelope dekade heeltemal sy benaming van spesiaal verloor, omdat dit die norm geword het. Daar is elke jaar met elke hoofbegroting ook 'n spesiale toedelingswetsontwerp. En dit kan nie reg wees nie. Ja, agbare huisvoorsitter, soms is daar meer geld, meer belastinginkomste en moet dit toegedeel word. Maar baie hiervan wat ons sien, is swak beplanning of fondse wat reeds bestee is. Geld wat eintlik reeds aan projekte toegedeel is, maar wat dan met hierdie spesiale wetsontwerp eintlik retrospektief goedgekeur word. Dit kan nie die norm bly nie. Daar moet beter begrotingstegnieke ingestel word. Maar, voorsitter, terwyl dit gesê word, kan die begroting perfek wees, die toedelings kan reg en noodsaaklik wees, soos byvoorbeeld met die feit dat ons 'n krisis het wat passasiers spoorweg vervoer betref. Ons het daardie nuwe lokomotiewe nodig. Maar nou gaan dit nie oor die begroting en die toedeling nie, dit gaan oor die besteding. As die besteding nie korrek is nie, as die besteding ten opsigte van die herbou van die parlement nie die regte toesig oor het en daardie geld vermors word deur korrupsie en daar allerhande ander uitlaat van daardie geld is en dit verlore gaan, dan is ons besig om te steel by die mense van Suid-Afrika. Die begroting beteken nie alles nie. Die besteding is waar die belangrikheid is. En die kommer, agbare huisvoorsitter, is die feit dat wanneer mens lees oor sekere uitgawes ten opsigte van veral die herbou van ons nasionale vergadering, dan laat dit vrae ontstaan. En ons as die parlement, as die oorsigliggaam, kan nie toelaat dat daar oorbestee word en veral dat daar geld vermors word nie. Beter toesig is nodig, soos wat hierdie verslag van die toedelingskomitee ook voorstel. Ons ondersteun dit, dat ons baie beter toesig oor die herbou van die parlement moet uitoefen, sodat daardie korrupsie gestop word. Alle groot konstruksieprojekte in Suid-Afrika is omtrent 'n korrupte spil. Ons moet dit stop, in belang van die armes, in belang van vooruitgang. Die hele PRASA situasie, agbare huisvoorsitter, PRASA is vernietig weens korrupsie, geldgierigheid en mense wat swak bestuur uitgeoefen het. En dit tot nadeel van die mees arm. Daardie geld is dus goed, maar dan moet dit bestee word en reg bestee word. Dit kan nie gesteel word nie, die regte toesig en die regte verantwoordbaarheid moet geskied. Ek dank u.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Beasley.
Honourable House Chair, the Special Appropriation Bill before us provides 13.5 billion in the 25-26 financial year for expenditure already authorised under Section 61C of the Appropriation Act of 2025. It further allocates 8.5 billion for what is described as urgent and unavoidable expenditure. Action SA's primary concern lies with this additional 8.5, how this additional 8.5 billion is being allocated. Of this amount, 5.8 billion is directed to PRASA for its rolling stock fleet renewal program, ostensibly to meet contractual obligations linked to modernising community rail. But House Chair, PRASA no longer moves passengers, it moves money. And for too often that money flows away from commuters and into the hands of those who exploit a broken system. Despite years of bailouts, grants and subsidies, PRASA has been hollowed out by corruption and incompetence. A recent presentation to Scopa by its board and executive management laid bare the extent of the damage and the scale of taxpayers' funds that have been wasted. The decline in performance is stark. In 2014-15, PRASA facilitated approximately 500 million passenger trips. 10 years later, this figure has collapsed to 77 million. In the current year, or the past financial year, PRASA recorded an operating loss of 8.5 billion. As funding has increased, delivery has deteriorated. PRASA has shifted from a public transport provider to a pipeline for public funds, extracting value rather than delivering it. House Chair, the evidence of failure is overwhelming. A forensic investigation into the General Overhaul project revealed systematic irregularities, including corrupt relationships between employees and contractors, price inflations of between 200% and 1,700%, and fabricated invoices. This is not mere inefficiency, it is organized looting. Equally concerning is PRASA's inability to use its assets. A fleet of 146 new trains procured at a cost of 19.4 billion remains significantly underutilized. The Auditor General identified this as a material irregularity. 17 trains worth 2.78 billion did not operate at all, while 37 trains valued at 6.9 billion traveled less than 300 kilometers in the 2023-24 financial year. So we must ask, what are we funding today? A recovery in commuter rail or the continuation of failure? Honourable House Chair, given PRASA's track record, Action SA believes it would be irresponsible to allocate further taxpayers' funds without fundamental reforms and accountability. South Africans should not be expected to bankroll corruption and efficiency. In the past, our government has spent billions on buying trains that don't fit our networks and have spent billions refurbishing rolling stock that will never roll again. The time has come to draw a line in the sand. No reform, no additional funding. For these reasons, Action SA cannot support this allocation to PRASA and will vote against the Special Appropriation Bill. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Swart.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the ACDP supports the additional allocation of 2 billion for a building of Parliament, as well as the additional allocation of 1.1 billion for the IC to prepare for the very important 2026 local government elections. It is crucial, in our view, that competent, able, God-fearing men and women are elected as councillors, those who are trustworthy and hate dishonest gain, to rescue and save our dismal municipalities and provide much-needed service to citizens. Balanced against this is, of course, the bailouts for state entities. And as far as the 7 billion rand allocated to PRASA is concerned, and whilst fully acknowledging the social importance of commuter rail, the ACDP remains deeply concerned about this additional allocation, given not only the fact that it is after the fact, but that there have been damning findings of the Zondo Commission against PRASA, which remain largely unresolved. And yes, whilst there have been some audit improvements have been made, the core issues of corruption, governance failures, and a failure to prosecute individuals persists. It is interesting that the 2020 High Court ruling, which found the Siangena contract, that's 5 billion rand, unlawful, has seen hardly any recovery of those funds. And now, we again, after the effect, are expected to approve a further allocation of billions of rands. Surely, Honourable Minister, it makes sense to insist that PRASA collects the billions of rands that are due to it before allocating more. Are we not otherwise committing hard-earned funds yet again to a bottomless pit? And the question arises, are we then good stewards of funds that have been entrusted to us? As of February this year, PRASA is still dealing with the consequences of paying thousands of ghost workers and dealing with new fraud allegations. The ACDP was under the impression that bailouts for state entities was coming to an end. But again, Honourable Minister, we see this. And yes, we've heard of certain conditions that are to be imposed, and hopefully that will be helpful. We're also concerned about the millions to Centec and the tension between it and the SABC. Every hard-pressed taxpayer demands increased transparency and tighter control over state expenditure. We see the ship is starting to turn in the right direction, but until that is achieved, Honourable Minister, we as the ACDP cannot exercise good stewardship in approving these funds after the fact, which basically excludes parliamentary budgeting process and oversight. We will regrettably not be able to support this bill, whilst there are certain aspects of it.
Honourable
which we
Member,
do
your
support.
time has
Thank you.
expired. Thank you. The next speaker is the Honourable Ghana.
Nakhensa Mthamashitolo. Mthamashitolo, before this debate, there was a vote in terms of whether the report of the committee must be accepted. And as Rise Mzansi, we voted in support of the report. We therefore also support the special appropriation bill. We welcome that there's money set aside allocated for the rebuilding of Parliament. We have now been without the National Assembly chamber for over 4 years. Let this funding ensure that the rebuilding process moves swiftly so that we will not have to spend 4 more years in this dome. The allocation to the Electoral Commission will also go a long way to ensure that the upcoming local government elections will be free, fair, and accessible to every South African. This is a vital opportunity for South Africans to shape how their municipalities operate and are governed, and that new leaders are indeed elected in these municipalities. We are also encouraged by the over 15 billion appropriated for the vital transport infrastructure projects. This investment is desperately needed, not only to recover from the years of underinvestment into our transport infrastructure, but also to build the foundation needed for a brighter future. Our economy cannot move without working rail, roads, and ports. While we welcome these allocations, we cannot help but be reminded of how public funds have been wasted in the past to unfinished projects and project delays, tender irregularities, and just pure corruption and stealing of the public funds. I'm reminded of a newly built road that I saw in KZN just a few months ago, where brand new roads meant to accommodate the much needed bus routes in eThekwini, but the buses were nowhere to be seen, while communities still have to walk kilometers in the dark. We urgently need investment in infrastructure, but it is vital that the benefits of these investments reach residents, communities, and local businesses. This can only be achieved through strict monitoring and oversight to ensure that every cent goes where it needs to go and every project is implemented on time. Let us ensure that the entire 22 billion rand appropriation contained in this bill will go towards building a safe, a prosperous, and a united South Africa in one generation.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Schlazo Webster.
Thank you very much, House Chair. As Build One South Africa, we have expressed our support for the Special Appropriation Bill. And we do so recognizing that a Special Appropriation Bill is designed to act where gaps have emerged and where immediate action is required. There are allocations in this bill that are necessary. Investment in rail and ports infrastructure, for example, which has been mentioned numerous times here today, is about more than just numbers. It's about whether businesses remain viable, and it's about whether South Africans can access their jobs. And so on this, we're aligned. But we're also mindful of the broader context in which this bill is being debated. Now, there are those who have come up and spoken of government as though it exists somewhere else. But in the GNU, government is not abstract, it includes them. And so it is not enough to point to problems of governance from the sidelines. Those within the GNU carry a responsibility to ensure that where budget is allocated, better governance follows, not to simply distance themselves from the outcomes. South Africans don't benefit from that kind of distancing from those who are in government. They benefit from decisions that stabilize key sectors, that keep the economy moving. And from a BOSA perspective, supporting this bill, though, doesn't mean we ignore the pressures that continue to define everyday life for South Africans. The commuter that's facing rising transport costs, households adjusting to higher food prices, the learner that's still dependent on a system that requires sustained investment. These aren't abstract concerns. They are in many ways fiscal emergencies for South African households, and we would have wanted to see them more meaningfully reflected in the special appropriation, being fiscal emergencies. The temporary fuel levy relief is very much welcome, but the pressure on households does remain real. And while this bill addresses immediate economic infrastructure, it also reminds us that long-term drivers like basic education do require continued attention. Speaker, a special appropriation bill cannot do everything, but it must do what is necessary and it must do it in time. And so, as BOSA, we support the steps taken here in this bill because they matter now, but we remain clear-eyed about the work that still lies ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Sekgede.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Strengthening our democracy through support for Parliament and the IEC local government elections. The year 2026 marks a significant phase in our constitutional democracy as we celebrate 30 years since the adoption of our Constitution in 1996. Our Constitution set a path for a constitutional democratic state that protects the human rights of all South Africans and embeds the principles and values of the Freedom Charter. Our history as a nation is one of colonialism and apartheid, which excluded the black majority from participating in the policy and governance of the country. As we celebrate 30 years of our Constitution, we will hold our 2026 local government elections, which give expression to the aspirations of the people as exposed in the Freedom Charter, which declared that the people shall govern. Our journey in local government has brought about transformation in our communities. Our Constitution further embeds the rights of all citizens to participate in deciding a local councillor to represent the interests of the community in local governance. Local government is a sphere of government closest to the people, responding to the most basic needs such as sanitation, housing, water, roads, and planning local development. The ANC is currently focused on ensuring measures are implemented to fix local government. It is important that all eligible voters take an interest in local governance. Thus, the special appropriation bill we are considering support exercises of this fundamental democratic right of all citizens to vote. As a nation, we must take pride in the fact that the Independent Electoral Commission has conducted free and fair elections in our country. The allocation of the 1.1 billion for the IEC is critical to ensure that the IEC conducts a successful local government elections this year. As a country, we have been experiencing a decline of voter registration percentages and voter turnout on election day. As public representatives of the people and the IEC, we have a duty to ensure civic awareness and promote and encourage participation of all eligible South Africans to participate in elections. The ANC is committed to democratic principles, and we will mobilize our people in all wards and in all voting districts and in all streets. We further call on South Africans to remember that our right to vote was born out of the blood of the black oppressed South Africans. Another critical allocation from the Special Appropriation Bill is funds for the rebuilding of Parliament. The project of rebuilding the Parliament is about our heritage and providing adequate facilities to ensure an accessible and well-functioning Parliament. The impact of the burning of the Parliament has resulted in major financial implications and also impacted the function of Parliament. The allocation funds will go a long way to ensure the project is completed in a timely manner. The Parliament that is being rebuilt should serve as a source of pride for coming generations. As the ANC, through the Standing Committee on the Finance Management of Parliament, we will ensure that the administration of Parliament and the Speaker are held accountable for allocated funds in a manner that improves the impact of members of Parliament. Support for constituency work in other key areas which requires all members of Parliament from different political parties to stay in contact with their people to ensure this House becomes a true tribune of the people. Furthermore, the Special Appropriation Bill provides an allocation to assist political parties represented in Parliament. For our democracy to work, our political parties should have the resources to function as they are the drivers of inputs in the work of Parliament. If political parties are not resourced for function, this weakens our democracy. A functional and impactful Parliament requires adequate resources and support for members of Parliament. As Parliament, our capabilities should enable adequate execution of constitutional obligations based on impeccable evidence and robust public participation to consolidate the voice of South Africans. The 2 billion allocated will enhance our democracy and responsiveness of Parliament as an arm of state. South Africa is committed to participating in various multilateral organizations, such as the World Bank, which also serves as a source and support system for our national resources mobilization efforts, such as concessional funding and other support. Ukuthenga ololiwe kukuncedisana nabantu bethu abangenayo imoto nokwazi ukubhabha emoyeni. Yiyo lonto sixhasa le bill. The ANC supports this special appropriation as advanced key imperatives of the government of national unity and support institutions supporting our democracy. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is from Al Jamaa.
In the name of Almighty, the most gracious and the most merciful, I greet our fellow beloved nation in the name of peace. Honourable Chairperson, let me first begin with taking the opportunity to commend the sterling work in the Department of Social Development of one of the greatest dedicated leaders in today's time, day and age, which is none other than the leader of Al Jamaa, Honourable Hanif Hendricks. And I also take the opportunity to pray for his speedy recovery in order to continue his dedicated services and contributions to many nations. In the best interest of our nation, Al-Jama supports this bill. Al-Jama understands that when urgent and unforeseen circumstances require Parliament to act decisively in the national interest, Parliament carries a constitutional responsibility to ensure that public funds are allocated where needed most, at the same time maintaining strict oversight and accountability. Let us face truth and reality. Many of our beloved countrymen are facing enormous pressures, burdened by unemployment, rising food prices, falling infrastructure, crime, and inadequate service delivery. Any additional appropriation must therefore respond directly to the lived realities of our people. Al-Jama supports interventions that strengthen and essential services, protect the vulnerable, and stabilize key institutions that are critical to economic recovery and social development. Al-Jama emphasizes that every rand approved must be understood belongs to the people of South Africa and must be spent transparently, efficiently, and for measurable outcomes. Al-Jama also calls on departments and entities receiving such allocations to provide regular progress reports to Parliament. Funds must be spent responsibly. This bill must ultimately serve the poor, create hope, and restore confidence in the state, ability to govern responsibly. Where funding addresses urgent national priorities and is accompanied by robust oversight, it deserves support. Al-Jama reaffirms that accountability and service delivery must remain central to every appropriation passed in this chamber. Malibongwe!
The next speaker.
Point
is-
of order, Chairperson.
Yes, honorable member.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I wanted to raise it as a point of order for transparency that the YouTube channel is consistently collapsing, whether it's image or sound. And then when members are debating there, what is called a lower third, a technical term, it's called a lower third, where your name appears when you're debating, it's not appearing there. So the people of South Africa do not only have consistent access to the image and sound, but they don't know who's talking. It could be some stranger or some clown who infiltrated Parliament. So can we get the technical issues fixed? Because we're told they'll be fixed tomorrow. It's very inadequate. Thank you.
Thank you for bringing it to my attention, honorable member. It will be attended to. The next speaker is the Honorable Mashlatsi. Then after the Honorable Mashlatsi, we have the Honorable Douglas. Honorable Douglas, you can come to the podium.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I want to greet you all in the name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. And I want to greet you all in the language of the Khoi and San people, the First Nation people of South Africa, Kaites. MK rejects this special appropriations bill as it asks this House to approve over 22 billion rand in emergency spending, not to build the economy, not to create jobs, but to fix failures created by this very GNU government, a coalition of convenience. This is not a stimulus, this is not transformation, this is a bailout budget, an SOS. Honorable Maimani mentioned 1 billion rand to the IEC for elections, but will the MK's votes be stolen again with this 1 billion rand? Billions are being poured into PRASA and Transnet. 5.8 billion for rolling stock, billions more for plate corridors. But we must ask, how many times must we recapitalize failure under this GNU? Even this committee admits PRASA has a history of procurement irregularities and financial mismanagement over the past 8 years. Yet, what is the response? Monitor the progress, request reports. That is not oversight or accountability or transparency, that is compliance, where we look the other way. But MK will no longer look the other way. You are pouring billions into a broken system while our people in townships and rural areas still wake up at 4 a.m. to unsafe, unreliable, collapsing transport systems. This is not investment. This is rewarding incompetence. This is bailing out political and economic bankruptcy. Then we come to Centec and SABC disaster. 889 million gone because two state entities cannot resolve a dispute of a 1.6 billion. So instead of accountability, cooperation, amicable settlement, the taxpayer must step in to pay the bill. Where's the leadership from the GNU to tell the officials to stop fighting and sort out their stuff so that we don't have to pay for it as taxpayers? This is the height of dysfunction. Two arms of the same state are fighting each other. There's no consequences, no intervention, just more money thrown at the problem. We have 1 billion rand to the World Bank Group and IFC while our people are starving, while the SRD grant cannot even feed a family. This government finds money to invest in global financial institutions that have historically dictated policies that are austerity to African nations and trapped us in cycles of dependency. Over 400 billion in payments we have to make, and over 1 billion rand a day our people have to make in payments to these people. We reject these confidentialities and these payments to the IMF and the IFC. The MK party rejects this completely. We do not believe in outsourcing our development to Washington-based institutions who believes in the extractive economy. Mr. Speaker, we believe that this is the time for voters to wake up and to see who's in the House. We are standing for the people who want land back. We want our people to start seeing how we take special appropriations for land transformation, special appropriations for job creation, special appropriations to make sure that mines and minerals are beneficiated at source for our people. Where is that special appropriations bill? All you do is more of the same. And it's only MK that's standing up for the landless, for the poor. Look at what they're trying to do here in the Western Cape. They're building walls to hide the poverty. They are busy hiding our people, evicting people from Krofokskral and taking their land. It's only MK that will take the land back and give it back to the people. It's only MK that will stand up and transform what we were supposed to do in 1994. Enough is enough. Vote MK for a change. These people are already in coalition together and they've done nothing but fail our people for 5 years. Vote MK if you want change in 2026.
Order, honorable members. The next speaker is the Honorable Burke. Order, honorable members.
Thank you, House Chairperson. I will attempt to bring the
Order,
temperature.
honorable members. The members to my left at the back, the MK members there at the back. May the whips just attend to the members there at the back. There's a lot of noise coming from that corner. Please proceed, honorable member.
Thank you, Chairperson. I will attempt.
Honorable Burke, I just want to recognize the honorable member. He's got his hand up. You may take a seat.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair, I just seek clarity in terms of the rules. In terms of the speaking list, the official opposition kicks off the debate after the majority party. Surely, at the end of the debate, the majority party needs to speak after the DA in this case. I just need to get a clarity on that. We've settled the first part, the last part going forward. Thank you.
Honorable Reddy, you have raised this on a previous occasion, and I will ask the NA table staff to attend to this matter because we need to be consistent in the speakers list as it appears. So I undertake that I will personally look into the matter and see to it that the matter is addressed. Honorable Burke.
Thank you, House Chairperson. It's perhaps worth reminding the Honourable Reddy that he's not the Chief Whip, and on that note, I'd like to welcome the new Chief Whip. I have no doubt that by my next speech, I will extend the same welcome again. I was listening to the debate today, and what I heard repeatedly from Honourable Hadebe from the IFP, from Honourable Wessels from the FF+, is that a special appropriation bill has to be the exception, not the norm. We agree with them. The only outlier, perhaps, to this voice of unison within the GNU, if you will, was the Honourable Souls from the PA, who seems highly confused and is confusing the Special Appropriation Bill with DORA and the main appropriation bill. Now, this confusion should not come as a surprise. It comes from a party who stumbles into a claimed cabal member's house for a so-called journalism project, not realizing that they're an MMC. So I thought to take some time today, House Chairperson, and explain exactly what is a special appropriation bill. You see, it sounds a bit like something you would order at your favorite restaurant on a Tuesday. You might say, I'd like a special appropriation, please, with PRASA funding and a side of Centec. The problem is this legislation should exist for emergencies. It exists because no matter how good our budgeting process is, there will always be unavoidable expenditure. However, the way we currently do special appropriations leaves it open for abuse. Spending can now be justified based on the briefest mentions in a budget speech. That money can be spent by dodgy departments and entities before this Parliament has had time to process the request. In this case, talk is not cheap. It's permission to spend billions. This is dangerous. It's a buy now, get permission later scheme. It's a kind of loophole that can create serious problems. Had this Parliament decided not to pass this bill today, not to give more money to corruption-prone PRASA, because of this do first, ask for permission later system, in many ways it would then be too late. You see, House Chairperson, the train has not only left the station, it's already been built. And that leaves Parliament with very little choice. The usual and constitutional way of doing things, where the executive proposes spending, Parliament either approves or modifies the spending proposal, and then departments and entities spend that money, is undermined. Parliament is left not as a rubber stamping institution because you don't even need that rubber stamp to proceed. You can get it later. So my call on this Parliament today is that we tighten the special appropriation system. We make sure that its enabling legislation truly does allow for only emergencies or unforeseen events, not for ideas briefly mentioned in a budget speech or some other loophole. And that is something that we in the DA have now started working towards. We're doing so because for too long, power has been taken from this Parliament. We can't allow usual processes to be undermined. We can't allow our role as lawmakers to be undermined. And we cannot allow the special appropriation to just become a regular old appropriation. So the DA supports this bill, but we'll work towards improving our processes. Thank you, House Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Siete. Honourable members, may I remind you that you are not supposed to take cell phone calls in the House. You may use your cell phones, but do not take calls in the House. The Honourable Member from MK. The Honourable Member from MK. You may continue, Honourable Member.
Thank you, House Chair. Greetings. A special appropriations bill would like to put it to this House and show the strategic role of a development financing institution as a pocket of excellence within the state. In addressing the spatial inequality and infrastructure gap in South Africa requires a government that is able to mobilize resources through various financing mechanisms. And the South African government has a successful track record of implementing major social and economic infrastructure projects. Funds raised from the tax collection alone cannot be sufficient enough to build a developmental state. And through development financing institutions such as the Development Bank of South Africa, our government has expanded access to water and sanitation, human settlement, food infrastructure, school and health, even the energy sector as well. The Development Bank of South Africa is one of the pockets of excellence representing our aspirations of a developmental state. The DBSA not only supports the infrastructure needs of the country, but also supports the developmental objectives of an African state. And I hope Action SA would listen closely to how I'm going to showcase with figures why we do not need reforms of any form, and this is a government that is capable with capacity. The DBSA has realized a net profit of 5.3 billion and sustainable earnings of 5.1 billion in 2024-2025, both 14% on the prior year. The reflection of this is an excellent within the state and the potential of the state in participating in the financial sector as a reliable financer of states' interventions. This special appropriations reflects the critical role led by the work done by the Infrastructure South Africa, another capable entity, willing and intentional, capable to lead and govern, leading the establishment of the Infrastructure Fund. Since its inception, the Infrastructure Fund has packaged a total of about 26 approved blended financial infrastructure projects with capital value of 102 billion across several sectors, including water, sanitation, those that I've mentioned, and also the energy as well. The budget facility for infrastructure has to date approved 37.5 billion of aggregated capital cost of these projects. Out of these 100 billion provisionally allocated to the infrastructure fund over the 10 years. Allocation to support our rail networks is a major support to the implementation of Operation
Honourable
Vulindlela
Member,
to increase the
Honourable
productivity
Member, will you
of
just take
rail.
Honourable Member, at the podium, will you just take a seat, please? I want to recognize the Honourable Member at the back. Why are you rising, Honourable Member?
Thank you, House Chair. Will the Speaker take a question?
Honourable Member, are you prepared to take a question? The Honourable Member is not prepared to take a question. You may continue.
The DBSA, once again, and reports of various organs of the state have reported on the backlog of infrastructure, whether economic and social. This reality requires the government to continue to crowd in private capital, including through investment by public investment corporation. Our financial sector has adequate resources. The gap is in asset allocation and inadequate capabilities and the capacity to invest funds in a timely manner. The increase in the balance sheet of the DBSA should be prioritized in line with this strategy. The ANC calls for the increase in asset allocation by institutional finances to increase infrastructure development, continuing for economic growth. The leverage of private capital should not erode the capabilities of the state, but rather build the capabilities of the state. The state should continue to protect and advance its participation in the key industries such as the energy sector and the transport. The key aspects that ought to be considered in the formation of this credit guarantee vehicle that is allocated 1.8 billion backed by the $350 million in World Bank funding, aiming to leverage 10 million rands in capital and create nearly 1 million jobs. This vehicle will support the transmission infrastructure and planned reforms. We must be cautious in our approach, however, to the credit guarantee vehicle to ensure that blended finance is prioritized, to ensure the state participates in the majority of these projects and strategic ownership of assets is retained in the long term. This is as critical as ceding the market share of the state to private sector players, using the state capabilities with severe long-term implications for the country. Many countries that have enabled the participation of private sector players in key network industries have reversed their decisions, as private provisions of bulk public services can be impacted by higher market prices and inefficiencies due to private players prioritizing profit margins. The implementation of the Public Procurement Bill is also a key instrument to support localization and domestic beneficiations of minerals and other primary goods. Our increased infrastructure should support businesses owned by youth, women, and people with disabilities. Infrastructure should have a developmental, lasting legacy impact for domestic producers and local producers of infrastructure inputs. The credit guarantee vehicle should also prioritize social infrastructure to improve access to education, enhance our health system for the implementation of the National Health Insurance. Achieving the universal access to healthcare is an important priority. Ensuring our schools have adequate infrastructure that meets the minimal norms and standards is also fundamental enabler of the education system that responds to the needs of our children. Overcrowding and multiple temporary classrooms are not sustainable, and the understanding of labor migration patterns should shape areas of investment. The ANC welcomes the increased contribution of the GTAC, AC, DBSA, and MISA in support of local municipalities. Fixing local government requires a whole of government approach through the DDM. Our government has the capabilities and government systems to harness the pockets of excellence and specialities within the state entities to produce positive social economic outcome. Of course, I'm not surprised that the rejection of the MK to this special appropriations bill is mainly based on them referring to this document as just a document to surrender. As the African National Congress, we refuse to surrender our middle class, our working strata group into drowning into exorbitant transport costs which stifle their livelihood and not transform their livelihood, and continue to have increases in all other costs, food, health, and others. And a developmental state, again, is our aspiration to have an entity such as the SABC compete globally. And being competitive does mean that we have to allocate appropriately. We have to allocate adequately to avoid being subjected to doing this damage control of a narrative that is false, of a South Africa that is a genocide, which SABC seems to be failing in leading this narrative. Of course, lastly, I'm not surprised with why the EFF is just rejecting, because their chronic desire to grandstand on any solution that is not coming from them, or any solution that is pro-developmental state of South Africa for the people of South Africa. And it's rather a disability of theirs if any solution does not come from them, even if it works. So there is in this special appropriation bill, we seek to show that there is capability, there is intentionality of a developmental agenda, and there's no need to go around.
Honourable Member, please take your seat. What's the point of order, Honourable Member?
House Chair,
Order, Honourable Members. I want to hear the point of order.
will the member take a question, because I don't think she's reading with comprehension.
No.
Will she take a question?
Are you prepared to take a question? The member is not prepared to take a question. Please proceed. Order, Honourable Members.
They have many chronic diseases. So now they're talking understanding and so forth. It's their chronic desire, really, to grandstand on anything. This special appropriations bill seeks to show how capable our entities that are existing don't need reform of any form. We just need to back them up, reinforce them, and appropriate and adequate legislation that enables
Honourable
an
Member, your
agenda
time
of a
has
developmental
expired. Thank
state
you.
to be realized. Thank you. Amanda.
Order. The next speaker is the Honourable Minister of Finance. Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members.
Honorable House Chair, I suspect I must start by doing a bit of education. A bit of education. Section 30, subsection 2 of the PFMA suggests the following, that I come to Parliament and say, within the available resources, I couldn't find A, B, C. That's subsection 2. However, should the resources be available, I will come back to Parliament. When you mention something in the budget speech, you are not putting back door, as some honorable member trying to suggest. We are being transparent to Parliament and say, with the available resources, I couldn't find the following priorities. But should the resources be available, I'm going to come back to Parliament. That's what I've done. It's not a back door. The second issue I want to raise is the issue of the transport sector. As the issue of the transport sector. There's a distinction. I don't think all of us understand what privatization is. Privatization is selling a state-owned asset to the private sector. That's what privatization is. The current approach we're doing on the freight rail side is to say with the existing capacity within Transnet is insufficient. And therefore, we're inviting private sector to augment. That's not privatization. That's not privatization at all. And what you are doing, somebody says, no, we're trying to please the mining industry. Of course, yes. The mining industry provides jobs to South Africans. Like any other sector in the economy, we've got an interest in that sector being functional in order to provide the required jobs in this economy. It also provides income to support all of us. Even the increase you were voting for last time is because of the taxes paid, but among others, the mining sector. On the passenger rail side, I'm more than happy to come to the committee and explain how the Gibela contract works. It seems to me people do not understand how that contract works. But let me, before that, explain what the MTF is about. When we introduced the medium-term expenditure framework, we were allowing departments to plan over a longer time horizon. What that means is that you can commit a budget because you know the numbers over a 3-year period. There's nothing wrong with that at all. And failure to understand that what PRASA did was to contract with Gibela to supply 600 locomotives. And therefore, Gibela will pay every time a Gibela delivers locomotives. There's nothing that says you are paying wrongly in doing that. So people must understand what is happening in that environment. Somebody complains about the 1 billion for the IFC. Let me say how much is the IFC spending in this country right now.
Honourable Minister, will you just take your seat, please? I want to recognize the honourable member who has his hand up.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. No, I'm not going to pick on any of his clothing today.
Please
Will
address
the
me,
Minister-
Honourable Reddy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
will the minister be prepared to take a question on his role in the Fidentia Group of
Honorable
companies?
members, I can't hear the Honorable Reddy. I can't hear the Honorable Reddy. Honorable Reddy?
Yes, I would like to know if the minister would like to take a question on his role.
No,
in the
Honorable
Fidentia-
Member, let's first
Fidentia
determine if the
Group of
Honorable
companies.
Minister will take a question or not. Before I allow you to put the question, are you prepared? The Honorable Minister is not prepared to take a question. Please proceed, Honorable Minister.
Serious matter.
Whilst the Honorable Reddy will now take his seat. Thank you.
Thank you.
Somebody has complained about R1 billion to the IFC. Let me quote some of the expenditures of the IFC in this country as we speak. The city of Johannesburg, they're spending 750 million rand. They're spending Entumungeni 1.2 billion rand. They're spending through TCA in Mkomazi 2.4 billion rand. They're spending 2.5 billion rand in Cape Water. That translates into 6.9 billion rand. You round it up into 7 billion rand. That's an amount, that 1 billion rand is a once-off. We may probably discuss the shares in the World Bank in 2030. This is the amount in exchange of what we are spending on. One member says we should have consequence management. Treasury does not have authority over other departments. Each department has got its own executive authority. That must ensure consequence management. When we allocated 2 billion rand for Parliament, for the construction of Parliament, at that point in time, the numbers were not finalized. We gave Parliament 2 billion rand as the first tranche, subject to further numbers being finalized. And those numbers have been finalized, and I'm told that the State of the Nation address next year will be in the rebuilt Parliament. In this budget, we're supporting democracy. We're supporting democracy. An efficient and an effective IEC is in the interest of the democratic dispensation of this country. It's in the interest of that order. Among other things, we're providing money for disaster in a number of areas which has been affected by floods. If we are voting against this adjustment, you are then suggesting that those communities must not be helped through the disasters. That's the precise meaning. As I close, I can finally lodge a formal note against Honorable Reddy. Because Honorable Reddy the other time pointed at me here, and the next thing, the social media is full of me without pens. It's because of you. I thank the committee for this tremendous work. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, that concludes the debate. Are there any objections to the bill being read a first time? There are objections. Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Despite Honorable Siate's failed obfuscation attempt and the misreading of the financials is the very reason
Honorable Member,
that
what is your point?
We reject this one. Thank you.
Honorable Member.
Thank you, Chair. We as the MK Party also reject.
Okay, those are objections. I now put the question. Those in favor will say aye. And those against will say no. I think the ayes have it. You see, Honorable Reddy, numbers count. You can scream loud, but numbers still count if you look at this. Honorable members, I indicated I think the ayes have it. The objections of those parties that have indicated will be recorded. The bill will be read a first time.
Special Appropriations 2025-26 Financial Year Bill.
The Secretary will read the fifth order.
Second reading, Special Appropriation 2025-26 Financial Year Bill.
As there is no list of speakers, are there any objections to the bill being read a second time?
House Chair,
Yes, Honourable Member.
please note the objection of the EFF and you call for a division.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 5 minutes.
We're happy the Chief Whip of MK paid attention this time.
We didn't ask you.
Papawing.
We didn't ask you.
Windoda nomuthuli. Whip of the MK doesn't need attention.
We are happy.
Honorable members, will you take up your allocated seats? The doors will remain closed. Thank you. Honorable members, will you take up your allocated seats? Honourable members, the Speaker has determined that in accordance with the rules, a manual voting procedure will be used for this division. Firstly, in order to establish a quorum, I will request the table to confirm that we have the requisite number of members physically present in the chamber to take this decision. Party whips will then be given an opportunity to confirm the number of their members present and indicate if they vote for or against the question. A member who wishes to abstain or vote against the party vote may do so by informing the chair. Having confirmed that we do have the requisite quorum, we will now proceed. The question before the House is that the special appropriation bill be read a second time. Voting will now commence and the doors to the chamber will remain locked, and members will not be allowed to enter the chamber platform until voting is concluded. Whips, could you please confirm the numbers of your members present and indicate if they vote for or against the question? The ANC.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon. The ANC with 132 members is voting in support. Thank you.
The DA.
Thank you, House Chair. The DA with 75 members votes in favour.
MK.
Thank you, Chair. The MK Party with 42 members vote against.
The EFF.
Thank you, House Chair. EFF, 35 members in the House, voting definitely against.
Thank you. IFP.
Thank you, Chair. The IFP with 13 vote in favour.
Thank you. The PA.
Thank you, Chair. Patriotic Alliance with 5 members voting in favour.
Thank you. FF Plus.
Thank you, House Chairperson. We are 4 members and we vote in support.
Thank you. Action SA.
Action SA with 5 members, we vote against.
Thank you. The ACDP.
The ACDP with 2 members votes against.
The UDM. UDM. Rise.
Rise, 1 member, we support.
BOSA.
BOSA with 2 members in the House votes in support.
Thank you. ATM. Al-Jama.
Al-Jama, 1 member in the House, votes in support.
The NCC. The PAC. UAT.
The UAT vote against.
Thank you. Good. Is there any member that wishes to abstain or vote differently to their party? There's none. Thank you. The voting session is now closed. Honourable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. There's no abstentions. 85 voted against and 233 voted in favour. The question is accordingly agreed to and the Secretary will read the bill a second time.
Special Appropriation 2025-26 Financial Year Bill.
The bill will be sent to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence. Honorable members, the secretary will read the sixth order.
Consideration of report of Standing Committee on Appropriations on Division of Revenue Bill.
I now recognize the Honorable Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Chair. I move that the report be adopted. Thank you.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections?
House Chair, please
The
note.
Thank you, Chair. We object.
MK, I recognize the MK Chief Whip.
We object.
Objection.
House Chair, we object and call for a division.
Honorable member, we are going into a debate as well, but if you call for a division now on the report, I will allow that, and the bells will be rung for 5 minutes. Order, honorable members, will you take up your allocated seats? Honorable members, will you take up your allocated seats? Honorable Lekanyane, will you take up your seats there, please? Thank you. Thank you. Honorable members, as previously indicated, a manual voting procedure will be utilized. And once a quorum has been established from the table, we will ask party whips to indicate whether they vote for or against. Members wishing to abstain or to vote differently from their party position may do so by informing the chairperson. Having confirmed that we do have a requisite quorum, we will now proceed. The question before the House is that the report of the Standing Committee on Appropriations on the division of revenue bill be agreed to. Voting will now commence and the doors will remain locked, and members will not be allowed to enter or to exit the chamber. I will now request the whips to confirm the number of their members present and also indicate if they vote for or against the question. The ANC.
Thank you, Chair. The ANC with 131 members is voting in favor. Thank you.
The DA.
Thank you, House Chair. The DA with 74 members in the House vote in favor.
MK.
Thank you, Chair. The MK Party with 42 members votes against.
Thank you. The EFF.
Thank you, House Chair. EFF with 35 members in the House vote against.
Thank you. IFP.
Thank you, Chair. The IFP with 13 votes in favor.
Thank you. PA.
Thank you, Chair. Patriotic Alliance with 5 members voting in favor.
Thank you. FF Plus.
Thank you, House Chair. The Freedom Front Plus with 4 members voting in favor.
Noted. Action SA.
Action SA with 5 members, we support.
Thank you. ACDP.
The ACDP with 2 members supports.
Thank you. UDM. RISE.
Rise, 1 member with support.
Thank you. POSA.
BOSA with 2 members supports.
Thank you. Al Jama.
Al Jama, 1 member in support.
Thank you. NCC. PAC. The UAT.
The UAT vote against.
That's 1 against. And Good. Good is not in the House. Is there any member that wishes to abstain or vote differently to their party? I omitted the ATM. Is ATM here? No, they're absent. Is there any member that wishes to abstain or vote differently to their party? There's none. The voting session is now closed. Honorable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. There's no abstention, 78 voted against and 238 voted in favor. And the question is thus agreed to. The Secretary will read the 7th order.
Second reading debate, Division of Revenue Bill.
I now recognize the chairperson of the committee, the Honorable Maimane, to introduce the report.
Bagaetsho le tla dumela. In a number of weeks ago, the Standing Committee on Appropriation went to KZN to listen to submissions from ordinary citizens about what they think should be done with their money. I rise today not just to table a bill, but to tell you at least what a young woman who came to the public hearings stated. This was a South African who suffered with albinism. She stood up in the meeting and spoke about how she was unemployed. She lived in a community that had no water. She was still fighting the government to get her house. And worst of all, when she went to a hospital, I remember this, it struck me deeply, because she said, for what you and I, suntan lotion, might or might not mean, for her, it was a health necessity. When we deal with the division of revenue bill, we must recognize we are responding to citizens like her and the 57% of citizens who live below the upper poverty line. We do so reflecting about how the 1 rand is structured in the 62% of the social wage. But honorable members, these crises that citizens face indicate the fact that people are running out of money before the end of the month. These are citizens who are all saying they can't afford to live in our country. So when the Auditor General says that there are 161 material irregularities in spheres of government that amount to a staggering 9.7 billion rands, all of us should make a stand and we should take on those departments. The Standing Committee on Appropriations recognizes the fact that this budget is an indicator of the fact that 48.9% is allocated to national, 41.7% to provinces, and 9.4% to local government. It also tells us a story about the fact that 63% of municipalities are in financial distress. 3/4 of municipalities fail to meet the basics in clean audit. So, against this backdrop, rising inflation, where food inflation is now at 4.5%, where housing and utilities inflation is at 5%, electricity is up at 68% in the last 5 years, we have to act and we have to intervene. So I want to welcome a few additions that have been put in the special appropriation, in this division of revenue bill. Firstly, to say to the Minister of Finance, Madiba, thank you for hearing the cries of that woman in Westville and reducing the fuel levy by 3 rands last month. I want to thank you for that. Ndifuna ndikucenge kwakhona, ndithi the next month and the month that's coming, given the continued war, masenzi into. Ukhisveta uchilo pa, uba we've got 2 trillion rands that's already, they've exceeded. If we can afford it as government, masincede abantu bethu, bayasokola. Furthermore, honorable members, I want to affirm the fact that ultimately, if we continue the work of shielding consumers against this, we must work even harder to ensure that we can grow the economy, hold entities that are not performing to account, and as the committee wanted to focus on a number of key aspects. We welcome the allocations that have been done, particularly into provinces in the sectors of education and health. In conclusion, honorable members, what we ought to do in shielding citizens against this affordability crisis is make sure we deliver on the services that they require. We welcome the peaking of the debt to GDP ratio. We welcome the fact that we've done interventions to move South Africa out of grey listing. Now the hard work of growing the economy begins. Now the hard work of ensuring that we increase gross capital formation is increased. We welcome the work that must be done through TARS to make sure that agencies that are not delivering against what they are doing must be held accountable. And so, in reflection of this bill and the efforts that have been made by National Treasury, I want to welcome the Division of Revenue Bill for 2026 and commit it to this House for adoption. As Bill 1 South Africa we support. Diabulela enkosi.
The next speaker is the Honorable Segede.
Thank you, House Chair. Moving from oversight to intervention to fix local government. We debate the 2026 Division of Revenue Bill in a time when the world is confronted with economic volatility due to the aggression of the USA and Israel against Iran. The blockade of the Strait of Hormuz has reminded us again that we are part of a global interconnected economy. The assumptions that informed the 2026 fiscal framework have changed, and the National Treasury will be required to make various adjustments in the medium-term budget policy statement in October. We welcome the fuel levy reduction by the Minister as a measure to lessen the impact of the fuel increase. One of the major shifts in the orientation of the National Treasury is moving from oversight to intervention. The ANC welcomes this orientation as our Constitution requires cooperative governance that ensures the three spheres of government are collectively responsible for the realization of the Bill of Rights. Interventions by the Presidency to resolve load shedding and the establishment of the eThekwini Task Team and the Johannesburg Task Team are some of the key flagship interventions which have improved living conditions in eThekwini, and load shedding is a thing of the past. In Mpumalanga, SANRAL was involved in road infrastructure projects, supporting municipalities, and a number of municipal routes are being supported by SANRAL. With regards to water infrastructure, the National Department is currently supporting a number of municipalities beyond the provision of bulk water infrastructure to ensure reticulation is developed and water reaches households. A major aspect that should be developed is ensuring that interventions lead to improved capabilities with local municipalities. With 63%, 162 of municipalities in financial distress in 2023-2024, and provinces struggle to balance compensation costs and service delivery outputs, this approach has reached its limit. The Division of Revenue introduces measures that seek to enhance policy implementation at a local government level through clauses that allows the National Treasury to reallocate funds in non-performing local municipalities to its district municipalities that have the capacity to spend the funds and to serve the constituencies allocated such budgets. Furthermore, the DORA includes a clause to allow for the conversion of Schedule 5 to Schedule 6 allocations for non-performing local municipalities to ensure national implementation either directly or via another organ of state, including SOEs. These provisions in the DORA bring about a new approach that demands performance from municipalities, and failure of implementation should lead to the state utilizing some of its critical entities to execute the projects because communities lose the most due to municipalities in distress. These are the tangible measures to fix local government and to improve service delivery, thereby leaving no one behind. The Division of Revenue is allocated considering various factors and further aims to close the inequalities across different municipalities due to their capacity. This is evident with the higher per capita allocation for municipalities in rural areas and those with revenue limitations. The vertical divisions of revenue allocated 48.2% to the national government, 42.3% to the provincial government, and 9.5% to local government. The provincial equitable share is largely allocated to provide critical social services that support economic development and growth while ensuring the well-being of all South Africans. The provincial equitable share allocates 48% for education based on school-age population and learner enrollment in public ordinary schools, and 27% for health based on provincial risk profiles and caseloads. It is for this reason that the ANC manifesto priority for focusing on elderly childhood development in prioritized in the medium term with the early childhood development grant. Investment having an increase by 115.8%. This is a lifetime investment the government is making to create equal opportunities for all our children regardless of their background. The massive access and support for learners such as the school nutrition program and scholar transport are there to support the success of our children, and areas we need to increase on our focus and have allocation to support its programs that prepare our children for the digital economy and the changing world. Our education should produce innovators and place the country at the cutting edge of global innovation and production of new technologies indeed. The ANC has truly embedded a fiscal framework that places education and priority number one, and the results are evident for all to see. Today, having a degree, a master's, or a doctorate is no longer a privilege of the few and those who can afford. Through NASFAS and the National Research Foundation, we provide a pipeline for children to succeed to the highest level of education. As public representatives, we should focus on the cultivation and culture that prioritize education in our constituencies and ensure we encourage our children and youth to succeed. The allocation for the municipal largely support infrastructure programs for municipal disaster recovery, urban resettlement development, public transport network, regional bulk infrastructure, amongst other direct conditional grants at the tune of 57 billion. This is a direct supplement of local generated revenue, and the equitable share increase overall support the municipalities. The ANC is confident that through the white paper review, a reimagined system will be implemented to improve local government funding and functioning. The white paper proposal includes a more differentiated system in which functions are assigned according to demonstrated capacity. As part of the stimulus to respond to the coronavirus pandemic impact, the President introduced a presidential employment stimulus as a mechanism to tackle the high level of unemployment and to give the youth and the unemployed opportunities to acquire skills while providing support to government programs, acquiring real-life work experience which open doors for other work opportunities. The DORA allocates 1.2 billion for the presidential employment stimulus, continuing with the critical work of job creation. The creation of jobs requires the participation of all organs of state and the private sector to increase investment in programs and projects that create decent jobs opportunities. The ANC supports the Division of Revenue Bill as an instrument to support government policy implementation to improve the living conditions of all suffragans, particularly the poor and the marginalized. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honourable Mwale.
Chairperson, members of this House, today, as Umkhonto weSizwe, we stand firm in rejection of the 2026 Division of Revenue Bill. We do not believe that this tabled budget is in the interest of the people of South Africa, No, it is a budget to rescue the struggling masses of our people from their winter of despair. We are of the strong view that this budget is designed to protect the interest of the economic elite and the close allies of President Ramaphosa and his white monopoly capital aligned criminal syndicates, while systematically excluding our people, our poor people from being active participant in the economy they should belong to. What the so-called government of national unity present here is not unity. Instead, it is governance through managed compliance, government by memo, not by mandate. This GNU formed through a glaring contradictions and political opportunism now governs at the instruction of the unelected elites acting as proxies of multinational corporations, global rating agencies, and neoliberal forces and billionaires' interests. What has this GNU delivered to our people? It increased fuel levies driving up the cost of food and transport and education at administered prices, a real-term per capita decline in the essential budget for health, education, and policies. Because of the lack of engineering capability and capacity, billions remain unspent in school infrastructure, in school infrastructure fund, left untouched while our children sit on overcrowded classrooms without textbooks, without desks, without water and toilets. The GNU has gifted our people with high electricity tariffs that strangle small businesses and poor households alike. The GNU is now moving briskly to privatize water again taking from the poor to give the few elites. The hypocrisy of this government is staggering. Some fringe political parties support a budget that protects the rich and inflates fuel levy, which disproportionately harm the poor. The so-called GNU is a state capture by different means. It is the real capture, not the persuade or state capture tale of yesterday, but the one where economic decisions are made by unelected actors behind closed doors. While Parliament became a rubber stamp, the Operation Vulindlela is a nerve center of the elected elites, rubber stamping the wishes of the unelected white privilege. The numbers paint a glaring picture of this economic betrayal manufactured by the so-called GNU. 41% on national unemployment, 35.5% unemployment amongst women, 65.5% amongst the youth, and 11.7% unemployment amongst university graduates. Is it a developmental state or is it a broken economy in terminal decline? Billion in unspent local government infrastructure funds, while communities face collapsing roads, broken clinics, non-existent sanitation. A projected GDP growth at a rate of 1.8, a number so fancifully and creative that even the Financial and Fiscal Commission and the Parliamentary Budget Office have rejected in its pure fancies. We cannot build a credible nation on the economy. We cannot build a credible nation on economic fiction. We cannot claim to serve the people while we suppress the wages of frontline workers and pump billions in bailouts or on state-owned enterprises, which the ANC deliberately collapsed by employing managers that are incompetent. Rising debt service costs as a percentage of GDP are as a result of stagnant economy. This bill is not just economically reckless, it is socially explosive. Service delivery riots in Eastern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal are no accident. They are a direct result of rolling blackouts, unaffordable electricity tariffs, government's refusal to intervene meaningfully in the economy to reduce poverty. Now we have fashion-based laws that allows the Road Accident Fund to legally pay undocumented foreign nationals in this republic. Who does that? While our republic does not manage and control the influx of illegal and undocumented foreign nationals, this division of revenue bill provides no relief on the poor, and prioritizes debt payment while local government collapse and communities sit in darkness. So as Umkhonto weSizwe, we reject this division of revenue bill out of a commitment to justice, sovereignty, and true economic liberation. Enye into eyenza ukuthi singayi-support le bill, ngeke support ibill ezothatha imali ifake emaphaketheni abantu abathile abakhona la. Abanye bayavela lapha kwimadlanga ngoba bazi ukuthi imali yahulumeni futhi ize emaphaketheni engabe imali esiza abantu. Abantu abakhumbuleke nje besiyovota ukuthi baniphuce amandla bawanikeze abantu abazodeliver. Siyabonga.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honorable Wakeland.
Honorable Chairperson and honorable members. Last year, this time, I highlighted how successful the DA municipalities and provinces were with the allocation they received from the DORA bill. This year, I will tell you about the number one reason why municipalities, departments, provinces, and SOEs are failing us, but I'll tell you about that a little bit later. Let's fix the state and not just the budget. Honorable Chairperson, we stand here today in a new political reality. A government of national unity, a moment that demands both honesty and responsibility. Honesty about how we got here, and responsibility about what we do next. Yes, this budget reflects important shifts. A move towards fiscal stabilization, a recognition that municipalities are in distress, and an acknowledgement that the current system is no longer working. These changes are not happening because the system succeeded. They are happening because the system has failed us. And that failure has been building over more than 30 years. After 3 decades of ANC government, we are faced with a state where 63% of municipalities are in financial distress. Infrastructure backlog continue to grow. Service delivery is deteriorating, and economic growth remains low. This is not a temporary downturn. It's a systemic governance failure, and it did not happen by accident. It is the result of political choices. At the heart of this choice lies the ANC policy that has weakened the state to its core, and that is called the cadre deployment policy. For years, the state was not built on merit, capability, or professional administration, but on political loyalty to and deployment of the ANC of its cadres. Cadres filled positions not to strengthen the state, but to secure political control over it. And the consequences are now visible everywhere. A weak financial management, a poor projected execution, a collapsing municipality, and a complete absence of consequence management. You cannot build a capable state on a foundation of ANC political deployment. And until we confront that truth honestly, no reform will be deep enough to fix what is broken. This is why we now face the central contradiction of this budget. We are spending more, yet we are delivering less. The report itself confirms a declining real per capita spending, persistent infrastructure delays, and underperforming conditional grants. And yet for years, the response has been the same by these cadres. These cadres say, allocate more money, avoid accountability, and protect the system. That approach has not worked before, and it certainly will not work now. Nowhere is this failure more visible than in local government. Municipalities receive a share of their budget, but carry unfunded mandates of over 31 billion rand. They are expected to perform, but are structurally constrained, politically interfered with, and administratively weakened. This is not simply a funding problem. It's a capacity crisis that was created of years of cadre deployment, political interference, and choices. Last year, Treasury had to resort to freezing the equitable share of 18 municipalities in order to force them to meet their financial obligations. To water boards, it goes without saying that none of them were DA municipalities. Later that same year, it has threatened the same process to 75 municipalities. And I want to highlight this, of which 15 of 22 was in the Northwest, which was part of that. Honourable members, being part of the government of national unity does not mean ignoring the reality. It means confronting it. It means recognizing that we cannot continue defending systems that have clearly failed us, that we cannot continue protecting underperformance, and that we cannot repeat the same mistakes under a new political arrangement. Despite the intervention mentioned, too many municipalities waste money on projects that were never built, employees that don't exist, and favors for the political connected. But to be fair, there are elements in this budget that move in the right direction. There is recognition of municipal dysfunction. Some movements are towards reform, a focus of fiscal stabilization, and also an attempt to reprioritize spending towards infrastructure. These are necessary steps, but they are not sufficient because a central weakness still remains. There are still deployed cadres in the system that has got no accountability. We continue to see weak consequence management, no automatic penalties for failure, and a continued tolerance of underperformance by these cadres. The committee calls for performance-linked funding, stronger monitoring, and better reporting. But without enforcement, these remain good intentions rather than outcomes. This is why the Democratic Alliance is advancing a different approach, grounded in a simple principle. Public money must deliver public value. That means linking funding to performance, introducing milestone-based payment for infrastructure, enforcing automatic clawbacks where delivery fails, and ensuring transparent reporting so that Parliament and the public can see what is being achieved. The era of blank checks must come to an end. Honourable Speaker, Honourable Chair, the GNU presents us with an opportunity to fundamentally change this direction. The move from cadre deployment to professionalism, from spending to delivery, from excuses to accountability. But Speaker, this will require political courage, and it will require us to confront uncomfortable truths. We cannot build the future by pretending the past did never happen. We cannot fix the state without fixing how it's governed. And we cannot deliver for South Africans without ending the culture of cadre deployment. The Democratic Alliance will engage constructively in this government of national unity, but we will not compromise on one principle. South Africans deserve a capable state, not a deployed one, and every budget, every allocation, and every decision must move us closer to that goal. Cadre deployment must stop. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honourable Mahotwe.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Greetings to the Commander-in-Chief of the only credible economic emancipation movement formed by the blood of Marikana massacred workers that continues to belong to the poor, the working class, and all progressive South Africans. House Chair, the people of South Africa can be rest assured that as the EFF, we're going to appeal the malicious conviction and sentencing of the CIC, which was driven by racist AfriForum's persistent persecution. It was a racist-driven conviction and sentencing delivered by a racist judge who seeks to strip us as a people with a long and proud history of honoring, celebrating, and saluting our heroes, as was the case during the funeral of Chris Hani. Our president is being persecuted by racists who roam freely, committing acts that border on treason, spreading falsehoods about a non-existent genocide simply because of his love for black people and his unrelenting support for Palestine and Cuba. We will not retreat, will not surrender. We will appeal this matter all the way to the highest court in the land. House Chair, the bill before the National Assembly, the Division of Revenue Bill, is the legal instrument that allocates 2.4 trillion budget across the national, provincial, and municipal spheres of government. It is arguably the most important fiscal framework before this House because it determines whether our people in municipalities will have water, electricity, sanitation, functioning roads, waste collection services, internal state capacity, and adequately resourced municipal police to enforce bylaws. We want to remind this House that in 2025, we reached a progressive agreement at the Standing Committee on Appropriations that the proposed DOR tabled by the Minister of Finance must be amended. We agreed on this at the majority of committee members, including the chairperson of the Standing Committee, Dr. Musa Maimani, before the Minister of Finance withdrew the bill. We had all agreed that the fact that municipalities receive only 9.4% of nationally raised revenue is fundamentally flawed and unsustainable. We had further agreed that municipalities continue to adopt unfunded budget to the tune of more than 30 billion rands, and that the majority of them do not adequately budget for infrastructure repairs and maintenance. It is an undeniable fact that the majority of municipalities are in distress. We are told that more than 63% of municipalities are in financial distress, and we are of the view that this figure is in essence, much higher. We say that all municipalities in the country and many others are in varying degrees of financial distress. We took all of these factors and many more into account and agreed that the DOR bill must be amended. What remained was to agree on the quantum of the increase. We proposed that it be increased to at least 14% of national raised revenue. Others suggested a phased incremental increase, while the chairperson himself proposed that we consider the submission by SALGA. But what is critical is that we had reached a consensus. Members, the fact that we are now back in this House, once again expected to adopt a DOR that changes nothing, is a clear demonstration of policy stagnation and a failure of political will. We are approaching the 2026 local government elections, yet we are not going to create jobs. We're not going to provide reliable water and electricity. We're not going to clean illegal dumping sites, and we're not going to provide our people with dignified sanitation. This is madness, Chairperson. This is doing the same thing over and over again while expecting the different results. It is not going to help us. What the Minister suggests when he speaks of implementing measures to revitalize long-term financial planning without confronting the fundamental imbalance of the DOR is nothing more than wishful thinking. It will not give him or us the results that we want. We are being asked to adopt a fiscal framework and division of revenue that only functions if we deliberately choose to ignore the lived realities of our people with regards to unemployment, crime, poverty, gender-based violence, malnutrition, collapsing infrastructure, potholes, and the growing number of indigent households without access to electricity and water. That is the choice being presented before us, to ignore the reality in favor of technical compliance. By adopting this DOR in its current form, the House is choosing to maintain a system that fails the majority. We are choosing apartheid economy. The EFF rejects the proposed DOR tabled by the Minister of Finance because it does the exact opposite of that the minister claims to do. Instead of resolving the crisis, it deepens them even further. It is unashamedly perpetuating poverty and reproducing the structural conditions of apartheid under a black democratic government. Our people continue to suffer, and this House cannot, in good conscience, endorse a fiscal framework and a division of revenue bill that entrenches the suffering of our people. The EFF will not support this division of revenue bill. Thank you.
The next speaker is the Honorable Hadebe.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The Division of Revenue Bill remains a cornerstone of our constitutional democracy, as it gives practical effect to the equitable sharing of nationally raised revenue among the three spheres of government in line with the Constitution. It is through this framework that provinces and municipalities are empowered to fulfill their service delivery responsibilities and respond to the needs of our people. As the IFP, we approach this debate with a sense of responsibility that reflects both our principles and our role in government, particularly in advancing reforms within the local government sphere. We recognize that this bill provides a structured and predictable framework for the allocation of resources, enabling planning, coordination, and transparency across all spheres. These are necessary foundations for a capable and developmental state. At the same time, Chairperson, we must acknowledge that the success of this framework ultimately depends on the strength of institutions at the provincial and local government. While the system of equitable share and conditional grants is sound in design, persistent challenges in municipal governance continues to affect outcomes. Issues such as underspending on infrastructure, weaknesses in financial management, and administrative inefficiencies remain evident in several municipalities across the country. The IFP recognizes that meaningful steps are already being taken to address these challenges, including efforts to stabilize municipalities, improve financial oversight, and build institutional capacity. These reforms are important and must be supported as they form part of a broader effort to restore functionality and public confidence in local government. However, progress must be sustained and strengthened as communities cannot afford delays in service delivery. The bill also provides mechanisms for the withholding and reallocation of funds in instances of non-compliance. While these are necessary safeguards to protect public resources, they must be applied with care and balance. Interventions should correct governance failures without inadvertently penalizing communities that depend on these funds for essential services. In this regard, a cooperative approach that combines accountability with targeted support is essential. Chairperson, many municipalities continue to operate under significant structural constraints, including limited revenue bases and increasing service delivery demands. The equitable share must therefore continue to fulfill its redistributive purpose, while reforms focus on improving governance, enhancing capacity, and ensuring that allocated funds are spent effectively and in line with their intended purpose. In conclusion, Honorable Chairperson, the IFP supports the Division of Revenue Bill as a necessary instrument to advance cooperative governance and equitable development. At the same time, we emphasize that the true measure of this bill lies in its implementation. It must translate into improved service delivery, strengthened institutions, and tangible improvements in the daily lives of South Africans. I thank you.
I now recognize the Honourable Silves.
Once again, I proudly greet you in the wonderful name of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Wenkia Ahuniki. We have spent the last few days deeply embedded in the pages of the Division of Revenue Bill. Our scrutiny is driven by one purpose: ensuring that the equitable share is truly equitable for the mother in a township, the father in a suburb, and the youth in our informal settlements of areas like Kliptown and Klipspruit, West Johannesburg. We must use this bill as a tool to bridge the gap between the promise of our Constitution and the reality of our streets. When we look at the allocations, we see billions moving towards infrastructure. In KwaZulu-Natal, our Black African, Indian African, and colored African communities, from the busy streets of Chatsworth, Phoenix, to the heart of Umlazi, Port Shepstone, and Kokstad, are watching this budget closely. They are looking for the 464 million set aside for school sanitation to actually reach the schools that need it most. And when we turn to the Western Cape, we hear much talk about world-class infrastructure. We see aspiring mayors who inflates votes and conflates deceptive election campaigning with genuine service delivery. Whilst the true fabric of their organization is reflected by the picture of the white guy in black clothing pretending to pull the boat, when in reality is the guy with black skin and a blue t-shirt who was actually the one pulling the madam in the boat. As the GNU, we must hold each other accountable. We must not allow government ministers to act like DA ministers, like opposition rather than partners. Whether your deployees proudly stands before the country and claims that 41.4 million has been spent on Knoflokskraal. Where is it? Because when you visit, You don't see 41 million worth of pipes or permanent housing. You see a community of Kwe and San descendants reclaiming ancestral land because the system has failed them. Their deployees calls for a containment order. But let us be honest with the South African people, a containment order that limits movement, maps residents like cattle, and restricts the growth of a community is the first step toward an apartheid-style eviction. The white lie of 1652 has become the blue lie of 2026. We are Busman. We are the original defenders and the owners of this land. We are not our parents. We are Knoflokskraal. Looking at the past, we must be honest. What's happening in Johannesburg is also happening in Cape Town. We need someone who is so serious about the urgency of this time to change municipalities that is wearing two watches. Section 17 and 18 of this bill allow for the withholding of funds if you fail to perform. If accounting officers do not implement the smart meters grant to ensure financial stability, or if the informal settlements upgrading partnership doesn't result in dry floors for the people of Dunun and eThekwini, they must be fired. We believe in a South Africa where your dignity isn't determined by your postal code or the color of your skin. The bill provides for rands and cents. The GNU provides the will and the backbone. Let us move forward, ensuring that every cent of this revenue builds a country that finally works for all its people. I thank you. PA supports. Salute.
The Honourable Wessels.
Thank you, Honourable House Chairperson. House Chair, there is no doubt that municipalities across South Africa are in serious trouble. We can all cite examples. We can cite a lot of figures of 60%, more than 60% of municipalities that are currently in distress. We know how little municipalities have clean audits. We know that municipalities across the country owe third parties, such as pension funds, such as medical aids, such as the South African Revenue Fund, monies that they deduct from municipal officials but don't pay over to those third parties. We know that people are not receiving services. We know that infrastructure are not maintained and that it's collapsing, that people are suffering due to a lack of water supply, due to those shortcomings. The question is, will funding solve the problem? And when one goes and looks at two important aspects. Since 2010, the municipal revenue has increased by an average of 360%. Annually, that's about 10% per year that the municipal revenue has increased. Yet, municipalities owe their creditors more and more. They can't pay salaries to officials. They can't maintain the infrastructure, etc. So does the problem lie with revenue? Does it lie with the equitable share formula? Or is there a more deeper crisis in our municipalities which goes to a lack of merit-based appointments, a lack of leadership, and a lack of political stability? Because that is what we see, where there is no actual accountability, where there's no municipal councillors, officials in these municipalities that are in distress that actually stands up and does the right thing. They are not there to serve the people, to serve their communities, but rather the majority are there to serve their own needs, to have power, to make certain decisions, to enrich certain contractors, but not to spend the money where it should be spent. The other factor that points to the fact that it can't be a lack of funding is the fact that municipal infrastructure grants are underspent by billions. Those municipalities that can't maintain their infrastructure do not spend it. So they have the money to maintain the infrastructure, to improve the infrastructure. They get these grants from the national fiscus, from national taxpayers' money, but they do not spend it and they return it to national treasury. That shows a lack of financial management, and that needs to be addressed. We can't say that the problem lies with the funding model of municipalities. The danger, though, Chairperson, is that it's very easy then to say we should centralize. We should take away indirect grants. We should rather have it, or direct grants, and make it indirect grants. We should rather spend the money nationally on behalf of these municipalities that do not have the sound leadership and accountability. But that is moving in the wrong direction, because we need to have decision-making closest to the people. Service delivery will not occur if we centralize municipal governance and service delivery. We need to have it closer to the people. The solution lies at the election, where people have the opportunity and the time to elect responsible councillors and responsible municipal leaders. I thank you.
The next speaker is the Honourable Trollip.
Honourable Chairperson, the Division of Revenue Bill before this House gives effect to the equitable allocation of nationally raised revenue across the three spheres of government. It reflects our national priorities and critically our commitment to fund local government. But this is a local government election year, and we cannot debate this bill in isolation from the political reality on the ground. Across South Africa, it is municipalities that have collapsed under the weight of corruption, cadre deployment, and chronic mismanagement. A substantial share of this bill is allocated to local government through the equitable share and conditional grants. These funds are meant to deliver water, sanitation, electricity, refuse removal, and to maintain critical infrastructure, not to fund elections, not to enrich municipal officials, councillors, and other politicians. Yet in municipality after municipality, these basic services are failing. Communities are left without reliable water services, wastewater flows in our streets, into our rivers, and into our oceans. Roads disintegrate, electricity supply becomes increasingly unstable. Honourable Speaker, or Chairperson, the House is not simply the problem is not simply how much we allocate. It's what happens after the money arrives at its destination, the municipality, the coalface where service delivery is to take place. Too often, municipal funding has become a revolving credit card for the governing party, repeatedly topped up by national government, while the same political actors preside over their decline. Billions are transferred, yet infrastructure continues to collapse, and service delivery continues to deteriorate. And equally criminally, underspending has also become the hallmark of dysfunctional municipalities. Money is returned unused to Treasury at the expense of citizens living in dysfunctional municipalities. The Auditor General has consistently highlighted irregular expenditure, weak financial controls, and near total absence of consequence management. But those responsible are rarely held accountable. Instead, they are protected, redeployed, and simply allowed to continue. And the division of revenue continues. Not in Action SA, however. Tshwane Mayor Dr. Nasipi Moyo showed what you do with people who misappropriate public funds or involved in impropriety. Within 1 week, she fired a mayoral committee member who had been implicated in the Madlanga Commission. Many in this House have succumbed to impropriety, but still sit here with no consequence. This is the real crisis facing local government, not just a failure of administration, but a failure of accountability. Action SA supports this bill because municipalities must be funded and communities cannot be punished for the failures of those who govern them. But let us be clear, this support is not an endorsement of the status quo. We must fix local government, which incidentally is Action SA's slogan. We cannot continue to transfer billions to municipalities governed by those who have demonstrated time and again that they cannot be trusted to manage public funds or deliver services. Funding must be matched with strict conditions, measurable performance, and real consequences for failure. Honourable Speaker, while this House will pass this bill today, the South African people will have their opportunity to assess the division of revenue later this year. At the ballot box, voters will decide whether to keep entrusting their municipalities to those who have broken them, or whether to choose a new path, one grounded in accountability, competence, and service delivery. That is where real consequent management will take place. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honourable Swart.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, this bill must be considered against the dramatic geopolitical changes that have occurred since February's budget. And at that time, Honourable Minister, the ACDP said that the ship of public finances was starting to move in the right direction. The economy was expected to grow much faster on the back of improving investor sentiment, healthier state finances, and easing financial conditions. However, the Middle East war, falling commodity prices, and increased pressure has resulted in the IMF cutting South Africa's growth forecast to 1% for 2026. That is below the 1.1% growth rate achieved last year. Now, as we know, lower than projected economic growth results in lower tax revenues, increasing pressure on the budget and on DORA allocations. Chairperson, higher economic growth cannot rely only on consumer spending. It must be driven by fixed investment and improved business confidence. Fixed capital investment contracted sadly last year and remains well below levels needed to generate sustained growth. Surge in fuel prices are combined with rising water and electricity tariffs are placing households under immense financial pressure. And the result is that taxpayers are correctly demanding value for every rand of tax that they are paying. This, the ACDP believes, they are not fully obtaining when one considers the dysfunctional state of most of our municipalities who are responsible for water, sanitation, electricity, roads, and community services. The Auditor General continues to sound the alarm on the crisis at municipal level, with the trend of poor audit outcomes now also relating to some metros. This is deeply concerning when only 4 of the 8 received unqualified audit opinions. Shockingly, 13 municipalities failed to submit financial statements at all. Now, the Minister of Water and Sanitation has correctly last week read municipalities the Riot Act, stating that the time for talk is past. Maybe it is too little too late, but hopefully there will be some recourse in this regard, particularly with local government elections looming. And it is clear that a new model of political leadership is needed. Those candidates that need to be elected who understand stewardship of state resources, who are servant leaders, who are not there to loot and steal, but to serve the people. We need councillors who are competent, able, God-fearing, trustworthy, and who hate dishonest gain. Just think how we could turn around our municipalities if we have those type of councillors elected. And those are the candidates that the ACDP offers. Despite our reservations, the ACDP will support this bill. I thank you.
The Honourable Garner.
I rise today to highlight 2 issues that are typical of the importance of this part of the budget process. And that is the provincial allocations for health on the one hand, and what the state of local government is on the other. Earlier this year, my colleague and the leader of Rise Mzansi, Honorable Zivi, undertook an oversight visit to Grey Hospital in Kong. What he reported is devastating. Unkept, filthy grounds, poor building hygiene, an emergency section overflowing with patients because there aren't enough wards in the hospital and the waiting area is out in the sun or the rain. There aren't enough attendants at the morgue, and the few porters available now attend to the morgue whenever they can. The hospital also did not have an occupational safety certificate. Firstly, we are thankful to the Eastern Cape Provincial Government for rushing to fix some of these problems And we have had positive feedback from residents since. But unfortunately, Grey Hospital is not an exception. It is the norm. Following his visit there, he was inundated with complaints that Bishop Hospital, St. Barnabas Hospital, and many others are also found wanting. Millions of South Africans depend on the public health system, but it is essential, it essentially abuses their rights and dignity through systematic failures. Yes, there are rogue officials, but this is mainly a funding problem. We appeal to the Minister of Finance and the House to start making serious reallocations to the health sector, especially provinces like the Eastern Cape and Limpopo, where most South Africans are poor and can't afford private doctors and hospitals. Health is a basic human right. We have an obligation to provide for it, especially to the most vulnerable. The second area is local government. Municipalities are at the forefront of our national moral obligation to provide basic services. Unfortunately, they are failing. While the funding model needs to be revised as soon as possible, the reality is that municipalities waste funds and are riddled with corruption. The Auditor General is increasingly making findings of causing public harm. House Chair and members, we must enable Treasury to place conditions for the transfer of the local government portion to certain municipalities if we are to stop the wanton theft of public funds. South Africans deserve a better, and only the power of the purse can create the accountability structure so lacking in municipalities. We will support this bill. Councillor Mtramashtur.
Thank you. The Honourable Glaser Webster.
Honourable Chairperson, the Division of Revenue Bill tells a story about the priorities of government, and it is unfortunately not a comfortable story. The bill divides the national budget between the three spheres of government, and only 9% of the budget goes to local government. That is the sphere of government that is responsible for water, for electricity, for sewage, for refuse removal. It is the core face of service delivery. So we have to concede that if this parliament is serious about fixing municipalities, as many in this house would attest to in words, then we must follow it with funding. And that giving local government the smallest share while expecting the biggest delivery is setting municipalities up for failure. And so, Honourable Mautwe, we still do stand with our position that local government needs more funding. That has not changed. There's no two ways about it. But we don't just say that, we propose options to ensure that there is funding for this. Year after year, we pour billions into provincial administrations, yet the bulk of their budgets go to health, they go to education, which are functions that could be managed nationally with greater consistency and less duplication. Instead, we use the funding to maintain layers of bureaucracy that are expensive and that are fragmented. We must ask if provinces in their current form are delivering value for money, and we must ask if they are too politically comfortable to change. Second, we must look at VIP protection for politicians, and that must be ended. This week, the Minister of Finance confirmed to us as BOSA that Treasury cannot cut the 4 billion rand that's spent on VIP protection because there's simply no political will to do so. So essentially, that he can't touch spending on protection for politicians because it is a holy cow. 1 in 5 members of this House benefit from VIP protection as ministers and deputy ministers. So today, we've got to ask the question, what would that 4 billion do at local governments instead? It could build 20,000 new RDP homes. It could hire 13,000 more Metro Police officers a year. It could build 50 more local clinics. It could connect 200,000 households with water and sanitation services. And it could tar hundreds of kilometers of gravel roads. So, Chairperson, when South Africans are told there's only scraps in funding for local government to fund basic services, What we need to go back to is that the problem is not essentially the resources, it's the choices and priorities of this government. I thank you.
Thank you. Is there a speaker on behalf of the ATM? If not, I recognize the Honorable Mtuli.
Honorable House Chair, honorable members, fellow South Africans, I rise in today in support of the review of the white paper on local government, a matter of profound national importance. It is the municipality that must ensure water flows from taps, refuse is collected, roads are maintained, street lights functions, and communities experience the dignity of basic services. When local government works, communities thrive. When it fails, our people suffer first and suffer most. Hence, the African National Congress had declared 2026 as the year of fixing local government as a priority. Over the years, the ANC has acknowledged structural constraints that has impacted the financial viability of many municipalities in rural areas and in locations with low revenue generating capacity. The white paper on local government was visionary in its time. It laid the foundation for developmental local government in democratic South Africa. But honorable members, our country of today is not the country of yesterday. The demands on municipalities have grown, urbanization has accelerated, infrastructure has aged, and unemployment remains high. Communities rightly demand responsive and accountable governance. Therefore, reviewing this white paper is not an academic exercise, it's a practical necessity. The 7th administration has begun the process of the white paper review with the intention of a system-wide reset. The review aims to fix broken service delivery, weak revenue collection system, bloated debtors books, and capacity gaps, fostering a more modern, efficient, and accountable local government structure. A major aspect of the review is the work being done by the National Treasury on the review of the local government fiscal framework. As part of our public participation process on the division of revenue bill, stakeholders have called for an increase in the equitable share allocation for local government, changing the division of revenue distribution, where every rand allocated to local government must translate into visible service delivery. The ANC in Parliament will advance engagements on the local government fiscal framework to ensure municipalities without an adequate tax base are supported by the fiscals, considering different shelters such as the special structure of the municipalities and the cost of service delivery. A municipality in Eastern Cape with a human settlement in distant location and municipality with partial integrated human settlement will have a different cost of delivering a similar basic service, but a rural municipality cost will be higher, requiring more resources despite having a lower population. The local government fiscal framework would be more context. Honorable House Chair, municipalities need qualified and competent officials and ethical administrators. We need professional public servants appointed on merit, not patronage. We need training linked to outcomes, performance linked to consequences. A capable state is not built through speeches. It is built through competent people, clear system, and a culture of accountability. Our constitution established 3 of-government spheres. These spheres are distinctive, interdependent, and interrelated. They are not rivals. They are partners in service of the people. That is corporate governance. We must also speak about the district development model, the DDM. It's an enable mechanism rather than a duplication of the corporate government system. At its core, the DDM 6-1 plan, one budgeting approach, and one district. This is an important principle. Communities do not live in departmental silos. A resident does not separate roads from housing, clinics. People experience government as a whole. I will want to mention to you, honorable members, about the interesting successes of the DDM I witnessed in the ANC-led municipality in Kanyakute, led by Mayor Councillor Spile Mtaka. The district, the national, and the province, they worked together. The focus on water provision through DDM yielded very positive results. Department of Water issued the license water to use to have access on the fifth largest dam in the country, which is Jozini Dam and Upongola River. This water use license has been extended to black farmers who were historically disadvantaged, enhancing their production in the field. Inhlupeko nobupa kwehlile, umkhiqizo wabo muhle kakhulu. It's all over the world. Bayadayisa, bayakwazi ukuyiphilisa. And also this has enabled portable provision of water emachibini ejozini lapha abantu bekungacatshanga ukuthi bonke bathola amanzi 1,000 families in May 2025 bathole amanzi, and also abantu basemaphaya received water in February 2026. So the DDM provides a platform for integrated planning across the spheres, but it must be beyond meetings and paperwork. It must become an instrument of implementation. Plans without delivery are merely promises on paper. Each district plan must contain measurable targets, funded priorities, and transparent reporting. Communities must know what is promised, what is budgeted, and what has been delivered. Honorable members, no review of local government can be complete without emphasizing local economic development. Municipalities are not only service delivery institutions, they are engines of local growth. A municipality that maintains roads, processes permit efficiently, provides reliable electricity. It sends a clear message. Investment is welcomed here. Local economic development means supporting small businesses, townships, enterprises, farmers, tourism, and informal traders and youth entrepreneurs. It means using municipal procurement to stimulate local industry where lawful and practical. It means turning municipal space into centers of commerce. Each and every ward must feel the benefits of economic inclusion. Every town must have growth strategy. This review must also place citizens at the center. Communities want clean governance, honest leadership, and dignified services. They want to be heard before protests become their only language. As part of fixing local government, progress can be highlighted while many challenges remain. In the area of core service delivery, every ANC-led municipality is implementing what-level turnaround plans with defined minimum responses, standards that the delivery of water, sanitation, electricity, and housing is structured. In municipalities such as Inokumkijima, all ward communities are now fully operational, and with the new smart meters which have been installed, 15,000 smart meters, 36 million revenue has been improved in a single month and enable full utilization of infrastructure.
Thank you, Honourable
grants.
Member. Your time has now expired. The Honourable Dr. Mahlatse.
Thank you, Chairperson. Khotso Africa. The Division of Revenue Bill lacks authentic solutions and bold interventions. The recommendation think around the edges, more frameworks, more reviews, but no decisive action to address unemployment, economic injustice, or the hollowing out of public trust. The UAT cannot support the bill that maintains the status quo, failed to build the internal state capacity, and does not deliver on a radical economic transformation. Municipalities are told to have autonomy, yet their spending is prescribed down to the number of roads surfaced, parks built, waste vehicle purchased, and EPW work opportunity created under the grants like the Integrated Urban Development Grant. The bill failed to confront and train system of entrepreneurship within the Department of Basic Education and the Department of Transport, especially in allocation of school bus contracts. Instead of creating sustainable jobs by directly employing qualified drivers from our communities, funds are channeled through tenders, opening doors for misappropriation, embezzlement, and even violence against honest bidders. The bill should promote direct employment, professionalism, and accountability, not enrichment of the few at the expense of many. Provinces are further told that if condition grants fall short, they must fund the deficit from their own equitable share. The poorer the province, the heavier the burden.
Thank you. The Honorable Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I greet you again in the name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. MKP rejects the Division of Revenue 2026 as fundamentally flawed in its design and policy direction and its political direction. Let us stop pretending. This Division of Revenue Bill is not fixing South Africa in real terms at all. It is managing a crisis that is getting worse year in and year out. We are told that this is an equitable division of revenue, but there is nothing equitable about a system where only 9.5% of national revenue goes to local government. The very sphere that must deliver water, sanitation, electricity, and roads and housing is collapsing due to severe underfunding because of the World Bank and IMF loan conditionalities, loans that we did not need because we have our own resources. Over 60% of municipalities in South Africa are in financial distress. More than 300 billion is owed to Eskom by municipalities. Non-revenue water losses in some areas exceed 40%. Infrastructure backlogs are estimated at over 1.5 trillion. But over 60 of these, the largest metros and municipalities across the country, has been run by coalitions that now sit in the GNU for the last decade. The DA, PA, ANC, Action SA, Freedom Front Plus, BOSSA, IFP, they have all been running our municipalities in the ground. Now they want to come and stand for local government elections again. It's more of the same under these people. The DA-led municipalities are a disaster for colored, black, Indian, and middle-class progressive white families because their racist policies cater for the elite, well-off communities and Western foreign nationals more than our own poor people. Under the DA Mayor Gordon Hill Lewis, they have entrenched apartheid spatial planning, and now he wants to build a wall for separate development. Hulle dink ons is vaak, maar hulle maak hulle laat. What DA is doing is not governance. This is displacement and modern day forced removals by another name, Apartheid 2.0. And let us not be misled by the myth that the DA has clean governance and the GNU has clean governance. We have seen 1.2 billion rand school IT tender scandals in the Western Cape and over 1.6 billion rand in tender fraud and contracts under investigation in the city of Cape Town, with DA members being arrested regularly. Corruption does not only wear ANC colors, it wears blue too, Mr. Chair. So the DA thinks the past is the past and we must just wipe away white monopoly capital, our oppressors, and keep their business interests going for a few jobs that trickles down, and we must be happy with them holding on to stolen land and mineral wealth for that. Hell no, not anymore. Julle maak julle laat. We must change Cape Town. It's the mother city, and MK is going to take over here. Because every day in the Western Cape, they want to take colored people and black people off the land, while the DA protects property markets instead of people. And the PA comes here and defends the taking of our land in Koffelskraal. Mr. Mackenzie, you are a just a servant of the DA. You're just a servant of the white man. You're just a servant of the ANC. You're protecting the loss of our land. You're protecting the people who are evicting us from Klofvolkskraal. Gaan sê vir ons mense in Klofvolkskraal, hoekom jy nie vir hulle die land kan gee nie? Want jy is hulle holbossel. Die DA is 'n holbossel. Dis hoekom. So I'm saying to you, enough is enough, Mr. Chair. Under MK, we will no longer have land taken from our people. We will give people land. Instead of people being removed from Klofvolkskraal, we will give them permits to stay there completely and always. We will support black African traditional leaders. We will support faith communities because we are
Honourable
MK
Douglas, your
and this
time
is
has now
our time.
expired.
You are shouting.
Why are you screaming at us? Why are you screaming?
Order, honourable members.
You are shouting at the GNU.
The Honourable Dr. Burke.
House Chairperson, I keep making the mistake of moving to the front while Honourable Douglas speaks, which raises our collective heart rate and achieves absolutely nothing, much like the MK party. What he fails to share with this House is the city that he mentions, Cape Town, has an average unemployment rate 10% below the national average. But let's move on to more positive things, House Chairperson. Let's give credit to where it's due. Honourable Souls was actually now discussing the right bill in front of this House on this debate. And I'm afraid to say that this bill is a testament to systemic failure. We are once again asking Parliament to give money to the three branches of government, knowing full well that much of it will be looted. And I want to present three examples. Just this past weekend, there are reports of 60 million rand down the drain due to unlawful appointments in Tswaying. They even appointed one guy to 2 positions. But we're voting to give them more than 150 million rand more this year. We read reports about Emma Lachleni, local municipality in the Eastern Cape, spending 23.8 million rand on an unbuilt stadium, because spending money on unbuilt stadiums is effectively a national sport in South Africa at the moment. But we're giving them almost 150 million rand more this year. And in the Free State, at Maluti Apofong municipality, which has had an outstanding audit outcome for the last 5 years, you can now on social media watch videos of thugs disrupting its council meetings. It's also where DA councillor and his mother were murdered in cold blood in 2024 for that councillor doing his job, something I refuse to stop speaking about. But this bill will give Maluti Apofong another whopping 896 million rand. Our looting continua. You see, our equitable share distributions are based on a formula that does not include audit outcome performance. Which means if you do a terrible job, don't worry, we will give you more money. And so I come to this Parliament to speak about and vote for a bill that is a tragedy. I do so not because it's a pretty picture, but because there is a bigger picture. I do so because soon we will have new elections in this country. Soon the people in these municipalities will vote. They will have an opportunity to select a better government, one that includes more DA councillors than ever before. One that actually builds stadiums, not breaks promises. One that makes lawful appointments. One where people's lives are not cut short, but actually improved. To paraphrase another man who had hope, we aren't opposed to equitable share in all circumstances, just in circumstances where the results are dumb. When money is given to municipalities that don't transfer the resources to our people. So, Mr. Chairperson, I reluctantly support this bill.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honorable Kaleka Mazibuko.
Honorable House Chair, on this day, the 21st of April 1998, Utata Umadiba made his opening speech in the President's budget speech La Parliamente. This was a speech about reconciliation and transition, policy focus, unity, and lastly about accountability, which updated the National Assembly on government's progress in delivery of services and establishing a functional and democratic state. His address anchored the words of wisdom, and I quote, "Our nation has succeeded to handle its problems with great wisdom. We have a government that has brought together bitter enemies into a constructive relationship. Our parliament and cabinet have properly focused on the task of reconstruction and development and have a government that is in control and whose programs are on course." Honorable Chair, these words are still relevant even today. As the architects of this fiscal framework, we must celebrate gains we have made. Angithi phela, it is us, only us, who delivered the following. We have shifted the national fiscal framework to support the most vulnerable and to improve living conditions in rural and township areas. We have a redistributive tax system that allocates revenues collected in urban areas to support underprivileged areas. This was not the case before 1994. Yithi phela, Honorable Chair, esifake ugesi kwindawo ezisemakhaya, ngisho nakoRondaville uqobo. Ngo-1996 besifake 58% and manje ngo-2022 sesifake 94.7%. Uye phela lo hulumeni onikeze uxhaso lwezindlu ezingaphezu kuka 3 million lapho kuhlomule khona abantu roughly about 13 million. Abalingana nami abesifazane bayazi ukuthi ngaleso sikhathi mawumuntu wesifazane bongakhoni ukuthola indlu ngaphandle kokuthi usayinelwe yindoda. Abancane bayazi ukuthi mawungashadanga bongakhoni ukuba nendlu. And namhlanje futhi intanga zami ziyazi ukuthi besithwala amabhakede siye emfuleni siyofuna amanzi angcolile. Singena amanzi, insizwa ziyazi ukuthi bezifesa emfuleni zifuna intombi. Manje asisakwazi ukufesa emfuleni ngoba phela uhulumeni wethu sekafake amanzi ezindlini. Sekafake amaphayiphi and about 82% yabantu baseMzansi Afrika banamanzi angena ezindlini. Honorable Chair, these are not just numbers, but a reflection of the improved living conditions of the majority of South Africans. Yes, we are experiencing challenges where sometimes it demands surpasses the supply, but we are solving the challenges. Honorable Speaker, as we grapple with the structural inequalities, we must support the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition to implement measures that help us to stimulate economic growth and advance social transformation. We fought for this legislation and we shall not be distracted. Forward with rapid, inclusive and sustainable economic growth. Forward with the promotion of fixed capital investment and industrialization. Forward with job creation, transformation. Forward with fiscal and sustainability. Forward. Namhlanje, Honorable Chair, a total of 11.2 million indigent households nationally are currently subsidized for the provision of free basic services through the local government equitable share. Provinces shoulder the primary responsibility for delivering social services, including providing basic education for 13.6 million learners and healthcare for the 53.4 million people without private medical insurance. Direct national transfers to provinces are projected to grow by an annual average of 3.4%. Ama provinces are allocated an additional 32.3 billion, of which 9.9 billion supports employee compensation pressures in education, and additional 21.3 billion is allocated for health sector competition, employment of doctors, and making up shortfalls in goods and services. Honorable Chair, ndingabala kushona ilanga izinto ezenziwa ugovernment olidwa yi-ANC. As part of the financial viability of Abomasipala and addressing municipal debt problems impacting ESCOM, a key technological reform is the Smart Meter Grant Program, which is allocated 2.5 billion over the medium-term expenditure framework. In 71 debt-stressed municipalities, the program has already installed over 139,000 smart meters, with 96,400 more planned for the next budget cycle. Siyabonga Madiba. We are indeed fixing local government and ensuring we adapt our billing system through technology. Ama-South Africans amaningi, ikakhulukazi emadolobheni, basahlala emijondolo. I-ANC ke icelile ukuthi kukhushulwe i-grant yokuthuthukiswa kwemijondolo lapho ikhona. Major increase for informal settlements, upgrading partnership, ISUP grant by 107% are made kule division of revenue enithani support namhlanje, reflecting the increased focus of transition informal dwellers to proper housing facilities in well-developed human settlements with access to all critical services required to harness an environment where our people live in dignity. In fact, Honorable Chair, the EFF should be supporting this bill because this bill seeks to correct the mess they have done in Johannesburg when they were sleeping in the same blanket in the marriage of convenience with the Democratic Alliance under the leadership of the former Mayor Mashaba. They messed up. The bill has to correct that mess by Shia at Johannesburg. Honorable Chair, the Comprehensive Agricultural Support Program grant and the Ilima Litsima projects grant are being combined to streamline support to emerging
Honourable
farmers.
Member, just take your seat for a moment. Honourable Mahotpeda, why do you want to be recognized?
Thank you, House Chair. I just want to ask if a member would like to get a question because
Okay.
our MEC
Just pause there before
is in charge of the
before you
finances
ask
of
the question.
Gauteng,
Honourable Mahot.
No
trying
asking, no
to
asking,
sort
no
out the
asking.
mess that was done by the
Don't do that,
ANC.
please.
Sit down.
Honourable Mahotwe, you know better. First, we inquire whether the member will take a question, and then you ask the question. Honourable Member, are you prepared to take a question? The member indicates that she's not prepared to take a question. Thank you.
I'm not prepared, Honorable Chair. I'm talking about the lived experience I saw in Johannesburg. It's not a theory.
Order, honourable
Honorable
members.
Chair, the Comprehensive Agriculture Support Program grant and the Itzima project grant are being combined to streamline support to emerging farmers. The Comprehensive Agricultural Support Program increased significantly by 34.5%, reflecting our commitment to increasing food production and food security through supporting small-scale farmers and emerging farmers who require support for production. Honorable Chair, I must say in this House, it is unbelievable that MKP today is referring to state capture and failed government to President Ramaphosa. How hypocritical. Honorable Chair, we must reject political opportunism that thrives on deflection rather than solutions. South Africans want leaders who are honest about the past, accountable in the present, and committed to building a better future. And this bill is about building a better future. It's not about politicking and standing here on the program and grandstanding. We support this bill, Chairperson. I thank you.
The Honourable the Minister of Finance.
And she was not screaming.
Honourable members, please don't unmute and speak. Whoever does that next will be asked to leave the chamber.
Honorable House Chair, let me start by Honorable Maimane, the Chair, says SARS has corrected 2 trillion, which is a major achievement. However, what he misses is that the expenditure is 2.4 trillion, which means we're 4 billion short, 400 billion short. In addition to that 400 billion, the debt service costs are also of a similar amount, which means this year we'll have to borrow about 800 billion rand. It does not mean I'm not applying my mind to what he's talking about, an extension of the fuel levy. I am applying my mind to that issue at the appropriate time possible, because I promised South Africans that at the end of the month I'm going to do a review. After consulting a stubborn minister, Mandashe, I will probably make the necessary announcement on the 28th on Tuesday in that regard. The second issue, the problem with colleagues, most of them are not discussing the division of revenue, are discussing a completely something else. What the division of revenue is about the division of the national raised revenue between the different spheres of government. That's what this debate should be about. The division of the national raised revenue between the different spheres of government. That's what we're debating. That was Section 214 of the Constitution enjoined us to do. Unfortunately, it does not have, amongst the 10 criteria we've got to take into account, I invite members to read Section 214 of the Constitution. In the criteria used, there's nothing called performance. It does not exist in that criteria. So what we need to do is to say, in that division of revenue, what is the money used for by each sphere of government? One honorable member says it's for economic elite. It's precisely because it's not discussing what we're discussing. You can't say money that is going into public hospitals to employ doctors and professionals, health professionals, is for economic elite. It can't be right. It means we are discussing something else, not what we are discussing. The other thing I must warn against, and I think it's time this thing we clarify in this meeting, a government of national unity protocols works in this way. It's not a government of national unity between individuals. It's a government of national unity between political parties. And those political parties take collective responsibilities for their action. It's quite important that that point is made. because I see some members of the government of national unity distancing themselves from this budget. Can't be right. It can't be right. Those are protocols of running a collective responsibility. You can't choose and pick what I like is good, what I don't like I'm not responsible for is other party. So that's the point I wanted to make. The third point I want to make, I agree with members that we've got to discuss the review, including the review of the local government sphere. That review is taking place right now. Of course, what have delayed the finalization of that review is the household survey, which is utilized to see that horizontal split between the different spheres of government. There's a case, I don't mind or not, there's a case that the money allocated to the local sphere of government has got to be improved, no doubt about that. But it is not clear once you say we must take a certain percentage, as some members are saying 14%, you must then come to another conclusion and say, where is the money going to come from? And that debate, members are at liberty. The law allows you to say on the budget that I'm tabling, get 14% to local government. But it also says, where are you going to get it? You must do that kind of work, which members are not doing at the moment. So we've got to take all of those things into account. But let's make the point. We must also say, when we talk about that, encourage our colleagues at local government level to do the right things. Encourage our colleagues at the local government level to do the right things. It can't be right that everything that we're talking about at local government is a result of budget. Not at all. As somebody who deals with these matters on a day-to-day basis, I know for sure. I'm dealing with a municipality now which was given grants for infrastructure and utilized that money for different purposes. Of course, I've got to take the uncomfortable decision and deduct that money from the equitable share of that municipalities. What are the implications of that? So it's quite important that when we talk about local government level, we must also talk about the performance and effectiveness of the local government sphere. We must not talk about that. We will discuss the review and make the necessary announcement during the budget and make the necessary announcement in the medium-term budget policy statement and say what is that change in the local government sphere. We're working with the Department of Local Government, local government to deal with that issue. So this budget, as I'm saying, is about that equitable distribution of the national raised revenue. And I think if we're to confine ourselves to that, that's going to be an important point. And make the necessary amendments if people want to make it a necessary arrangement. But I must say to the colleagues on my left here, one raised the issue of Madlanga. What someone mentioned, but he forgets there was a Zondo commission before Madlanga. There was a Zondo commission before Madlanga. Niyalibala bafethu funani nibe honest sayimosha sonke lento sikuthi nibani honest.
And what about Fidentia? Must we call a commission on Fidentia?
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, that concludes the debate. Honorable members, can we please have order? Are there any objections to the bill being read a second time? Honorable Mauta.
Thank you, House Chair. Please note the objection of the EFF and not calling for a division.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 2 minutes.
Sendirizainile SACP. Minister, Surizainile SACP. Upupudi.
Pay the fine ready, pay the fine ready.
In socialism.
Pay the fine ready. Pay the fine ready, pay the fine.
Honorable members,
Pay the
can we
fine
kindly
ready,
take
pay
our
the
seat?
fine.
Ready, pay the fine.
No, honorable members, please, can we kindly take our seats? The Speaker has determined that in accordance with the rules, a manual voting procedure will be used for this division. In order to continue, we must first establish if there's a quorum. I would request the table to confirm that we have the requisite number of members physically present in the chamber to take this decision. Party whips will then be given an opportunity to confirm the number of their members present and indicate if they vote for or against the question. A member who wishes to abstain or vote against the party vote may do so by confirming with the chair. I have received that we do have a requisite quorum so that we proceed. The question before the House is that the Division of Revenue Bill be read a second time. Voting will now commence. The doors of the chamber will be locked and members will not be allowed to enter the chamber platform until voting is concluded. Whips, will then confirm the number of members present in the chamber and indicate if you vote for or against the question. The ANC.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon to you. The ANC with 126 votes in favor.
Thank you. The DA.
Thank you, House Chair. The DA with 74 members vote in favor.
Thank you. The MK.
Thank you, Chair. The MK Party with 42 members present, we vote against.
EFF.
Thank you, House Chair. The EFF with 35 members in the House are voting against the division of the revenue bill.
IFP.
Thank you, Chair. The IFP with 11 will vote in favor.
PA.
Thank you, Chair. The Patriotic Alliance with 5 members voting in favor.
FF Plus.
Thank you, House Chairperson. With 4 members, we vote in favor.
Action
I
SA.
mean, three members, sorry, Chairperson, 3 members.
FF plus, you can repeat that again.
3 members
Three
voting in
members.
favour.
Action SA,
Thank you, House Chair. Action SA with 4 members, we vote in support.
ACDP,
The ACDP with 2 members votes in support.
UDM, Rise, Bosa,
With 2 members, we vote in support.
ATM, Al-Jama,
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Al-Jamal, 1 in the House, voting in support. Thank you.
NCC, oh, thank you. NCC, PAC, UAT,
Thank you, Chairperson. UAT rejects.
confirm the number or 1?
We are 2.
Good. Is there any member that wishes to abstain or vote differently to their party? Thank you, honorable members. The voting session is now closed. We'll wait for the results. Thank you, honorable members. Voting went as follows: the noes 78 and the yes 228. The report then, it is agreed to. The bill will be sent to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence. Honorable members, I will now allow the secretary to read the bill the second time.
Division of Revenue Bill.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Then the bill will be sent to National Council of Provinces for concurrence. The secretary will read the 8th order.
Trade, Industry and Competition, on request by Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition to make recommendations regarding candidates for the position of Chairperson of Board of National Lotteries Commission.
I will now recognize the portfolio chairperson, Honorable Masina.
On the 21st of October 2025, the Speaker referred the letter dated 20 October 2025 from the Minister of Trade, Industry, Competition to the Portfolio Committee of Trade, Industry and Competition for consideration and report. In this letter, he requested that the Relevant Committee of the National Assembly makes recommendations regarding the suitability of the nominees for appointment as Chairperson of the Board of the National Lotteries in terms of Section 3, Subsection 3 of the Nationals Act 57 of 1997. In terms of this Act, the member contemplated in paragraph A and subsection 1 shall be appointed only after the minister has in notice of the Gazette and in less than 2 newspapers circulated in every province is invited interested parties in person suitable for appointment as chairperson and relevant committee of the National Assembly made recommendations to the minister in relation thereafter after a transparent and open process for consideration of the person nominated, having due regard with the function of the board. He further indicated that all calls nomination had been published in the Government Gazette 19 September 2025, Mail and Guidance 26 September 2025, as well as the 2nd October 2025. The nomination period closed on the 6th of October 2025, resulting in 22 nominations being received by the Minister. The curriculum vitae of these nominees were subsequently forwarded to the Portfolio Committee of Trade, Industry and Competition in the National Assembly for consideration. The committee convened on the 22nd of September and finalized a shortlisting of candidates to be interviewed for the position of chairperson of the board of NLC. The shortlisted candidate included the following: Mr. T. Bonagele, Mrs. J. Hammonds, Mr. W. Mante, Advocate Memani, Mrs. M. Mosing, and Advocate Novonde. On the 10th of October 2025, the committee received a letter from Mr. Mante, formally withdrawing from the process. On the 2nd of September, the shortlisted candidates were interviewed for the position of the chairperson. As part of the process, the committee subjected all the candidates for security screening with state security agency and valors to verify their qualifications. The committee convened on the 3rd of December to commence with the deliberation of the report and the candidate to be recommended to the Minister for consideration. In light of the above, the committee recommended that the House request the Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition to consider the following candidate for position of chairperson of the board: Mr. T. Bonagele with 89% score, Ms. M. Museng with 71 points, and then Advocate L. Novonde with 69 points. Notwithstanding the recommended candidate, all meet the legislative requirement, and given the outcome of the security vetting by the state security, the minister may consider conducting probity test of the proposed candidate as envisaged in Section 3A(2) of the Lotteries Act prior to the finalization. We request that this House consider this report. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable members, I will now recognize political parties wishing to make a declaration. The usual times for declaration of votes will apply. The MK.
Thank you, Chair. The MK Party recognizes that the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Trade, Industry and Competition has outlined the formal nomination process, shortlist, interview, and security vetting of the chairperson of the National Lotteries Commission, the NLC. The committee recommended 3 candidates: Mr. T. Bonagele. Mr. Bonagele is a well-regarded, well-respected, long-term public servant. So the NLC is in good hands. The committee recommended those candidates, including Ms. Musing, Advocate Novonde, in this order, reflecting adherence to statutory processes as outlined in the Lotteries Act. The MK Party supports this appointment because a clean, transparent process was followed. Given the process has been conducted with appropriate governance standards, the appointment should be effected with immediate effect to restore proper governance at the NLC. Prolonged vacancies undermine accountability and ability to deliver funds to those who need them the most. The MK Party understands that the NLC's history is marred by allegations of corruption, patronage, and misalignment disbursements that failed the communities. The NLC was meant to serve. We therefore welcome the clean process and timely appointment, and however, reiterate that governance must translate into real impact for the destitute communities. Sports clubs in townships, arts projects in villages, and legitimate NGOs. We know that there's been a lot of reports of corruption. The lived reality of our people needs to change in a positive way. The MK Party envisions a South Africa where appointments are made not only with integrity, but with a tangible impact. The appointed chairperson and the board must implement redress mechanisms that move previously disadvantaged individuals from the periphery to the center and ensure equality of opportunities and outcomes and deliver measurable benefits for the poor. The MK Party support is not unconditional. These leaders must deliver or they shall also be shown the door. We are watching you and we see you. The bottom line must be the people. The issue is not a boardroom appointment. It is lived reality of the people who rely on lottery funds programs. The immediate transparent appointment will enable the NLC to deliver on its mandate, restore trust amongst sports clubs, arts groups, NGOs, and the broader community, and ensure that redress and equality are central to the funding decisions. The MK Party will monitor the work of the NLC and wants the chairperson to ensure public accountability mechanisms are placed and accessible to beneficiaries.
Honorable Member.
The MK Party supports this appointment.
Thank you very much. EFF. EFF. Yes, Honorable Maude.
Deputy
Honorable
Chair.
members. Honorable Maude.
Yeah, Deputy House Chair, you know, Honorable Tembo raised an issue earlier on about the lower threats and that the YouTube is down and down all the time. We're going to receive very valuable inputs from this honorable member before you. And the YouTube will be off, and the people of South Africa won't even know who he is. What level of incompetence is this IT that we have that can't fix such a simple technical issue, House Chair? How long must it take for them to fix that problem?
Take
We
your
want to
member
hear
a
these valuable
video.
inputs from this comrade in front of you. And the world will not know who he is. Can we bring back that lower threats, please, Honorable Deputy Chairperson? Thank you.
Thank you very much for raising that. I'm sure we'll be able to address the issue. But for now, let's allow the member to continue, and I will then get back to you once we have received what is actually happening. Honorable Member, please proceed.
We want to take this opportunity to greet the Commander-in-Chief and President of the Economic Freedom Fighters. Last week, the establishment tried to silence him, but they've successfully failed. We want to confirm that Sibuyena Ephila uMongameli. He is sleeping at home with family. The tricks of the racist judge have failed. The struggle for economic freedom continues, and there is no one who can stop it. Not police, not the army, not the racist judge who used our courts to silence our people, to silence our voices. We want to say it clear that the racist judge tried, but he failed to silence the Commander-in-Chief, and he is also trying to enter into political arena, settling scores.
Honorable Steenhuisen, Honorable Member, can you please take a seat? Thank you. Continue, honorable members. Honorable members. Order, please.
Chairperson, I rise on Rule 88 of the Rules of the National Assembly, which talks about reflections upon judges and certain other holders of public office bearers. The rules are very clear that it is not permissible for members to cast aspersions on the character of those who could potentially face removal by this House. That would include the Honourable Judge in this particular matter that has now been repeatedly referred to as racist. I would ask you to apply your mind in terms of Rule 88 and please provide us with the ruling. Thank you.
Sit down.
Thank you very much,
Former President.
Honorable Steniazen.
Deputy House Chair. Deputy House Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I would want us to continue with the business of the day, but also take in cognizance that it is under Rule 88, that we must not reflect upon the competency or integrity of a judge or a superior court. So I will just caution that can we
Point of order,
please
Chair.
continue with the report of the trade industry and not actually deal with the competence or integrity of judges in courts. It is in our rules.
Point
and
of order,
we
Chair.
must apply to those rules.
Point of order, Chairperson.
Honorable Tambo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. If the Honorable Steenhuisen was not preoccupied with losing a conference, he would know that the Commander-in-Chief of the EFF was not sentenced by any judge. It was a magistrate. So that rule doesn't apply, that is raising. He must focus on the conference he lost, and he must focus on the foot and mouth disease crisis that he is presiding over. That livestock is dying under his presideship. Thank you.
Sit down, former
Is this
President.
thing of
Former
not having
President,
battery?
sit down.
Deputy House Chair. Deputy House.
Honorable members, please. I have made a ruling on that one, and all I'm asking is that can we please abide by the rules that we made here? Because if you listen to, no, honorable members, if it goes further, it does say that other than a member of the government whose removal from such office is dependent on the decision of the House, except upon a separate substantive motion in the House presenting clear, formulated, and properly substantiated charges, which, if true. So this does include magistrates as well. So all I'm saying, can we continue with the business of the day? And I am not saying, honorable member, I will allow you to continue with delivering your declaration of the report. And that is my final decision. Honorable Maude.
No, thank you, Deputy House Chair. We are fine with your ruling. But just to add on what Honorable Tambo was saying, we don't have time for McDonald's. This one thing that we are eating McDonald's here. And you come here with the
Honorable
McDonald's
Maude.
mentality. The
Please,
judge is
can we-
racist and she must be told for who she is. Doesn't matter
Honorable
whether he
Maude.
catches feelings or what, he must tell us here. But the judge here now, shame, is racist.
Honorable Maude, I want us to continue with the business of the day, please. Can we then not engage on the ruling that I have made
Sorry,
already?
Chairperson.
The Honorable Chief Whip of the DA.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, firstly, thank you for your earlier ruling. House Chair, however, the member repeated it twice, and firstly, I would request you to ask him to withdraw his statements as well. Secondly,
You've made a ruling, Chair. Can we proceed?
Honorable Mkalagis, I
House
think
Chair,
I
that
did
is-
say that I've made my ruling that can we not do that in future? And the member is now aware they will continue with the report only. Can we not
wasting our
engage on the
time,
ruling,
man.
please?
Sit down. House Chair, I'm not disputing your ruling. I thank you for your ruling. However, it is a new point of order.
But this is bordering on racism.
Oh,
This is
honorable
contempt.
members, honorable members,
The Chief Whip of the DA is in contempt of your ruling, Chair.
honorable members. Honorable Mkalagis,
Thank
please
you, House
continue.
Chair. House Chair, it is a new point of order. I'm not disputing your earlier ruling. I thank you for your ruling. I did, however, ask that you ask the member to withdraw. That's the first instance. The second point of order, House Chair, is that Honourable Matwe, when she did raise her point of order, also referred to the magistrate as racist, which also contravenes your earlier decision. And I would like to ask you to request her to withdraw it as well. Thank you.
Honorable members, I want us to continue with the business of the day. That is why I asked all members, can we please refrain from any reflections, whether on judges or and their competence or integrity? Can we please take it on that note? Honorable Mautwe, also, you did hear that I did say that can we refrain from that? Can we not do it again, please? So that we continue with the business of the day and finish the 2 items. Honorable member, please continue with the declaration. Honorable member, please continue.
Thank you very much, Chair. It comes with no surprise that some members are jumping up and down because the White House resolution failed after they've sold the black leader of the economic freedom fighters. Unfortunately, what they resolved on in the White House didn't pass. The President and Commander-in-Chief is home and is leading from the front. House Chairperson, what confronts us today is not a mere report on the recommendation for the chairperson of the board of the National Lotteries Commission, but an indictment of the institution that has been captured and repurposed to serve corrupt board members, compromised officials, and politically connected elites. The finding of the Auditor General has exposed pattern of deliberate looting and collapse, grant allocated to unqualified applicants without documentation, overfunding of projects without feasibility. And what's more painful is the 957 billion that was left unspent from the 1.5 billion, while communities are left suffering. Young people left without their application for grants unresponded to. Infrastructure projects such as Mawutwe Sport Complex and Edumbe Old Age remain incomplete, whereas billions were allocated and they disappeared to pockets of the corrupt politicians, more especially those on my right, wearing beautiful suits and dress. We see you. This is not governance, it is betrayal of our people. The EFF therefore supports the recommended names collectively as a representation of the best candidate interviewed by the committee through a transparent and rigorous process. However, we are clear that this crisis of the National Lottery Commission extends beyond leadership appointment. The EFF has been on the forefront on exposing and confronting corruption within the lotto, particularly the deeply troubling lottery license tender awarded to Zekhaya Holdings. South Africans must not forget the serious allegation linking the tender to the Deputy President Paul Mashatile and his relatives. And you are aware that Zekhaya has shares to the Beermont, which is led by Moses Tembe and the involvement of Sanjay Zungu. We want
Honorable member. Honorable member, your time has expired. IFP.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair.
Honorable Langa, can you please take your seat? Honorable Reddy, what are you rising on?
Thank you, Honorable Acting Speaker, Deputy Speaker. I did not want to interrupt the Speaker. That's why I raised my hand earlier. We have a concern as MK Party with the water that we are having in front of us. If you check the water, you shake it up, there's particles inside. It's like somebody is trying to poison us here with the water. So we're obviously quite a big threat. That's why they cheated us in the elections. They stole our votes. And we're going to fight that. But now they're trying to do it in the water. So I want you to please check the water that we are drinking. I mean, I'm quite serious about this. It's not joke, no jokes.
Honorable Reddy.
Thank you.
No, I am smiling because you are also smiling. So that's why I'm smiling.
You must sit down.
I am definitely sure that there can't be that someone is trying to poison you. But what we will do, we will check with the parliament staff so that if it is possible, if they do have other water, they must bring it upon the tables, yes.
They must
Upon
bring it now
request, by
because
the way.
they must bring it now because we could have anything could happen to us now.
Upon request, I am drinking this water, Honorable Reddy. I'm
no,
definitely
please.
sure that
No, it's only the water
you
they
won't
gave
die
us.
today.
It's only the water they gave.
No,
MK.
thank you. Okay. We will call parliament staff to bring you new water just so that we are fine. Honorable Minister?
Thank you very much. I just wanted to say then the poison is weak, he's still alive.
Your poison is not going to work on us. We got strong motive.
Thank you, honorable members. Can we allow the proceeding? Honorable Langa? Oh, before you go, Honorable Langa, just as you stand on the podium, it's not a point of order. I am reporting back to Honorable Mautwe on the issue of YouTube. I am told that now you can actually go to YouTube. It's live. Thank you. Honorable Langa, continue.
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, the IFP has consistently championed the principles of good governance and ethical leadership, underscoring their centrality to effective and accountable public administration. The candidates, as reflected in their curriculum vitae, collectively demonstrated the requisite expertise, integrity, and leadership to steer the board in a manner that ensures the full and proper execution on its mandate in accordance with the Lotteries Amendment Act. However, our recognition of the candidate's potential must not be misconstrued as a license for unfitted action. The IFP will continue to exercise vigilant oversight, particularly monitoring the implementation of the organization's turnaround strategy. Furthermore, gambling has become an increasingly serious social concern in the country. So, House Chair, the chairperson of the board, when selected, must therefore take a leading role in advancing initiatives that ensure citizens have access to lawful and regulated gambling platforms, while simultaneously driving robust public education campaigns that clearly communicate the risks and dangers associated with gambling. The IFP supports the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you. PA?
Honorable Chair, honorable members, on behalf of the Patriotic Alliance, I hereby declare that the report of the Portfolio Committee on Trade, Industry and Competition, dated 24 February 2026, on the request by the Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition to make recommendations regarding candidates for appointment as Chairperson of the Board of National Lotteries Commission, is before the House for consideration. The report follows the referral by the Speaker on 21 October 2025, arising from the formal request by the Minister in terms of Section 3/3 of the Lotteries Act 1997. The Act is explicit in requiring a transparent and open process, and the House notes that these requirements were fully complied with. A public call for nominations was issued through the Government Gazette and national newspapers, ensuring broad public access and awareness. The nominations process yielded 22 candidates, whose details were duly referred to the Public Portfolio Committee. The committee conducted a structured and transparent process, including shortlisting, public interviews, verification of qualifications, and security vetting by the State Security Agency. The committee deliberated openly and applied its collective judgment to reach consensus on the candidates who meet the legislative and requirement needs of office. The committee therefore recommends that the House supports the following candidates to appoint: Mr. T. Bonakele, Ms. M. Mosing, and Advocate L. Nondwewe. The report further records that in the interest of public accountability and confidence, that the Minister may and should conduct a probity test as provided for in Section 3A/2 of the Labour Act.
Honorable Member, your time has expired.
Sorry, the Lotteries Act prior to finalizing the completement.
Thank
I
you,
thank
Honorable Member. FF Plus? FF Plus, Action SA, Honorable Member.
Honorable Chair, thank you so much. Quick on the ruling you made on Rule 88. I think this House has to be consistent. In the matter when our former
Honorable
judge...
Member, no, if you do have a problem with my ruling, you can take it up with the Rules Committee or the Speaker.
No, I'm not having
We
a
have-
problem. I just wanted to explain this.
No, Honorable Member, can you not explain anything, please? Can I request you for now,
To
can you
take
not
on.
explain?
No, we need to take on the
And we
matter.
need to proceed.
Because it's unfair.
Yes, you will take on the matter with the Rules Committee or
We silence
the
other
Speaker.
people, others we allow to criticize judges.
No.
Yet other judges were criticized
No.
in this very House. So it's very unfair,
Can we please
and I think we need to take it up.
continue? That is not a point of order. Continue, Honorable Trollip.
Thank you, House Chair. I apologize for not being at the chair. The report before this House reflects a process that on paper is compliant with the requirements of the Lotteries Act. Public nominations, shortlisting, interviews, and security vetting. We acknowledge the work of the Portfolio Committee in executing its mandate within the prescribed framework. However, we must be candid about the context in which this appointment takes place. The National Lotteries Commission has for years been synonymous not with public benefit, but with the allegations of corruption, maladministration, diversion of funds meant for the most vulnerable in our society. This is not a routine appointment, but an opportunity to restore credibility to a deeply compromised institution. The committee has recommended 3 candidates to the minister. While they meet the legislative requirements, compliance alone is not sufficient. What is required is unimpeachable integrity, independence from political influence, and the institutional courage to confront entrenched interests, read corruption, that has hollowed out the National Lotteries Commission. We therefore welcome the committee's explicit recommendation that the minister consider conducting a probity test. This must not be treated as optional. This is essential. South Africans deserve absolute assurance that the next chairperson will not merely preside over the NLC and the status quo, but will actively dismantle the institutional rot that has compromised the National Lotteries Commission. Action SA's position is clear. This appointment must mark a decisive break from the nefarious failures of the past. The minister carries the responsibility not only to select a qualified candidate, but to appoint an ethical reformer, someone who will ensure that every rand raised will reach the intended beneficiaries, not to build empires and palaces for NLC staff. Anything less would be a
Honorable
betrayal of
Trollip.
public trust. Thank you.
Thank you. ACDP.
Honorable House Chairperson, the ACDP is keenly aware that the Lotteries Commission has in recent years been plagued by serious allegations of corruption. In the previous administration, a former chairperson and senior officials have been found unfit for service and have been implicated in maladministration and fraud of close on to 1 billion rand, according to the SIU. These failures have eroded public trust and undermined the Commission's mandate to serve communities through transparent and equitable distribution of lottery funds. It is on this premise that the ACDP insists that the next chairperson must embody integrity, independence, and a demonstrable commitment to accountability. Of the shortlisted candidates interviewed by the committee, Mr. Bonakele is widely respected for his tenure at the Competition Commission, where he pursued cartel investigations and strengthened compliance. Certainly, his experience in regulatory enforcement makes him a strong candidate for restoring credibility. Mrs. Mosing, a woman with a background in corporate governance with auditing experience, also scored highly. And additionally, Advocate Memani, who is not politically prominent, offers strong potential for restoring credibility to the Commission. South Africans deserve a lottery commission which returns to its core mandate of supporting charities, sports, and arts organizations. As kingdom builders, the ACDP will remain steadfast in calling for integrity and competence. The National Lotteries Commission must serve the people of South Africa, for if it does not, it serves no purpose at all. I thank you.
Thank you very much. UDM, rise. Bosa.
In Marikana, through the Samaritan Initiative, millions were allocated to build a chicken farm. This was meant for jobs, for people who didn't have jobs. It was meant for income for families that didn't have income and dignity for a community. But the promise was never realized because the individuals that were linked to the system meant to fund and oversee these projects inserted themselves into the organization. They took control of its decision-making and finances, and they used the money, diverted the funds meant for the community. This is one of many cases when it comes to the corruption that has taken place at the National Lotteries Commission. And so, as we consider this, we consider the appointment of a board chair with that in mind and with that context. The NLC distributes billions of rands each year to charities and community organizations across South Africa. And for thousands of these NPOs, the funding is not a luxury. It's a lifeline that keeps youth programs open, sports programs, NPOs, community centers. And we live at a time now in South Africa where civil society organizations face an even more precarious future with the withdrawal of funding from programs such as PEPFAR. There are many NGOs that are facing severe funding gaps. Having seen what has been exposed by the SIU and the NPA, it shows us that systemically, the NLC has in the past had an ecosystem that enabled corruption. And therefore, what is important about this particular appointment is the restoring of integrity into an institution that has to serve South Africa and the needs of South Africans. The candidates that were in the report on the basis of the process we undertook as a committee are strong on paper and meet technical requirements, and that is why we support the report as Build One South Africa. But we have to state that it has to be more than just the capable candidates in this regard.
Member,
the standard
your time is
of this
expired.
appointment on ethics has got to be high as well. Thank you.
Thank you. ATM, Al-Jama, NCC, PAC, UAT, Good, the DA.
It's good to be back at the podium after the disruptions of last time. Nice to be seeing you as well, House Chairperson. So when the chair of an organization does their job properly, they are rarely in the news. When things go wrong, the chair often takes the rap. When the chair is actively involved in wrongdoing, we know the organization is in trouble. This was the situation that the NLC found itself in under the chairmanship of Professor Alfred Navatanda. Under his watch, the NLC was looted to the tune of billions of rands by corrupt board members, executive, staff, law firms, and service providers. Professor Navatanda was heavily implicated and is under investigation by the SIU. Corruption at the NLC became evident after the brave actions of whistleblowers, both within and outside the organization. Determined to cover their tracks, the NLC spent millions of rands on legal fees trying to discredit the whistleblowers who were forced to defend themselves using their own money. One of these whistleblowers, Ado Krika, died on the 29th of January after suffering years of abuse by NLC insiders, costing him his business and his life savings. Other whistleblowers had their lives ruined by the NLC as it continued to throw the kitchen sink at them, all the while claiming no wrongdoing had been committed. A new board was appointed in May 2023, which included Mr. Tembinkosi Bonakeli, a former commissioner of the Competition Commission, an applicant for the position under discussion today. Shortly after appointing the new board, former Minister Ibrahim Patel decided to implement a reparative process to do the right thing by the whistleblowers, which has continued under Minister Tau. The whistleblowers were forced to sign non-disclosure agreements with the NLC and form their own support group to deal with the continuing trauma they were experiencing. Members of this portfolio committee have been putting pressure on the board to finalize this process, which dragged on for years. Finally, on December the 10th, the NLC announced the process had been completed. But instead of welcoming it, the whistleblowers rejected it outright. Instead of cash to repay their legal bills and lost income, the NLC offered food vouchers, assistance with school fees, counseling, and visits to spas. Non-staff like Ado Krika were callously given nothing at all. To the whistleblowers, this was a huge slap in the face. Mr. Bonakeli scored well in his interview, and the committee report recommended him and 2 other candidates for Minister Tau to consider. But unbeknownst to us in the committee, as we were deliberating our decision, he was an active party to a miscarriage of justice, which the DA believes must have consequences. Minister Tau revealed that 10 million rand was budgeted for the reparative process. The vast majority went to lawyers and advisors. He said in response to my written question that, and I quote, "The NLC does not possess the legal competence to award damages or compensation outside of judicial or statutory processes." While this might be correct, it cannot be that people who risk their lives and livelihoods to reveal corruption also remain uncompensated for the significant cost of their bravery. Section 22 of the 2005 PMFA regulations, titled Payments and Remissions as an Act of Grace, enable an accounting officer to make such a payment of up to 100,000 rand and seek the authority of Parliament if a larger amount is required. It was therefore well within the powers of the relevant players, which included Mr. Bonakeli, to request Minister Tau and his Director General to ask this House to authorize payments of reparations in cash. Instead, the board hid behind one set of rules while ignoring a provision in law that gave them an opportunity to do the right thing. They failed this test. By contrast, it was reported last month that the Services SETA had received legal advice that the Protected Disclosures Act and Labour Relations Act allow for compensation in cases of unfair dismissal, which surely the NLC could have invoked in the case of the dismissed whistleblowers. The spirit of the Executive's proposed amendments to the Protected Disclosure Bill, which includes stronger provisions for compensating and protecting whistleblowers, which is aligned with the recommendations of the Zondo Commission, enable whistleblowers to be better protected and compensated. The lack of courage displayed by Mr. Bonakeli and his fellow board members is sufficient to question his suitability to chair the NLC. The NLC needs a chair who has the courage to do the right thing, not just to do things right. For this reason, the DA cannot support this report.
Thank you very much. The ANC.
Thank you very much, House Chair. I think, House Chair, we can truly say that today we saw democracy in action. Parties in the committee overwhelmingly supported the report. They have done so because they understand the spirit of the committee in the process of ensuring that we get to where we are in relation to this report. The spirit of the committee was to ensure that we create an institution where it gains public trust and deals with the issue of maladministration that were in the board. And we think that these candidates, they fit the character of people who can turn around the institution. And as a committee, we're committed to ensuring that the NLC board repositions itself as part of an entity that drives development. And that is why we are saying in the committee that 20% of the profits of the board, of the lottery, must go towards NEF for developmental programs that will seek to empower communities. And this is a commitment collectively in the committee that we have made. Now let's deal with this DA accusation. The problem with the DA in the first instance is that it was part of the process. And the DA was the one that scored Thembinkosi Bonakele 80% because of his performance in the interviews. But today he stands here and rejects the report and rejects Bonakele and cutting aspersions on Bonakele's character. And you know the reason why the DA is doing that is that it's not enough that a black person can be excellent, can meet every criteria, such that they must go and find a stain on his character. Because in the interview where it mattered most, and throughout his whole career, he has sufficiently possessed the intellectual acumen and the credibility to govern in the boards and where he has served. But because there's nothing that they can challenge intellectually, and that Bonakele is black, therefore there must be a stain on this black person. He is excellent. He has proven himself through his track record. You must find another reason of rejecting the report, but don't use that as a rejection. We think also that the point that would have been said by my colleague Khoza of the EFF was properly dealt with in the committee. And for him to come here and be opportunistic and raise and invoke the name of the Deputy President in the process of issuing out the tender for lottery is opportunistic, because the board explained to us that there is no link, political link, with people that have been awarded the tender of the board. So it's really opportunistic, and we must clarify it here because it was said in public. But I think, Chair of the committee, Comrade Mzwandile Masina, you have done a good job in consolidating the work and guiding us in doing the work, and we think that we must be commended on the work that we are doing in the committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable members, I now put the question.
Point of order, Chair.
Before Honorable Tambo.
Just a point of clarification to the honorable member. The matter regarding the Deputy President of South Africa is currently sub judice. So it is in court. His involvement in the tender of the lottery is in court. So he can't dismiss it publicly like that. He must be aware that it is in court. Thank you very much.
Honorable Tambo.
Point of order.
At point of order, you were supposed to raise it when a member was still on the podium. So we won't take it in. The question before the House is that the following three candidates be considered for position of chairpersons of the board, chairperson of the board of the National Lotteries Commission in terms of Section 3, Roman 3 of the Lotteries Act number 57 of 1997, which are Mr. T. Bonakele, Ms. M. Musing, and Advocate L. Nevondwe. Are there any objections to the recommendation? Honorable Mikalakis?
Thank you, House Chair. The DA objects.
With that objection,
Deputy House Chair,
Honorable Mauto,
we are calling for a division. We want to see the hypocrisy of the DA.
you are calling for a division.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Want to see the hypocrisy of the DA.
A
That is
division
the
having been called, the bells will be rung for 2 minutes.
Aye sababu, aye sabamakwaya. Oh, bangobe funa, funo setyenzelwa
Ayasesababu, ayesaba magwala, unxiwa, ubefuna ukuphatha umhlaba ngawodwa.
socialism.
Donald Trump.
Ngezandleni zabantu.
Let's switch off the mics, honorable members.
Sing, sell out. Socialism.
Anti-Iran.
Sing, sell out.
Akona muntu ophatha umhlaba ngayedwa. Ayesaba magwala.
But Lady is not singing.
Bebefuna ukuphakenzelwa ngabantu.
Ayesa.
Your time is running out,
Honorable
TA.
members,
Your time is running
take
out.
our seats, please. Honorable members, can we please take our seats? Honorable members,
Run, racist, run.
can we take our seats, please? Thank you very much. Honorable members, the Speaker has determined that in accordance with the rules, a manual voting procedure will be used for this division. And firstly, in order to establish a quorum, we'll request the table to confirm that we have the requisite number of members physically present in the chamber, and that has been confirmed that we do have the number. Party whips will then be given an opportunity to confirm the numbers of their members present and indicate if they vote for or against the question. A member who wishes to abstain or vote against the party vote may do so by informing the chairperson. Having confirmed that we have the requisite quorum, we will now proceed. The question before the House is that Mr. T. Bonakele, Ms. M. Musing, and Advocate L. Nevondwe be recommended for the appointment for position of chairperson of the board of the National Lotteries Commission in terms of Section 3.3 of the Lotteries Act, Act number 57 of 1997. Voting will now commence. The doors of the chamber will be locked and members will not be allowed to enter the chamber until voting is concluded. Whips will confirm the number of members present in the chamber and indicate if they vote for or against, and the table will then assist with that. ANC.
Thank you, Chair. The African National Congress with 121 votes in support of
Honorable,
the report.
sorry, Honorable Chief Whip. Can I request that members of the DA at the back, can you please take your seats? Honorable Minister as well, can you please take your seat?
Down, racist.
Yes, I'll give the opportunity to the Honorable Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The African National Congress with 121 votes in support.
Thank you. The DA.
Thank you, House Chair. The DA with 59 votes
Order, honorable
House
members. Order. We must record the number.
The DA with 59 votes against. Thank you.
MK.
Thank you, Chair. The MK party with 40 members present, we vote for the
EFF.
Thank you, Deputy House Chair. Economic Freedom Fighters, 35 in the House, are voting in favor of all black board members.
Black unity, black unity, black unity.
IFP.
Two-thirds,
Order, honorable
two-thirds,
members.
two-thirds.
Honorable members.
Resignation of the GNU.
Honorable members.
Resignation of the GNU.
Honorable members.
Unity, unity.
Run, racists, run. Take your seats, please. Honorable
Black unity,
members.
black unity.
Honorable members. From both left and right. I did not request that you must stand. Please, can we take our seats? We must record other. Honorable members, no. Can we proceed, please? Can we proceed? IFP.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The IFP with 11 will vote in favor.
PA. No, honorable members, there's absolutely no need that you stand just because there's a vote in. Can we proceed so that we are able to finish? PA.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Patriotic Alliance with 5 members voting in favor. Thank you.
FF plus. FF plus. Action SA.
Thank you, House Chair. Action SA, Rebane and Readumela.
ACTP.
That's a new GN.
ACTP. UTM. Rise. Bossa.
Bossa with 1 member in the House, also on behalf of UDM and RISE, votes in favor.
Thank you. So, with 1 member, you vote for all 3.
Fully in favor.
ATM. Al-Jama.
Al-Jama, 1 in support. Thank you.
NCC. PAC. UAT. Good. Thank you, honorable members. Is there any member that wishes to abstain or vote differently to their party? Thank you, members. The voting session is now closed. The results will be out, members.
Even for land, we'll vote like this.
Honorable Reddy.
Honorable Acting Deputy Speaker, this is the government of black unity. But anyway, I want you to please stop the ANC immediately. They are sending us SMSs offering us the DA ministerial seats. We don't want it. We don't want it. Please stop it. Mantashe, Wena, Chairperson, ANC, stop it. Please. We don't want it.
Honorable Reddy, since you didn't share with us what the SMS say, then we can't take it whether you were sent or not. Okay. Honorable members, the noes are 59 and the yes is 218.
Socialism.
Honorable members. Honorable members. Can we continue, please? Order, can we sit, please? Let's take our seats. Can we take our seats, please? Can we take our seats? I even see Honorable Dagmore is awake now. Please take your seat. I wish we would have this excitement on each and every report. Honorable members,
Deputy House Chair.
the report is then agreed.
Black unity is beautiful.
The report is agreed to. The list of candidates will be forwarded to the Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition for consideration. I will now allow the Secretary to read the 9th order.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs on study tour to Kingdom of Denmark.
Thank you. I will now recognize the Portfolio Chairperson, Honorable Mkhize.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable members, the Portfolio Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs undertook a study tour to the Kingdom of Denmark on the 25th of October to the 4th of November last year. And this was undertaken because of the increasing trend towards coalition governments in all three spheres. And our study tour consisted of consultations with politicians, administrative officials, researchers, academics, and civil society. We will all recall that in year 2000, we had 29 hung municipalities, and that number had risen to 80 by the year 2021. And it looks like in the future, this is going to be a feature of our municipal elections. These hung municipalities and coalitions are a normal feature now in some of the old democracies, Netherlands, Germany, Switzerland, Denmark, and so on. And so this portfolio committee has been assigned with the responsibility to look into the issue of the Municipal Structures Amendment Bill, which is called the Coalition Bill. And so this study tour is going to assist us as we look into solutions towards governance and service delivery challenges. The objectives of the study was to look into a number of issues. Firstly, on the issue of the coalition framework, as to whether adherence on this was voluntary or compulsory. Secondly, was ideal time for establishment of a coalition government. In our country, we have 14 days for this, but in Denmark, there was no consensus on the ideal time. The third one is coalition agreements. The committee wanted to check if these need to be publicized or whether they can be enforced. Fourthly was on the issue of the motions of no confidence, and the committee was keen to get the Danish experience, particularly to see how we can limit the destabilizing impact of these motions, and whether in fact the voting on those should be show of hands or secret ballot. Then the fifth one was then the electoral threshold, to look at whether this was in keeping with global democratic practices and whether this could be a solution to the kingmaker issue that has been raised. On the main findings, the coalition agreements, it was noted that in Denmark these were all largely verbal, but of late they've become written agreements, and these have been quite durable, but they are guided by the principles of each partner having a veto power, having also a decision-making process that relies on consensus rather than voting, and that this is based on a win-win approach. These agreements are also not legislated. They're also not legally enforceable. The parties respect each other and respect these agreements, and there's expectation from the public that these will be fulfilled. And there's also the climate, the competitive climate, the political climate is frowns upon what is called negative parliamentarism, where there's a lot of destructive competition and conflict in parliament. And so 80% of their legislation are passed with 80% of support. Now, in this case, Also, the good relationship between the parties and leaders is also encouraged. Now, at the municipal level, we found this interesting, that these agreements are not legally binding and they're just as good as a handshake, and that even if there is no trust amongst the members, nothing can substitute or enforce them. So whether it's a written agreement or a court order, you couldn't enforce it. So the committee recommends that there should be support for the principle of written coalition agreement. On the ideal timeline for establishment of the coalition, in Denmark, they have a kind of convention of 4 weeks, but in some of the bigger cities, it takes about 2 weeks. And we feel as a committee that maybe 4 weeks still remains reasonable. On the motions of no confidence, we found it quite interesting. At the municipal level, the Lord Mayors are assured of completion of their 4th term without any vote of no confidence, except that if there's a problem of gross violation of the law or of infringement of the Constitution, and there's no limit of the mayors, how long they serve in office. So that creates stability. The committee believes we need to recommend some restrictions on the motions of no confidence based on the question of the gross violation of the law and Constitution. This might assist us in eliminating frivolous votes of no confidence and discourage monetary incentives.
Honorable Mkhize, your time.
Thank you very much. The last one is the threshold. We believe that we need to consider this as well. This is accepted in Denmark. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable members, I will now recognize political parties wishing to make a declaration. The usual times for declaration of votes will apply. The MK.
Honorable House Chair, honorable members, and fellow South Africans. What we witnessed abroad is not extraordinary. It is what government is supposed to look like. Yes, for many South Africans, it feels like another world. Denmark stands among the world's leading examples of accountable governance, transparency, and citizen-centered service delivery. What stood out most was not merely the sophistication of their system, but the consistency with which public institutions placed the dignity and needs of citizens at the center of decision-making. In Denmark, local government is treated as the heartbeat of democracy, empowered, well-resourced, and held to strict standards of accountability. This ensures that basic services such as water, sanitation, housing, and public transport are delivered efficiently and without unnecessary delay. In stark contrast, back home, our municipalities are collapsing, water systems are failing, sewage flows in our streets and rivers. Communities go days without basic services. Infrastructure is left to decay, while billions are looted. And yet, we are told that government of national unity is working. Working for who? If it's divided like this. Because it is certainly not working for the people who wake up every day without water, without dignity, and without hope. Honorable members, elsewhere local government is the engine of development. Here in South Africa, too often, municipalities have become centers of dysfunction, cadre development, and corruption. Accountability is weak, oversight is inconsistent, and failure carries no consequence. That is why we are falling further behind, not because we lack resources, but because we lack leadership and political will. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair, the lesson is clear. Government exists to serve the people efficiently, transparently, and with integrity. Imagine that in South Africa, municipalities where water flows consistently, where water is managed professionally, and where services are delivered on time, not through tenders for comrades, but through systems that work. Denmark has also positioned itself as a global leader in waste-to-energy solutions. Instead of relying on landfills, waste is transformed into a valuable energy source, generating electricity and heat while reducing environmental harm. This stands in direct contrast to our current challenges across South Africa. Landfills are overcapacity, posing environmental and health risks through harmful emissions, such as methane and carbon dioxide. Communities live alongside these hazards, while municipalities struggle to find land for new sites. Yet, the Danish model demonstrates that these challenges can be turned into opportunities, creating sustainable energy while generating permanent employment through community participation and recycling and waste management. Honorable members, this is the future we must build, a future where local government is professionalized and led by qualified individuals, not political deployees. Consequence management is enforced,
Honorable Member,
ending impunity
your time has
for failure.
expired.
We choose to govern, we choose to deliver,
Honorable
choose
Member,
MK, we choose people. I
Your
thank
time
you.
is up. Thank you. EFF.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Ngibingelele uCommander-in-Chief, uphunyuka bamphethe. Onje bekhanyilanga babecabanga ukuthi uzolala ejele, bajike bayophuza iClip Drift nekhokho bakhohlwe ngoba sabuya naye the day. Honorable House Chair, the study tour to Kingdom of Denmark in October 2025 was both insightful and highly informative. It's provided valuable lessons that we believe can significantly strengthen governance and service delivery in South Africa. Allow me to highlight key observations for consideration by this House. One, in Denmark, the legislative process is remarkably efficient, with bills often processed and enacted into law within approximately 1 month. This approach was introduced during COVID-19 period, has since been sustained due prolonged, resulting in delays and in some instances, bills lapsing at the end of the parliamentary term. This undermines service delivery and public confidence. We must reflect seriously on how to streamline our processes and adopt more responsive legislative mechanisms. Two, Denmark operates an automatic voter registration system. Citizens are automatically registered to vote upon reaching the age of 18, eliminating administrative barriers to participation. In South Africa, voter registration remains a separate and often cumbersome process. The EFF has introduced a bill advocating for automatic voter registration, and we call all political parties to support this progressive reform. Three, Denmark has a long-standing history on coalition governance, dating back to the 20th century. A key feature of their system is stability once elected. Mayors are not subjected to motions of no confidence during their term. Furthermore, only mayors serve as full-time councillors, while ward councillors often maintain other professional roles. This reduces political pressure and allows for more effective governance. Importantly, political parties engage constructively, prioritizing compromise over dominance. There are important lessons here, particularly as this House considered amendments relating to motions of no confidence within the COCTA framework. Denmark has successfully implemented a system of generating electricity from waste. This model achieves three critical outcomes, House Chair. One, it ensures a clean environment through effective waste management. Two, it provides affordable electricity. Three, it creates sustainable employment opportunities. What is particularly concerning is that similar cooperation frameworks already exist between the city of Copenhagen and the city of Johannesburg. However, the lack of visible implementation suggests a gap in commitment and execution on our part. This is a missed opportunity that we must urgently address.
Honorable Mkalipi.
So we are calling for this report to be adopted as we agree with the report, House Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. IFP.
Honorable House Chair, the IFP welcomes this report and the valuable insight gained from Denmark's highly effective system of local government. We are encouraged by the report's emphasis on building capable and well-resourced municipalities, supported by clear oversight mechanisms and a culture of transparency. These lessons are particularly relevant as South Africa continues to strengthen its local government sphere and improve service delivery outcomes for all communities. We acknowledge that the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs is already actively engaged in driving reforms focused on stabilizing municipalities, strengthening financial management, and building institutional capacity. The findings of this study tour will help to further enrich these ongoing efforts and provide practical benchmarks for continuous improvement. While we recognize that South Africa's context is unique, we believe that many of the principles observed in Denmark can be meaningfully adapted to support our developmental objectives, particularly in strengthening accountability and deepening community participation. The IFP supports the report and anticipates the effective and progressive implementation of the recommendations in a way that advances capable, ethical, and self-driven local government throughout our republic. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. PA.
Shalom, honorable members. The Patriotic Alliance rise to note the report of the Portfolio Committee of Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs on its study tour to the Kingdom of Denmark, undertaken from the 25th October to the 4th of November 2025. We place on record, Minister, that the Patriotic Alliance support this report. The study tour provided members with valuable exposure to Denmark's system of local governance, municipal accountability, and community-centered service delivery. These engagement highlights practical models for strengthening institutional capacity, improving financial discipline, and enhancing the responsiveness of local government to the needs of our communities. As a partner within the GNU, the Patriotic Alliance recognizes that coalition government demands trust, discipline, and a shared commitment to delivery. Trust is not a slogan. It is the foundation that allows partners to govern together with stability and purpose. But trust cannot exist without respect. In any coalition, large or small, every party brings a constituency, a mandate, and a responsibility to the people. The Patriotic Alliance believes firmly that no party should be looked down upon because of its size. Coalition government works only when all partners are recognized and equal contributors, respect for their role, and value for the voices they represent. DA. Coalition trust means understanding that we govern as one, not as a big and a small, not as dominant.
Honorable Member, can you please take a seat? Honorable Reddy, what are you rising on?
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Acting Speaker. The translation is...
Put your headsets on, you would have heard the translation. Can we please continue, Honorable Member?
Just for Honorable Reddy, for your entertainment, let's fail. The Patriotic
Honorable
Alliance, therefore...
Mkhalakis, Honorable Member, can you please take a seat?
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, on a point of order, we have a long-standing practice in this House that members cannot display party political regalia. When Honorable Reddy raised this point of order, he very deliberately put a sign of his political party with the former and now disgraced president on the screen. I would like to request you to please rule on that and to please prevent that from happening. It is a gross violation of that standing practice in this House. Thank you.
Honorable Reddy, can I please request that you put your diary down, but not everyone must then.
I need the camera to show.
No, I didn't say speak. I said, can you please put your,
Is it
your
this?
notebook down,
Is it
please?
this one?
Yes, it has an emblem of an organization and we
Okay.
are in the
I'll put
sitting
it-
of parliament.
Thank you. I'll put it down.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you kindly continue? Proceed, Honorable Member.
The Patriotic Alliance.
I'm giving you 3 seconds as well to wrap up because your time had expired.
The Patriotic Alliance therefore.
Honorable Member, take your seat again. Honorable Michalakis.
Thank you, House Chair. I rise in terms of Rule 69. House Chairperson, you ruling on a specific matter should not allow a member to actually use that opportunity to again make the same violation of the rules of this House. That's exactly what Honorable Reddy did. The rest of us have seen enough of Jacob Zuma. I would like you to please rule in terms of Rule 69.
Honorable Michalakis, I think I did request that Honorable Reddy must put away the notebook or whatever it is, because it does resemble the organization's party, and he did do that. Can we please then proceed with the business of the day?
The Patriotic Alliance therefore support the adoption of this report and calls for its recommendation to be implemented, Minister, with urgency,
Thank you very
clarity
much,
and full
Honourable
accountability
Member.
across coalition partners.
Thank
I
you.
thank you. The day is slack.
Thank you. FF plus? FF plus? Action SA?
Thank you, House Chair. Action SA supports the report, but we just hope that we'll look at ourselves in terms of what applies to us, indigenize it. We support electoral reforms, and what Action SA would like to see is that we propose a change of 300 to 100 split, where 300 members of parliament must be directly elected by the constituencies, so that they are answerable to the people and not to the party. The balance of 100 can be appointed by parties on proportional representation. What is key is to ensure the importance of civic education of our citizens. We support automatic voter registration, but it should also be followed by compulsory voting from citizens. If you have civic education, you have voter education, you have compulsory voting, and we also insist on ethical, not legal standards for leadership. Because when you have to lead society, you can't reduce it to the substandard level of legality. It should be ethical leadership. The other issue that the committee should consider is to create an independent, apolitical public service at all levels of government, because that is the key machinery to delivery of services. When you have political appointments, when you have political interference with people that are supposed to deliver services, you will not have appropriate services. We also need to be truthful about eradicating corruption, because one of the indices, if you look at Denmark, where they are with the corruption index and where we are, that is food for thought. And if we can get rid of corruption, we will deliver to our people what Denmark delivers to its own people. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you very much. ACDP, UDM, RISE, BOSA, ATM, Al-Jama, NCC, PAC. Oh,
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, Honorable House Chairperson. Al-Jama welcomes this report and the valuable lessons drawn from Denmark's governance system. Study tours are opportunities to gather practical solutions that can strengthen service delivery accountability, and local government performance in South Africa. Denmark is internationally recognized for running efficient municipalities, clean governance, strong citizen participation, and sustainable urban planning. One key lesson is the importance of professionalizing local government as administration. Municipalities must appoint skilled and qualified officials based on merit. Communities deserve competent leadership that can deliver water, sanitation, roads, housing, and electricity effectively. Another lesson is transparency and public participation. Citizens in Denmark are actively involved in municipal decision-making. Al-Jamaa suggests meaningful consultation, participatory budgeting, and responsive councillors who engage residents regularly. The emphasis on green energy, waste management, and climate resilience is equally relevant. Our municipalities must prepare for future environmental challenges while creating jobs through renewable energy and recycling initiatives. Whilst international benchmarking is important, the real measure of success lies in implementation back home. Parliament must ensure that lessons learned are translated into reforms, policy improvements, and better governance outcomes. Al-Jamaa supports this report. I thank you. Malibongwe.
Thank you. NCC, PAC, UAT, good, the DA.
Thank you, House Chair. South Africa has entered a new political era. After the 2021 local government elections, many municipalities have become hung councils without clear majorities. Coalition governments are not the problem. In many established democracies, they are the norm. The actual problem in South Africa is the total lack of rules to guide and govern coalitions, which has led to political opportunism and instability. Across South Africa, we have seen small parties, the PA, with one or only two seats becoming kingmakers, the PA, and destabilized councils through motions of no confidence. In Johannesburg, we have seen a revolving door of mayors. Since the last local government elections, Johannesburg has seen 6 mayors. In Tshwane, Cilliers Brink was removed by smaller parties playing political games. Now water tanker costs have shot through the roof. In Nelson Mandela Bay, Retief Odendaal was removed, and there has been instability and declining service delivery since, PA. In Ekurhuleni, Tanya Campbell was removed, and that council cannot provide decent services to its residents either. Honourable members, this is not just political games. When councils fall, service delivery fails. Budgets get delayed. Projects come to a standstill. Investors lose confidence. But worst of all, the residents pay the price. This is exactly why this committee undertook a study tour to Denmark. According to the committee's report, the number of hung councils in South Africa has increased substantially, from 29 in 2000 to more than 80 in 2021, when the last local government elections were held. This number will increase further after the forthcoming elections. Denmark, however, handles its coalitions quite differently to South Africa. They do not face the same instability we do, with stable coalitions being the norm. Why? Because they have a system in place that is built on 3 key principles. Firstly, clear coalition agreements that include policy, roles, and dispute mechanisms that are clearly defined. Secondly, a very strong political culture where motions of no confidence are not toyed with. In fact, the only way a mayor can be removed is when that person is no longer eligible to stand for office. Thirdly, a shared understanding that coalitions are not a weakness, but a very stable form of governing. In Denmark, stability is a result of rules, trust, and responsibility. South Africa must start taking these lessons seriously. Coalition governments are here to stay. They will become more common. But the instability does not have to be the norm. That is exactly why the Democratic Alliance submitted a private members' bill with the aim of stabilizing coalition governments. We have proposed that motions of no confidence must be regulated, not to be misused as political tools. that motions of no confidence can only be called once a year, except under extraordinary circumstances, and that a threshold be introduced before a party qualifies to take up a seat in council, therefore stopping smaller one-seat parties to have excessive influence as kingmakers. House Chair, the lesson from our study tour in Denmark is quite simple. Coalitions can work, but only if there are clear rules. Without reform, we will continue to see councils that fall apart every couple of months, leaving residents to suffer. But with the right framework, coalitions can bring stability, responsibility, accountability, and better service delivery. South Africa now stands before a decision. Do we go down the road of political opportunism and chaos, or are we going to modernize our system to bring more stability? The Democratic Alliance chooses reform, because the residents of our country deserve governments that can deliver, not councils that consistently fail. House Chair, democracy requires coalitions, but service delivery requires stability. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. Our Portfolio Committee recently undertook a study tour to the Kingdom of Denmark to examine the local government systems with a particular focus on coalition government. We returned with valuable lessons and also lessons that can strengthen governance and improve service delivery in South Africa. Denmark is a very highly stable country operating under constitutional monarchy with a strong parliamentary democracy. It has a long-standing tradition of consensus-driven governance and policy making. The country also enjoys a low unemployment rate of 2%, reflecting effective governance and social stability. One of the most striking observations was the culture of discipline and respect for institutions. Meetings start and end on time, committees operate effectively, and leaders arrive well prepared for their meetings. Time management is taken seriously. While this may seem small, it forms the foundation of effective governance. House Chair, at a local level, Denmark provides important lessons on coalition government. Municipal leaders are known as Lord Mayors, and majority of municipalities are governed through coalition government. In most cases, there's no outright majority winner, and the Lord Mayors are appointed through coalition agreements. These coalitions are stable because they are built on honesty, integrity, political tolerance, and maturity. Agreements are often based on trust and mutual understanding, even a simple handshake rather than a long written contract. Leaders respect their words and committed to what they have agreed upon. Once the Lord Mayor is appointed, is expected to uphold and implement the Council's resolutions, ensuring continuity and stability in governance. Denmark has also placed clear measures to protect leadership stability. Motion of no confidence are not permitted. Leaders cannot be removed simply because of political disagreement or power struggles. This prevents constant disruption and allows municipalities to focus on service delivery. A Lord Mayor can only be removed if he or she is being charged and prosecuted by the court of law. This ensures that there's accountability while protecting governance from instability. House Chair, in contrast, South African municipalities face serious challenges. Coalition government are often unstable, with political competition taking priority over service delivery. Motion of no confidence are frequently used as a political tool, leading to constant changes in the leadership of municipalities. This instability directly affects communities, resulting in poor and inconsistent service delivery. Municipal funding is another challenge. In Denmark, municipalities are well-resourced and have capacity to deliver services, such as infrastructure, climate programs, and social development effectively. In South Africa, municipality is largely funded based on the assumption of local government white paper, which expect municipalities to sustain themselves mainly through revenue collection. This is no longer realistic because in many municipalities, unemployment, poverty, and low payment level are affecting their finances. As a result, many municipalities are underfunded, heavily reliant on national transfer, and unable to deliver services effectively. This is why the ANC fully supports the review of local government white paper to create more realistic and sustainable funding model to empower municipalities to meet the needs of our people. We have noted that there's a funding from European Union to support agricultural programs. However, we are concerned about the challenges in implementation by the Department of Agriculture, which often result in funding not fully being used on time. Resources meant to support farmers and improve food security are being delayed or underutilized. At some stage, many communities continue to face hunger because of the failure of the Department of Agriculture. This raises a serious concern with regard to the accountability, service delivery, and implementation of our policies. Honorable Speaker, Honorable House Chair, Denmark also demonstrates effective and efficiency in government system. Their electoral system is simple and effective. There's no separate voter registration process. Citizens vote if they have a valid identity document and meet the age requirement of voting. Campaign periods are short, usually between 4 and 6 weeks, which encourage a focused and issue-based campaign. Parliamentary committees are equally efficient. Committees typically consist of almost 18 members, and they are able to process their work within an hour, which this reflects discipline, preparation, and strong commitment on decision-making process. Denmark also provides a practical innovation and partnership. The city of Copenhagen have partnered with the city of Johannesburg to address water and sanitation challenges, including reducing water losses and improving wastewater systems. They also have a project that converts waste into electricity, which then reduces landfills and promote environmental sustainability. Lessons that are learned
Honorable
from
Member,
Denmark
your
are as
time has
follows.
expired.
The ANC support the report. Thank you.
Very much. Honorable members, I now recognize the Honorable Chief Whip.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. I move that the report be adopted. Thank you.
Honorable members, the motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections?
No.
Without any objections,
DA.
the report. But why do you do that? The report is agreed to. Honorable members, I request members to stand and wait for the presiding officer and the maids to leave the chamber. That concludes the debate and the business of the day. The House is adjourned.
Uthasixole kanja, uthasixole kanja, uthasixole kanja, uthasixole